Okay, that's all right. Anyway, the October 17th, 2012 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 89.5. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. For public comment during related to items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of the chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If there's anyone present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come forward and see the city clerk's staff. If you parked in the parking garage across the street and did not receive a validation ticket as you entered the chambers, please exit to your right and then see the security personnel at the entrance. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Dr. Robert Fowler, Victory Missionary Baptist Church, and remain standing for the national anthem today performed by the Meadows School kindergarten classes.
Good morning, Mayor, Councilman Barlow, and City Council. Eternal God, we thank you this morning for the wonderful privilege that we have of being able to be alive and to live in such a wonderful city as which you've given to us. We thank you for the beautiful weather that we are able to experience this day that so warms our body and reminds us of how richly blessed we are from a physical level. Thank you for the privilege of being able to be servants. Your word teaches us that the greatest responsibility that we can embrace in this life is to ensure that we serve others while we are here. Thank you for these servants of our city today. We pray your special blessings upon their life. We pray your special blessings upon their families, and we thank you for their families, which affords us the opportunity to have them to serve us. I pray today, God, that you would impose your wisdom upon them today, that as they make decisions for our city, they would result in decisions that would bring peace and prosperity to this city. I pray today that you would help them to operate on things that are undecided. I pray that you would help them to complete things that are undone. And I pray, Father, that you would help them to make decisions that would remove our city from being under pressure. We love you today. We thank you today. And we pray that when our council work is done today, that we'll be a better city than we were when we began this day. And we pray it in Christ's name. Amen.
I think we'll go on. You know what I'm beginning to think? Let's just thank you, Reverend. I think we'll move the podium, have the children come up, face the audience. We'll stay here because if we get behind them, there won't be room for all of them. Thank you. And Mrs. Verbaum. Okay. Are they the cutest? And the teachers here, Ms. Redlinger, Mrs. Verban, and Mrs. Cagle. Although I don't, oh, there she is in the back. I didn't see Ms. Cagle. And these lovely children whom I am going to adopt every one of are from the Meadows School up in Summerlin, the first occupants in that wonderful 25,000-acre development. The Meadows School was there right after Beano's, which is very important. Everybody needed something to eat. Okay, young people, you're on following your teacher's instruction. Thank you all very much. I would like our city council, before you move out, because we are going to have you go back to class, you have to learn. We're going to have our city council come down and to greet you all right up front. So if council members, you would please get down and thank them, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Good morning, and thank you all. I would like to introduce in alphabetical order. What's the first letter of the alphabet? A. Excellent. Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Stavros Anthony. Could you come up here and face them, please? And what comes after A? Okay, and we have Councilman Ricky Barlow. And we have another B, Councilman Bob Beers. And guess where he lives? Isn't someone schooling here? Aha, sorry, you lost them. They're yours. They're yours. Councilman Anthony. Okay, and then we have Councilman Bob Coffin. And then we have no, aren't you? Ross, yes. We're having trouble with the alphabet. Councilman Steve Ross. Hi, everybody. You sounded great. And then a former longtime teacher and married to a wonderful basketball coach who brought us home the NCAA title some years back, Councilwoman Lois Tarkanian. So we thank you all, and I know you came by bus, so you're going to get back on the bus. We thank you, Mrs. Rendlaker, Mrs. Verban, Ms. Cagle. Where are you now? There you are. Thank you so much for bringing your young, wonderful class, kindergarten class, all 60. They did. Right. It was perfect. We thank you very much. Have a good time. Who's the leader taking them out? Okay, yes, that will be great. Thank you again. We appreciate your coming down. We're so proud of you. Thank you, Kim. Thank you again. And I'll tell you something, they're all reading. They're all reading. They're all beginning to do their math skills. It's quite a group of young people who love to learn and have somebody at home for them. So that's what education's all about. And anything can happen to any child if, in fact, we support them. So that was a beautiful rendition and a wonderful way to start our meeting. And we're going right now, before we get to the ceremonial portion of the agenda, I want to take a moment to recognize the hard work of our city manager, who I just chastised for not coming at the bell. Where are you? Could you come back up? There's no money in this. There is no money. But I do want everybody to recognize the hard work of our city manager, Betsy Fretwell. We see everything she does to improve our city every single day, but now a very prestigious group has also taken notice of this wonderful lady. I think she doesn't know what we're doing, but it's all right. But she always smiles, so it doesn't matter. I'm pleased to announce that the National Academy of Public Administrators, this is a national recognition, has named Betsy a fellow-elect. This great honor, and Betsy is so deserving. Let's all give her a great round of applause. We're just so proud of you. So proud. Thank you. Now on to the ceremonial portion of the agenda. And for our first item, I would like to invite our wonderful Public Works Director, Jorge Cervantes, to join us at the podium. Good morning. The best, the best, the best. The city has the best in every single area. Our employees strive to be superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action. The word action here standing for achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. I'm proud to announce that the October employee of this month is architectural designer Bruce Breed. Bruce, will you please come up? And with your family. And family. What a lovely family. Wow. Aren't you the lucky one? Bruce has been tasked with managing many different architectural projects at the city, but none has been of the scale of the new City Hall, this wonderful People's Hall. A host of city employees worked to make the move into the new City Hall a great success, but Bruce continues to keep his nose to the grindstone, taking care of everything from getting furniture installed to ensuring that all employees have the correct lighting in their work areas. Opening a 308,000 square foot building and making sure that over 400 employees have what they need to be comfortable and provide service to the community is no easy task. While a lot of heavy lifting was accomplished upon move-in, and believe me, it was lifting, it wasn't, those aren't just words, Bruce's job just continued on as requests came in from the departments, employees, and council for special items they needed to be addressed in their own workplaces. Bruce has used his creativity to solve multiple issues in workspaces throughout City Hall. Through it all, he's been a team player, and he's always patient and approachable despite answering question after question. Each request that he gets is a high priority to the requester, and Bruce has excellent customer service skills despite there often being delays to the sheer number of requests that are made of him. Bruce also takes ownership of the task, carefully prioritizing the requests and making sure he completes them as quickly as possible. He also ensures that whatever additions or changes are asked for or made, they meet leadership and energy and environmental design standards, which is called LEED standards. Bruce has gained a nickname through the process, with some of his employees lovingly referring to him as Mr. 6 to 8 weeks, because they can count on him getting their requests done in that time period. He is like clockwork, the mailman, or an extra long city council meeting. something you can count on eventually to work through it all. Bruce is always ready to assist with whatever tasks need completing on behalf of the entire City Council. It's a pleasure to name Bruce the October 2012 Employee of the Month. Along with this recognition and this certificate, Bruce has received a $100 Visa gift card, compliments of One Nevada Credit Union, and a donation of $100 will be made to his charity of his choice by Super Pawn. He has also received various other awards from the city and council to recognize his great work. And of course, his name will appear on the street sign in front of City Hall on Main Street for the next month. I would like Jorge first to say a few words, and then, of course, please introduce your family to us all. They're beautiful. So, Jorge, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, as the mayor indicated, it's a challenge when you try to move that many folks into a facility. And a lot of times when we build facilities, whether it's the City Hall, a community center, fire station, our lead architects, the ones that do the pretty work, get a lot of the credit. But, you know, it takes a team. And a lot of the detail stuff, the hard stuff, gets done by folks like Bruce. And Bruce does a great job. You know, moving 400 people in here, and each one having a different need. Well, I want my desk a little bit different. Well, I want this a little bit different color. And having to address each one is really a challenge. Prior to that, he had to move 250 of us into a development service center. And it's quite a task and quite a lot of work. And Bruce does it with a smile, great customer service, and always willing to help. So, Bruce, we're very grateful for the work you do and really appreciate everything you do for the city. Thank you.
So as the mayor said, I'd like to introduce my family. This is my wife, Becky, and my 3 children, Carissa, Nathaniel, and Trinity. I have a 4th daughter. She's in England right now on a YWAM mission organization trip. And just, again, thank you, Jorge, Mayor, City Council. I was thinking about just saying thank you for this great honor, but then I realized there are a lot of other people that need to get recognized for the work that's been done to move into City Hall. But first, I'd like to say and acknowledge the Lord for giving us these talents and abilities to do the things we do to get the work done. I'd like to thank the following staff for their support of my role: City Manager Betsy Fretwell, Deputy City Managers Orlando Sanchez, Mark Vincent, Scott Adams, and Karen Coyne. My director, the Director of Public Works, Jorge Cervantes, Deputy Director of Public Works, David Bowers, my Program Manager, David Logie, some of the Public Works Administration staff who put up with me being pushy to get POs through on a split-second notice, Gail Wilkinson and Rosanna Kuckel. Purchasing and contract staff as well, Nikki Gumelo, Pamela Hoffman, John Lonborg, and Candace Buford were also very helpful at the drop of a hat to get those things taken care of. And then facilities maintenance staff, Steve Ford, Rick Anderson, Rick Pappas, Mark Podekar. Their staff was hugely helpful in the move and all the things that need to coordinate through there. And then as well, IT staff in assisting with all the phone and data issues. Next, I'd like to acknowledge Mike Valevich, who was the architectural project manager for the entire City Hall project. Mike gave me the ball to run with on the FF&E portion of the project and showed me that he trusts me to handle the job, which gave me great confidence to take on the challenge. For all he did, I think he's more than deserving of this award and many other things. And then next, I'd also like to thank the team of staff at Facilitech who worked with me on countless hours for this project. There was Menchie Santos, who assisted me on the drafting and design. And then also at Facilitech was Matt Croswell, Maurice Meza, Damon Andrews, Quentin Abrama, Heather Albright, Erica Brown, Ellen Captain, and their 2 lead installers, Ken and Murphy. Without all their efforts, this project wouldn't have got done on time. And a special thanks goes to Maurice Meza for loaning the mayor his desk for her to use till hers arrived. So, all right. And I'd like to say my favorite part of the role in the City Hall project was that it allowed me to get to meet so many other people that I wouldn't have got to meet. I got to meet the City Council real well with all their requests, the mayor, and many of the other managerial staff throughout City Hall. So thanks again for this award.
Thank you. Do you want to read this, Councilman?
Well, since I don't have my glasses, all I can see is Employee of the Month, Bruce Breed. Congratulations.
But Bruce, not so fast. There's a little problem with the desk lights. Would you share with the...
Bruce, buddy. We are all wondering what these desk lamps are for on our desks. Can you enlighten us?
To be enlightened.
Very good.
Those are required as the winter comes along, and you'll see that the overhead lighting may not meet the standards. The days get shorter. You may actually start to like those desk lamps, and as well some of the other lights as well. Yes, it is. It's part of the daylighting requirements, and they have to be LED type lights.
Mayor, I have one question. Bruce, in transitioning so many personalities up to the 7th floor from the 10th floor at the old building, who was the highest maintenance council member? And this will be used against you again. You don't have to answer that.
Is it down at this end? Not
Don't
this
answer that.
end.
Yes, no question.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's a yes.
I was just going to help him out. That's a yes, no question.
There were challenges, but it was all fun. It was fun.
And you're still upright, which is great. Thank you. Congratulations. And I have a good luck mayor chip for each of the children. Good luck and good health. Thank you. Congratulations. We're so proud of you. It's wonderful. And 6 to 8 weeks. But here's your sign. A picture in front of the sign. That will be on Main Street. Great. Thank you. Hey, Bruce. Great. Wherever you went, Jorge, thank you. Boy, you move fast. Where are you? He's sitting down. Boy, he goes quickly. All right, for our next item, I'd like to invite our great fire chief, Mike Myers, to come up, and County Fire Captain Scott Straley, and Clark County School District Associate Superintendent of Operations, Jeremy Hauser, to come forward, please. I wonder why they sat so far back. Oh, they couldn't sit forward, of course. Good morning. Good morning. How are you? Good morning. Thank you. Nice to see you. All right. Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you. Tomorrow, which is 10/18, October 18th, at 10:18 a.m., about 500,000 Nevadans will participate in the Great Nevada Shakeout Emergency Earthquake Drill. All across Las Vegas and Nevada, students, teachers, parents, business people, I'm sure hospitals and doctors as well, and even a few mayors will be dropping, covering, and holding on as if an earthquake were occurring. We're lucky in Las Vegas that we have beautiful weather and a distinct lack of natural disasters that so often plague other parts of the country and the world. Just yesterday in Maine, they had a 4.6 earthquake, which ran all the way up the fault to Montreal, I understand. That said, no one is immune from natural hazards, and Nevada is the third most seismologically active state in the country. The city of Las Vegas is joining with several agencies around the state to strengthen community preparedness through this drill. I want to specifically thank Captain Straley for really getting this started in Las Vegas, and Chief Myers for his support. I also can't say enough about our partnership with the Clark County School District, and I want to present to Mr. Hauser this proclamation officially making October 18, 2012, Earthquake Safety Awareness and Preparedness Day. Preparedness Day. Mr. Hauser, we'd be happy to hear from you a little bit more, and what does drop, cover, and hold on mean, if you would re-explain that too.
Actually, Mayor, I'm Paul Gerner. I'm the Chief of Facilities for the school district. Jeremy Hauser sends his regrets, and I'm mostly here to express the appreciation of the school district, the superintendent, to you and to the rest of the localities for the great collaboration we've had to pull this thing together in the southern portion of Nevada. I know the state geologist is very excited now that we've got such a high level of participation here. What this really means to the school district and to your children is that 300,000 plus youngsters, when faced with the confusion of the floor shaking beneath them, will not have to stand there wondering what to do. They will know what to do. Twice a year from now on, we will train them in the most effective techniques to potentially save their lives. And it's the complete difference between inaction and action that we think is so vital, and we are very happy for the cooperation and collaboration in this effort.
Thank you. And what does drop, cover, and hold on mean? What are you dropping, and what are you covering? And what are you holding on to?
Oh, she wants.
Right next to me, I'd be holding on to you.
So the basic idea, it used to be everybody wants to either run and stand under a doorway or run screaming from the building. What they have found is that's not really the best strategy. The doorways aren't a great deal stronger. So what you're looking for is something like a desk that you can get under. A heavy table would be nice. Something structurally solid so that if something does come down from the ceiling, it hits the desk instead. And because the ground's going to be moving potentially violently beneath you, the idea is to quickly get your center of gravity low, crawl under the desk, grab onto a corner or a desk leg or something like that, and hold on to it, and cover your head and neck area. So that's the maximum protection that you can give yourself. Just drop, cover, and hold on, stay there until the shaking stops, and then you can gather your wits and go on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Chief, do you both want to say a few words?
I think it's important that the captain gets a chance to say a few words. He's been instrumental in driving this for the community, and like you've heard today, and you'll hear it throughout the day, that any big project that the city undertakes takes a team to get it done. And I just want to make sure that we again recognize the Clark County School District, our friends and family in the public safety sector, and also those scientists here locally and in the state level that have really brought this to the awareness and protect us from these kinds of natural disasters. But I'd like the captain just to say a couple of quick words and so that we can recognize you and for all the hard work that you've done. So,
thank you, Chief. I appreciate it. You're welcome. This project really started as a small project with Chief Washington and I trying to expand safety for the kids in our community. And it's gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. And now I'm proud to say we're going to have over 360,000 individuals in Clark County throughout Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, Clark County, and Henderson, Mesquite, and Boulder City participating in this drill tomorrow. And for me, it's an awesome feeling. It's just grown and grown. It started with Paul Gerner, myself, and his assistant, Dimitri, and Chief Newman, and it's expanded. So now we actually, the whole city of Las Vegas is going to participate. The city of Las Vegas Fire Department is going to participate, along with the county entities. And it's just been a tremendous effort by everybody involved. I'd like to thank everybody. And as this goes on, talking to Dr. Graham Kent from the State Seismographic Lab and UNR, they expect in 10 years to have 5 to 10 billion people participating in, or a half a billion to a billion people participating in this drill. So thank you, everyone, and I appreciate it.
And a question, will there be sirens sounding off around the city and the county?
There will not be any sirens sounding off. What we've done is we went to great efforts working with Clark County Television, the school district, City of Las Vegas, and other fire departments, and we made a training audio that we'll be able to play at the different entities. Carolyn from the City of Las Vegas Emergency Management is going to play it for the city employees, and it's actually a 60-second to a minute and 20-second audio directing them what to do and reminding them what to do in the case of an emergency such as an earthquake.
If I could, Dimitri, would you stand up, please, and take a bow? This is my behind-the-scenes guy that's been working with Scott. Well done, Dimitri.
Thank you. Thank you. So everybody remember, tomorrow morning at 10:18, that is the time. So you won't have any notification from any noise. So just make sure your families do it. And if you're at home, you're orchestrating that. Even with elderly people, where are they to go? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. And for our next item, I'd like to invite Senior Citizen Advisory Board Vice Chairman Mickey Moore to join us at the podium to announce the Senior of the Quarter. Here he comes. Thank you. Terrific.
Good morning. Every 3 months, the Senior Citizens Advisory Board recognizes a senior within our community who has gone out of their way to make a difference in his or in what he does, excuse me, in his or her way of helping the community. And it was my pleasure to nominate Mr. James Stork for this position, this award. James, would you please come forward? Yeah. And he is accompanied by his great-granddaughter. I would also like to welcome Sheriff Gillespie, from the Metropolitan Police Department, who will be making this presentation.
This is power here. Wow.
Well, this is indeed an honor. This was one of those events where when you get the call, your office immediately informs you have a conflict. But then you inform your office that this supersedes the prior conflict. I have a very robust, or I should say we do as a community, very robust volunteer program at Metro. Roughly 500 of them that in 1 year donate roughly 146,000 hours to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department in this community. And this morning I'm here to honor one of those receiving recognition by the city. And Jim's a very special person, as all our volunteers are. Some of them are little pretty unique individuals, Ella. But Jim here, like all of them, comes with some very special qualities over their years. And Jim was a veteran, and when he was in the military, he actually worked as a medical technician and worked in the delivery room. And because of his last name, he was very sought after to deliver kids, because my kid was delivered by the Stork. So you can sort of put that together. After the military, he actually came into the policing world. Worked as a deputy sheriff, the Arapahoe County Sheriff's Department in Colorado. And after being there for a period of time, chose to go with the coroner's office. And if my memory serves me right, spent roughly 34 years in the coroner's office in Arapahoe County. Then 9/11 occurred, or around that time, and he was one of those individuals that responded to 9/11 and spent a considerable amount of time with the dealing of the aftermath, the bodies and whatnot, at the World Trade Center. And then he's been here with us at Metro. And up to this point in time, he's donated almost 4,000 hours to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and the community. Without, I'm sure your support of your wife Peggy at home, 54 years of marriage, I'm sure we all strive to get there. You know, I thought this year when I hit 30 that was a long way, but obviously I'm a rookie compared to you two. But really, on behalf of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, the council, the community, Jim, we can't thank you enough for what it is that you've done here at Metro, and I'm quite honored that the community has taken this time to, somebody else has this actual certificate, I believe. That is it. Yeah. I did, that's my little notes I read before.
That looks very official.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
We have a good luck
But,
for you. And where's your wife at home?
She is right here.
Well, come on up. Right there she is. Come on up, come on up, come on up.
She's taking the pictures.
Gosh, she deserves a medal. I've made it to get this.
Sheriff Gillespie, almost 57 years.
Almost 57?
Yep.
Wow.
In December.
57 years in December. I stand corrected. I want to make sure Joe Schoeneman gets that right for his son article. 57 years.
And will you hold this for your great-grandpa? Okay, this is a certificate from the city, the council, and the mayor to congratulate you on this. We're so proud of all that you've done and how caring a human being you are. But we also appreciate the wife, 57 years. Oh, my goodness. We're so grateful, and we congratulate you. So keep on trucking, Sheriff. You'll get there. 57's now the mark.
A little over halfway there.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, and congratulations. Thanks. You may say many things.
For all you yellow shirts sitting out there today, I want to thank you for coming. And I want to accept this not only for me, but for you. What Sharon has done, working with you people, each and every one of you fine people, should I say, has brought recognition to me that probably would not have been noticed without your help. I thank you, and remember, this is for all of us.
Congratulations to all of you. We treasure you. I had a great time speaking with your group a couple of weeks back. What a wonderful, wonderful group. Recognize you and know what you do. Thank you. You were there. You poor soul had to listen to me go off. Anyway, so congratulations. What a wonderful group, handsome group, and certainly a model for everyone to know what they do. And so for our next item, Councilman Steve Ross is going to talk about safety and teen driving. Ooh, they can't drive anymore.
Yeah. Oh, if only. By the way, the Storks happen to be Ward 6 residents, as many of you are, so I just want to point that out. Mickey, Marvin, all of you. Yeah, I realize just how important and significant our ceremonial portion is, because not only do we get to recognize great people and great events and great groups of people, this is just so important for us to do this. And I used to think, gosh, which council member is going to go on and on and on? Well, that's me today, so just brace yourselves. I'm just kidding. Go sit down. No, I'm just kidding. Very, very important topic, Mayor and council members, and Las Vegas. Teen Driver Safety Week is the week of October 14th to the 20th. It is National Teen Driver Safety Week, and it is a good time to reiterate the importance of safe driving with your teenager. Motor vehicle crashes remain the primary cause of death for adolescents. Teenage drivers ages 16 to 19 are involved in fatal crashes at 4 times the rate of adult drivers. Each year, and this is staggering, each year more than 5,000 teens are killed in motor vehicle crashes. I'm not calling them accidents, they are crashes. The National Highway Safety Traffic Administration has developed a multi-tiered strategy to prevent motor vehicle-related deaths and injuries among teen drivers, which are increasing seatbelt use, implementing graduated driver licensing, reducing teens' access to alcohol, and a very significant one, parental responsibility. One of the best ways to ensure safety behind the wheel is the use of a seatbelt on every trip. Seat belts are the single most effective tools for preventing injuries and deaths behind the wheel. And if you are an individual or family who has been affected by a teenage crash like my family has been, you understand exactly what I'm talking about. Let's talk about cell phones. Cell phone use, regardless of age or level of experience, cell phone use while driving is dangerous. Drivers using cell phones are 4 times more likely to crash, and drivers who text are 8 times more likely to crash. That is staggering. And when you leave here and you hit the streets of Las Vegas, you will see people on their cell phones and texting all over. The statistics are clear. Cell phone use behind the wheel is deadly. Many parents believe that driving at night is safe for teens as long as teens are not out too late. Unfortunately, most fatal teen-related nighttime crashes, guess what, happen before midnight. When it gets dark, the driving environment changes and becomes more complex. It takes experience to drive safely at night and to do so with confidence. Just as cell phones are a deadly distraction, so are teenage passengers. Just one teenage passenger increases a teen driver's crash risk by as much as 48%. 3 teenage passengers increase that rate to 307% more likely to crash. Parents, I hope you're listening. It might be easier to allow teens to carpool with friends and drive their peers and younger siblings, but don't sacrifice your convenience for their safety. The theme for this year's National Teen Driver Safety Week is Share, Not Scare. And to talk more about this important week, I would like Aaron Breen, the Director of Transportation Research Center at UNLV, to come up to the podium, please, and talk a little more about this issue with not only our parents in Las Vegas, but with our teenage drivers. Aaron, come on up and say hello.
Thank you, Councilman Ross. Thank you for coming. It's so good to see you. Councilman Beard, nice to see you again. I feel like it's old home week. I know half of the council. It's such my pleasure, and with such gratitude that I'm here in front of all of you today, especially those of you who parent a child at all between the ages of 16 and 24. This is National Teen Driver Safety Week, and as with most things, Nevada's a little different than the national trend. And the national trend is, in fact, the 16 to 19-year-old driver. But in Nevada in the last 2 years, we have to up that number to the 20 to 24-year-old driver being literally the most dangerous on our roads. And Councilman Ross spoke about seatbelt safety. Last year, our focus for Teen Driver Safety Week was, in fact, cell phones, as our new cell phone law came into effect. This year, our focus here is on seatbelts, and the fact that the 16 to 24-year-old driver is the least likely to be wearing their seatbelt. They are the ones with the most life to lose, and they are losing their lives most often unbelted. So it is an issue that is near and dear to my heart. I know far too many parents that are very good friends of mine now that wish they had never met me. They met me because they lost their child in a crash. And as nice as they are, I wish I never met them as well. And so I'm really here today to say thank you to you for recognizing Teen Driver Safety Week, but to say to all parents here, please, you know how you always say to your child as they leave the house, I love you? Change your vernacular. Instead of saying, I love you, tell them make good decisions behind the wheel of the car. Remind them never get in the car with a drinking driver. And no matter what, always, always put their seatbelt on. And make sure that you have an agreement with your child that if they find themselves in a situation where they know that they're not going to be safe getting home, whether they're the driver or the passenger, that they can call home and you will come and pick them up. No consequences, because we don't want them to be afraid to call home. So I thank you so much. And, you know, the earthquake drill tomorrow morning, I thank you for that too, because I'll be at Legacy High School tomorrow morning doing Teen Driver Safety Week, and I probably would have been a little freaked out at 10:18 by the earthquake drill. So now I'm going back to Chaparral High School. We're at Legacy tomorrow. We're at Vegas High School on Friday, making the rounds to high schools, trying to get the message out. But just as the national drive this year is talking about parental responsibility, we can't do it without your help. Please stay involved as parents with your children driving, no matter what their age. They could be 23, they could be 43. They're still your children and you love them. Remind them, make good decisions behind the wheel.
Thank you. Thank you, Aaron. Don't go away. This is so important. Aaron actually had an event yesterday at UNLV. You stay right here, you ain't going nowhere. This is your event you held at UNLV yesterday, and in the newspaper this morning is a photograph that says, I pledge to always buckle up every trip, every time. Aaron, this is such a significant, important message, not only for our young people driving, but for us as parents to continue to pass this message on. So I think the vernacular would be, I love you, put your safety belt on as you leave. Today, we, the mayor and the city council of Las Vegas, proudly proclaim the week of October 14th through the 20th, 2012 as National Teen Driver Safety Week in the city of Las Vegas, and encourage parents to reiterate the importance of safe driving with your teenager. Thank you very much for all of your efforts, Aaron.
Thank you so much.
You bet.
I really enjoyed it.
You bet. Thank you.
Great. Be safe and put on your seatbelt. And stop what? Stop, drop, and right. Drop, cover, and hold on. For our next item, Councilwoman Tarkanian is going to recognize Spirit Day and share an anti-bullying message. Councilwoman.
Thank you. Going to see how good your spirit is this morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good, good. As you may have noticed when you came into City Hall today, our beautiful waterfall of lights in the lobby is purple, at least as purple as we could get it. We tried hard. Also, many of the folks you see around here today are also wearing purple. This is all in preparation for Friday, October 19th, when millions of Americans will once again wear purple for Spirit Day to stand against bullying. In 2010, a teenager, Brittany McMillan, called on her friends to wear purple as a way to memorialize those who had lost their lives to bullying. With GLAAD's help, Spirit Day has since garnered widespread support from celebrities, TV news and entertainment programs, corporations, schools, local communities, and even national landmarks. And Spirit Day coincides with Alley Week as National Bullying Prevention Month, as well as National Prevention of Bullying Month. I wanted to say something a little personal here because I don't think we often realize how close a lot of this is to us. And the breadth and the depth, the harm bullying brings about is heart-wrenching. And many of us don't even realize it's there until it's almost too late. In my own family, in my extended family, we had an incidence of one child who was crying quite a bit and was moody quite a bit. We didn't know what the problem was. We thought it was, you know, junior high and all that sort of business. And it wasn't until her mother came across some personal notes and poems that she realized the bullying under which this child was going at a junior high school here, and then was able to make efforts to make a correction there. I also can tell you about one of the best-known basketball players in one of my husband's teams, who was bullied probably since the time he was 4, 5, 10, and bullied for what? Because he was tall and strong and much bigger than any of the other kids. And you might think, well, you know, he's big, he could handle it. But no, he was also a very sensitive, introspective individual. And by the time he got to the height of the college, whatever efforts I tried to make and others tried to make, we were not successful. And his life spiraled, and he passed away just 2 or 3 years ago. I'm sure he wouldn't mind my mentioning this here. We were very close, and I myself feel I failed somehow in being able to reach him. But these are the things that are happening every day. You never know. You see someone very acclaimed as a basketball player and everything. You never know the pain they might be going through. Well, we know that Spirit Day has become a movement and a global event. We have hundreds of national radio and TV programs that have backed this. We have numerous celebrities, movie stars, all kinds of celebrities who have backed this day. And amongst our many local supports, we have R&R Partners Foundation, creators of Flip the Script, which is a Nevada anti-bullying campaign that is currently working with our school district to continue to bring awareness to the epidemic of bullying, and that kids bully for all kinds of reasons, rather it be body size, ethnic differences, personality differences, or because a child is lesbian, gay, bisexual, or transgender. You know, in education, those of us who teach know that you learn by making comparisons of similarities, much better than looking at differences. And that's one reason why Sesame has that good song they have about, we'll tell you how all things go together, because we look at similarities. And I think if we would look at the similarities of us, each of us as human beings, instead of the differences, if we could get that across, we'd be making so much headway. At this time, I would like to invite up to the podium LaToya Holman, who's Director of Projects and Community Outreach for R&R Partners Foundation. And then LaToya, you can call up the other members of your community too. I believe we have Herndon Graddick, President of GLAAD, and Virginia Valentine. Come on, this is for you.
Never shy. My goodness, how do we have shyness?
And you know, this is to let you know, or let us know what you know about what this means to you.
Well, I want to thank you all so much. I'm so impressed with the fountains and everyone wearing purple. And my main role here was to get the involvement with the resort corridor. And I think you probably all know that we'll have another mayor on Friday at the Welcome to Las Vegas sign with, of course, Purple Showgirls. And we're working on those purple martinis. We're going to turn the entire strip purple, though, to bring awareness, to flip the script and an anti-bullying message. And Fremont Street Experience, the property marquees will go purple. It's going to be a great event. And we are very fortunate to have with us this week to join us in celebrating Hernan Graddick, who is the national president of GLAAD.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for all of the efforts that you've put into Spirit Day. I thought it was interesting what you were saying about bullying, and you know, I would be surprised if there was anyone who didn't have some sort of aspect of bullying that went on in their childhood. And for me, growing up gay, you know, it was a very shameful thing for anyone to notice that. And, you know, at the time, I didn't share sort of the pain that went on around bullying, because to be bullied was the shameful experience. And I think part of what Spirit Day does is sort of flip it on its head and make the act of bullying a shameful experience, and the person being bullied essentially a hero. And leadership isn't always about what's doing what's easy. Sometimes it's about what's doing what's right. And I think that in recognizing all of the different sort of aspects of our society, that's what we're doing with Spirit Day. So thank you very much. Thank you.
We have to introduce here Latoya Holman, too, who is the director of R&R Partners Foundation, and I have to thank R&R and Billy Vasiliadis. We could not have done this without their support and their leadership.
Thank you. It's our honor from R&R Partners Foundation to do this and to be part of this movement, and it gives us such, you know, pride and joy when we look at what our city and what our county's been able to do and coming together to support these kids, show love and provide support and hope to our teens who are experiencing bullying at a very rapid and tragic rate. Over 160,000 kids don't go to school every single day because they're bullied. So we really need to keep a focus, and Spirit Day is just another way to do that. So thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. And today, the city of Las Vegas is going to, I'm going to read this. I don't care what Ross thinks. If I'm taking too long, I don't care if he's counting my minutes. I just want to read this. Whereas, oh, he's not a poor soul. Whereas bullying is a problem that affects countless children and teens and has been linked to depression and low self-esteem. And lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender youth face an increased risk of bullying, with nearly 9 out of 10 of these individuals reporting harassment at school. And many children and teens who engage in bullying do so because they think it is funny, not fully realizing the amount of pain endured by their victims. And studies show that when communities engage in concerted programs, as we're attempting to do here in Clark County, programs aimed at identifying bullying and its consequences, these efforts can actually reduce rates of bullying in schools and online in these communities. And Flip the Script is a program of R&R Partners Foundation whose purpose is to make students and parents aware of bullying and its consequences, and works with the international program called Spirit Day, created by teenager Brittany McMillan. GLAAD helps millions go purple annually in a stand against bullying and in a show of support for LGBT youth. And Spirit Day was the color purple. We wear it to remind bullies, victims of all kinds, educators and parents, that bullying has a real consequence and should never be tolerated. And now we, the mayor, and the members of the Las Vegas City Council do hereby take great pride in proclaiming October 19th, 2012 as Spirit Day. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. You're very welcome. Take care. Thank you. I'm returning this.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for participating so nationally in Virginia always. Virginia Valentine, former city manager for many, many years. And look at me. Oh, my gosh, don't get down. Thank you. Look at this. Everybody's bending. I hope I
Now the whole thing is, can you get it in order?
Right, the question. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. I'd like to add to that I have worked with thousands of young people over my lifetime. And most often, while we may see bullying in elementary school, certainly it is the responsibility at home of whoever is there to give your child the tools with which to handle bullying. It has to happen that way. Bullying has been around for centuries and centuries. And it is giving the child the tools to know what to do when the first signs of bullying come. Where you report it, be brave enough to report the signs of bullying. It's up to each teacher in each classroom to keep an eye on their children and not think, I don't have the time to report this, or talk to the child, find out what's happening, and grab a hold of those other children. I have heard time and time again from bully followers, why are you following this bully? They're scared to death of being bullied. So it comes from within. We need to be there as parents. Faculty need to be there. Teachers need to be there. Anybody that's anywhere needs to keep their eyes open. But always it's about the child himself or herself, to give them the tools, to have the confidence, 1, to come to you, 2, to go to the teacher, 3, to go to somebody. Because I will tell you, with every effort in making this happen, it's usually the young people that are great and good that we're preaching to. And this, you look at animals on an animal farm, they sometimes look for an animal that's wounded already. You have to understand we are, in fact, ourselves a form of animal. In fact, we are animals. And so what happens is that bully will go ahead and get the rest of the team together because they're scared to death that now you're going to be next under attack, or one of you. And I have known young people. I remember a student in 7th and 8th grade, particularly large, and I kept hearing reports about how he was bullying this one other child, a boy in his class, and he was flushing down the toilet, sneakers, tearing up, mocking him everywhere. When that young boy hit 9th grade, and it was planning time to plan for his high school career, I kept hearing from everybody in the class that this boy was the most popular, kindest boy ever. And I called him in and I said to him, Jeremy, I know I spoke to you repeatedly in middle school. How come? What's changed? He said, Mrs. Goodman, I was so ashamed of myself through all of that. But everybody that I went to was scared to death of me. And so I am planning the rest of my life to do everything I can to be a better person. He was ashamed, and so often bullies are. But it starts at home, and it starts in the classroom, and our awareness, and giving these young people the safety net to know, 1, they can talk to us, 2, here are some tools of what you can use so it doesn't happen. So enough from me. Moving on to our next item, I'd like to call upon Councilman Coffin, who is going to remind us about a danger we all face and recognize by those working to keep us safe from cybercrime. Councilman, are you technology efficient?
No, I'm deficient. Technology deficient, and that's why they gave this to me to introduce. I think it's probably a lesson being taught the hard way. Well, thank you very much, Your Honor, and members of the council. October is Cyber Security Awareness Month. What does that mean? What it means is we're going to talk about something very briefly here today that is consuming billions of dollars of our resources and billions of hours of our time in this country in unproductive fashion, because we as a people are very lazy about controlling our time and the methods which we use to work the internet. This proclamation is going to be presented to the Nevada Cybersecurity Committee, and it's all the information security officers from agencies throughout the state. We're going to have some folks up here to accept this proclamation in a minute. The president has declared that the cyber threat is one of the most serious economic and national security challenges we face as a nation. Something's missing, and there's a couple of key words missing from the proclamation. I want to make sure that, and they're not here in these talking points. Let me just say this. There is, of course, the usual acronym here, STOP, Think, and Connect. My goodness, what have we heard today? We've heard one. I had stop, drop, and roll when I was a kid. Well, stop. Before you use the internet, take time to understand the risks and learn how to spot potential problems. Think. Take a moment to be certain the path ahead is clear. Watch for warning signs and consider how your online actions could impact your safety or your family's. And connect. Enjoy the internet with greater confidence, knowing you've taken the right steps to safeguard yourself and your computer. Well, it really all starts with your password. But then it goes into things that are not discussed so much often, but you hear every now and then about cyber attacks. This country is under attack, under continual attack from unfriendly people. And it's not just, we all think about the spam that we get and how that consumes bandwidth and how it consumes our time and really, frankly, is a pain. And one of the worst spams we get is sometimes under the guise of some of the most innocuous and, frankly, some of the most patriotic kinds of approaches or the religious approaches, whereby something patriotic or something religious is sent to you and you are told, send this to all your friends. And of course, what happens is a great harvesting takes place around the clock of all the names and all the email addresses of everyone who forwards these things. And sometimes it turns into millions of new names for those people. Well, this isn't just a commercial venture here we're talking about. We're talking about national security. Put yourself in the position of a spouse, a child, a close family member, or a friend of an employee of a governmental entity, state, local, or federal. They could be in the military. They could be in what is relatively considered a desk job outside the military. Now let us suppose you exchange emails or jokes or these religious entreaties or patriotic entreaties to these folks. And sometimes maybe they drop their guard and they give you an email address they shouldn't give you. And, your little computer at home where you've innocently passed on this worthy message has been penetrated by somebody who you've been lazy and you've let them in. And they're there. They're operating using your computer and you don't even know it. China employs thousands and thousands of people in a country with a lot of money and a lot of people needing work. China is the preeminent cyber attacking nation in this world. Iran runs pretty strong. Other Middle Eastern countries employ people doing this, Al-Qaeda and other folks. So it's not just a commercial thing. The thing we worry about, frankly, is not the commercial spamming. It's the constant attempts to get inside the firewalls of our agencies. But if you've exchanged emails and you've dropped your guard, and maybe your friend or your colleague inside the firewall has dropped his or her guard, and now they're in there, there's a place. It's not just a hacker looking to come in and test firewalls. It's somebody in there getting secrets. And it isn't just the secrets of a governmental agency. It's the contractor who does business with the government. And because they're usually the biggest offenders. They're usually the ones who have dropped their guard. And the IT manager who tells you that they're foolproof and safe should be fired. Because no one is foolproof. No one is safe. I think that we will now invite 3 people up here to accept this proclamation so we can move forward with the rest of our business. Conrad Larkin from North Las Vegas. Terry Dowse from the city of Henderson, and our own Joe Santilli from the city of Las Vegas. I think you're here. Yes. Good to see you, Joe.
Thank you for all that you do. Thank you so much.
Good to be here. Thank you. Thank you. Gentlemen, I'm going to read this proclamation. I'm going to take out a few of the whereases because I think it's very important. I think we understand what's going on here. Whereas, we recognize the vital role that technology has in our daily lives and in the future of our state and nation, whereby today many citizens, schools, libraries, businesses, and other organizations use the internet for a variety of tasks, including keeping in contact with family and friends, managing personal finances, performing research, enhancing education and conducting business. And whereas the Stop Think Connect campaign at www.stopthinkconnect.org is a national effort coordinated by a coalition of private companies, nonprofits, and governmental organizations to help all digital citizens stay safer and more secure online. And whereas the United States Department of Homeland Security, the Multi-State Information Sharing and Analysis Center, the National Association of State Chief Information Officers, and the National Cybersecurity Alliance have declared October as National Cybersecurity Awareness Month. Therefore, we, the Mayor and the City Council of the City of Las Vegas, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2012 as Cybersecurity Awareness Month in the City of Las Vegas. We thank you very much. Now, I would ask you, Joe, if you want to step up and say a couple of words. Certainly correct all the mistakes that I may have made.
Actually, you did a fantastic job. In fact, you stole some of what I was going to say. So, I'm going to keep this real short. On behalf of all the members of the Nevada Cybersecurity Committee, I'd like to thank the mayor and the council, especially Councilman Coffin, for recognizing Cybersecurity Awareness Month. I'd also like to thank Terry and Conrad for joining me to accept this proclamation. As Councilman Coffin stated, cybersecurity is important to both the state of Nevada and the entire United States. Attacks are becoming more frequent and getting more sophisticated every day. Cybersecurity is the new frontier to combat these threats. Cyber threats are not just aimed at government and business, but also impact individuals and their families. Cybersecurity awareness can't just be a month-long event, but must be a mindset for everyone to protect themselves and their family.
Thank you, Joe. Well, everybody, let's give a great big round of applause to these folks. Here is the proclamation to you. Spread the good word to all their colleagues. We thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for keeping us all cyber safe. Very important. And for our final item, Councilman Beer is going to recognize the efforts of two people in helping come to compromise that benefited all the residents of the city. Wow.
It's not like I did much. It's the two people we're honoring that we need to honor. Jeannie Goodrich and Marcy Reedy, please come forward. As you all know, our local governments in the Las Vegas Valley have seen a reduction in revenue due to a decline in property tax and tourism. And over at the Library District, to which they and I go way back to the Charleston Heights branch, was in a strip mall, which I think is now about where the buffet is at Arizona Charlie's 35, 40 years ago. They were trying to deal with the reduction in revenue at the Library District and came up with a number of possible scenarios. It looked at one point like one would be an elimination almost of the community theater programs that many of us have enjoyed over the years. And Marcy Reedy, who's got a daughter who's performing in many of those community theater programs, diligently worked and continued to negotiate, and the Library District negotiated, and it took almost a year and a half, I think, maybe 2, maybe 3, and the outcome is that we will not be losing our community theater programs in the Valley, although we may be paying slightly higher tickets. Jeannie, you want to start? Give us a little rundown of what we're doing and how we're doing it, and then we'll talk to Marcy.
I wanted to thank the councilman and on behalf of the Library Board of Trustees and the staff and myself say that this was a process that involved a lot of negotiation and compromise, but I think we all feel we got to a good place, and I appreciate Marcy Reedy's involvement with that. We also were helped by local financial expert Guy Hobbs and Dr. Keith Bowman, who's a big supporter of culture in our community, and I'm pleased that we came to a place where we'll be able to continue to have offerings through our theaters, and we'll be able to bring in a little bit more revenue than we have in the past, and we'll be looking forward to dealing with the issues as we move forward and working with the theater groups. I don't know if Marcy's going to recognize a couple of the other people that have been active in this, but if you'd like to say a few words. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Goodrich. Unfortunately, my 9-year-old can memorize a speech thanks to the Broadway Bound program. However, I'm not as talented in that respect, but I will try and be brief. This was a long process for me. It lasted about 8 months. Certainly for the library district, they had worked on it a lot longer. From the day that I wrote my first letter to the day the rates were actually reduced. I started speaking out on behalf of a single organization, Broadway Bound, but along the way I was joined by many other affected groups who, like us, didn't necessarily think they were big enough to matter. So at that point, we were joined by community members who enjoy the performances at the library. And together, we learned that our voice was louder as a group than it was as individuals. It's empowering to know that our democratic process works. We did the legwork. We researched the information. We learned positions from both sides. We got support from the community. We made our case, we offered a solution, and we're willing to compromise. And so for that, it was a great learning experience for me, and I think it was a great experience for the kids in the Broadway Bound program as well as other programs. So Broadway Bound, which is the group that I volunteer for, it's a children's youth organization. We do children's theater. We're tremendously excited to be returning to the library theaters for our next season, 2 musicals next year that are going to be in February and August of 2013. I would like to share this recognition with all the individuals who helped along the way, because I did not accomplish this alone. And a special thank you to my 9-year-old daughter, Grace, who skipped school this morning to be here with me. Come on down. Who gives excellent speeches thanks to her 3rd grade teacher, Mrs. Appleys, and Broadway Bound, as well as Heaven, a 13-year-old talented performer in our program, and her mom, Michelle, who have attended, I think, every meeting that I've attended and have spoken at just about every meeting I have as well. Thank you again, Mrs. Goodrich, very much for your willingness to compromise, and we're just so excited to be back at the theater.
Big round of applause for both.
Thank you. Thank you. So glad to see you both. You know, it really does go to show what happens in this community. And yes, one voice holding on, trying to make a difference, becoming 10 voices or 50 voices, and mediating and being each giving on either side. So much is accomplished, and it's remarkable. We're thrilled to death because the young people, Broadway Bound and the other theater groups that might want to avail themselves of theater space in the libraries, it's beautiful. And I know the ball that Ms. Goodrich, Dr. Goodrich, has had to carry, trying to figure out how do we do everything with less and less dollars coming in. So all the dollars that everybody contributes, it is really, everything is being worked out carefully, and this is a great achievement. And I must compliment Councilman Beers because he really spearheaded for the city. So thank you. Thank you all. We will now break for 3 days.
Excuse
me? How many minutes?
Just 5 minutes, Mayor.
5 minutes? 5 minutes? 5 minutes. We will be back in 5 minutes. We're recessing for 5 minutes. Thank you very much. 3 days.
Yeah, 3 days.
All right, everyone, we will reconvene. So I'll give you about 30 seconds to find your way back to your chair. Okay, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. We do not need your address. Just your name is fine. We will set the time at 1 minute.
Good morning, Wes Isbut. I'm just curious if we're going to be able to speak on the items later, or if this is our only moment to have discussion.
Which items are you?
Specifically, 67, it's a discussion item. It's up for vote.
67, just that one?
That's just
okay. I will invite you up. I always think it's better to have you talk when the issue's in front of us all. So
the proximity time would be relevant.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I will make sure that I have that for you. Okay.
Oh, my
Yes,
name is
sir. Good
Anthony
morning.
Hodges, 123 David. Good morning. Item 34, it's about shelter for homeless, prevention for emergency shelter for the homeless. Y'all gonna do I have to come back on that when you bring it up?
Yes, we will be bringing that, pulling it forward, so you
Okay,
may come up at that
34,
time.
thank you.
We'll do that, too. Anyone else, please come forward, state your name.
Good morning, Mayor, council members. My name's Thomas Dennis. I'm the co-owner of the Redneck Kitchen along with my wife. This is for Agenda 67 that I'm here for.
Okay.
We just wanted to state that, my wife and I are both military vets, that we've lost our jobs in the economy. We took our savings, invested in the food truck business, and any kind of limitations on where we can park and where we can go is greatly going to hamper my ability to provide for myself and my family. So thank you very much.
And thank you for your service to the country.
And by the way,
We wish you well.
currently have 3 boys in the active duty in the service. Today, my son's birthday, 21st birthday. He is in Afghanistan right now. So, hey, I just want to say happy birthday to him because I'll see this later.
And our prayers for his safety. Wow. Anyone else, please come forward, state your name, and you can give our clerk or somehow get the card to her.
My name is Evan Louie, also speaking on agenda item number 67, representing Kona Ice, Las Vegas and Henderson. Just want to make a comment that we have an established network that is a kind of a text-based network in meetings with the mobile food vending trucks, now kind of uniting our mobile vending. And as being a participant in those meetings, I assure you that I will do my best to make sure that they follow the ethical standards and fair practices of businesses, which I'm very active, as I mentioned earlier, with the LV Chamber and other chambers. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Louie. Anyone else? Either one works.
Good morning, Mayor.
Morning.
I'm here to speak along with my daughter. I'm not sure what the agenda item is. Her name is
First, your name, please.
Jessica. My name is Fred Kaiser. She doesn't have any counsel. I'm going to, hopefully I can represent her.
Okay, and that's item 63. Thank you very much. Anyone else, please? Okay, hearing none, we will now move on to item 12. Business item for possible action, any items from this morning's session that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 2 items. Item number 56, R70-2012, staff has asked that to be stricken. And item number 64, appeal of a work card denial for Jonathan Parker, DB at Wahoo's Fish Taco. The applicant has asked that be withdrawn, and that will be my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote, and please post. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you, Councilman. Moving on to item 13, is there, for possible action to approve the final minutes by reference of the regular City Council meeting of October 3rd, 2012. Is there a motion to approve these minutes, Mayor Pro Tem?
So moved.
There's a motion. Please vote, and please post. Motion carries. We'll move on now to consent agenda. Items 14 through 56, with the exception of, and we will get to that in 1 minute, are on the consent agenda, are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by their departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items the council wishes to bring forward? And Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem, I think you have a list, so council persons, if you wish to add something else, please speak out. I will not move this until that happens.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to pull from the consent agenda item number 15, item number 29, item number 34, 35, 42, and 43.
Thank you. Are there any other items that you would like pulled forward? We said 43. Okay, that seems to be it. Therefore, all the remaining items, would you make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda items 14 through 56, except for 15, 29, 34, 35, 42, and 43.
And 56, which has been stricken.
Correct.
Okay. So there's a motion, and if you'll please vote and then post. Bless you. It didn't come through? Okay. That motion carries. So we will begin with item number 15. And for possible action, to approve the interlocal agreements between Clark County and the City of Las Vegas, which define the allocations, roles, and responsibilities between Clark County, fiscal agent, City of Las Vegas subgrantees, municipal court, and city attorney's office of the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistant Grant, JAG program. Fiscal year 2012 grant award, fiscal year 2012 DJBX 1056 CFDA number 16.738, total grant award funding $1,024,399 of the city Las Vegas portion of allocation being $277,517. So, Councilman Beers, this is your baby.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A member of my household authored a grant application for this source of funding. She's employed by Clark County. She was successful in receiving approval of her grant application. However, this item, although it lists her grant application in the item, this item is actually us approving a award to the city from the county, and therefore there is no conflict of interest, I am told by our city attorney, with whom I've discussed this extensively. Therefore, I will be voting.
Okay.
But I did want to disclose that.
No, I think that's important. Anything to add, Mr. Durbin?
No, I agree. I think that, just to put a fine point on it, the application at the county could in some way be seen maybe as competing with the city. That's already happened a long time ago. That happens internally. This vote today doesn't affect the county's grant or its relatives' grant. They're accepting their grant. Doesn't affect ours one way or the other. So I believe there's no conflict of interest.
Okay, no conflict of interest there. So may I have a motion to approve this item number 15?
I'll make a motion to approve item number 15.
There's a motion. Please vote, and please post. We will next move, oh, sorry. Motion carries. We'll move on now to item number 29. And whose is this? Okay. For possible action to approve amendments to the current contract with Sierra Health and Life SHL and Health Plan of Nevada HPN agreements to add 2 additional medical plans, thereby replacing the current self-funded plan with 4 fully insured plans, 1 HMO, 2 PPOs, and 1 point-of-service POS plan. And so we have those who wish to address it. And where was this pulled from? Any of our council people here? Councilman Coffin. Okay, thank you. Do you want to make sure that's on, please, Vicki? Thank you.
Thank you, Jace. Good morning, members of the council and Your Honor. I'm Vicki Robinson. I'm the manager of risk and benefits for the City of Las Vegas. And with me I have Don Giancurcio, who is the CEO for Nevada for United Healthcare, the, how do I pronounce that? The national parent company of Sierra and Health Plan of Nevada. And we would be happy to answer any questions that you have about the program or the contract. Oh, and Jamie is now up here. Jamie Crosley is our Sierra and HPN representative, and she's been our representative for
15 years.
15 years.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all, I have to say that I'm surprised that one of us would even have to call this off of a consent, because it's not a routine item. It is one that certainly stands out as a great big change in how we operate our employee benefits. And for that reason, I don't think it should have been placed on consent at all. And so thank you very much, Your Honor, and members of the council for pulling it off consent. Vicki, we've heard some explanations in our briefings, our private briefings, but not much in the public. And I want to know a couple of things. I'm not a stranger to this business. I am somewhat experienced in the insurance business, and I'm familiar with the stranglehold that United Healthcare has on the health insurance business here in Nevada. And it is the dominant market player with a huge market share, and it really drives the market. And this bid request, the RFP, which you kindly provided to me, called for a 2-year rate guarantee, which, after discussing this with some other people that did not bid, really took them out of the running, because, you know, with the unsettled health care market of today, due to the national health care debate and the plan that's in effect, we have a problem getting bids from people, and I think everybody understands that. But to ask for a 2-year rate guarantee really makes it hard for companies to bid. Nevertheless, we did get 1 bid from United Healthcare. So for that, we were very appreciative. But I just want to know how many of our employees really were aware of this. Was this discussed with them? Because it was reputed that the City Employees Association, a large group of folks here, were told they were fine with it. Now, 80% of our employees take the current plan which we use, and I myself am part of this plan too, so I'm familiar with it. They are part of the self-funded plan. So they're all going to be switched to something different. I want to know what kind of support we had, or at least recognition that that they were part of a cost-saving measure, that they were giving up benefit in order to, you know, go into this new plan, saving premium and, of course, saving dollars for the city. But what endorsement do we have from the City Employees Association, for starters?
Councilman Coffin and members of the council, as you probably know, we have an insurance committee made up of 3 management people and 3 members of the City Employees Association. I have been here 16 years, and those members have changed over the years in terms of people, but in terms of membership, they have not changed. And throughout that entire time, either the president or the vice president of the CEA has sat on the insurance committee, and 2 other CEA members have sat on that committee. We have always been open and honest, and we've discussed the issues that we had with our insurance plans and changes that could possibly happen, changes that we had to make in response to market changes, or changes that we had to make in response to our demographics, or simply because we had not a good administrator and we needed to change administrators. Last year, we sat down with that same group and talked about the fact that we would like to come up with additional plans for our members, giving them maybe a more moderately priced choice in addition to the other choices that they had, plus for group health, plus also give them choices in dental and vision plans, so that if they wanted to buy up, they could, or if they wanted to spend less on medical and take that savings and spend it on vision or dental, they could. We wanted to make it more responsive to our employees and their individual needs, rather than just saying, here's the plan, here's what you got. We asked our broker to look at all the plans that were out there, not only our self-insured plan, but the fully insured plans that were out there as well. So we really looked at how do we give them choice? How do we give them equivalent, we wanted the plans to be the same excellent coverage, equivalent to what we were giving them now, but we also wanted to be, to go ahead with one of the council priorities on comprehensive fiscal stewardship. And we, for years, told our employees they need to be good fiscal stewards, good conscientious consumers of their health care. And when we looked at it, we said, we also need to be good conscientious consumers and stewards of their money as well as the city's money. So we looked at numerous alternatives, and we also looked at what our plan was going to look like if we didn't change plans, if we stayed with the current plan. It was going to be, for our consumer-driven plan, we were looking at between 15 and 18% increase. That's a very large increase for both the city and our employees to absorb. And it was just based on past claims experience. In order to, as an insurance person, you know, Councilman, that you have to, premiums have to cover the cost of the claims. They just do. We also looked at our fully insured plans, and 25% of our employees are already with Sierra and HPN, and it was indicated that we probably would look at between a 5 and 10% increase. We've had, that's been a standard increase for us for every year. So, and as I said, I've been here 16 years. 14 of those we've been self-insured, and for 16 I've been responsible for group health. So when the broker came to me and said, we're going to, I can give you this bundled package from Sierra that provides really excellent coverage, equivalent coverage, and it's going to save both the city and the employees money. We sat down with the insurance committee and said, this is the alternative. We can continue with our plan and look at very, very large increases or reduction in benefits, or we can look at the offer that Sierra has made us and provide, once again, really good fiscal stewardship for our employees and the city. Ultimately, in the first year, we anticipate it will save our employees about $600,000 and the city about $4 million, with no real loss in benefits to our employees. What made it easier for me as the risk manager to make this recommendation, as I said, we've been self-insured for 14 years. That's a scary proposition to go back to being completely full insured. What made it an easier item for me to recommend this plan was that these are local people. I understand that United is a national company, but Don and I have known each other for 14 years. Jamie and I have known each other for 15 years. We have each other's phone numbers. I have Don's home number. These are local people. This is a local company. It provides money in the local economy. There are several, is it 1,500 employees you have here? 2,500 employees in Las Vegas Valley.
Councilman, if I may, Dan Tarwater, Human Resources Director. To answer your question a little more directly, in our labor contract, we have a provision in there that creates an insurance committee. Again, as Vicki reiterated, 3 members of management, 3 members of the CEA, and they vote. And in this case, the vote was 6-0 to go to this plan. And in the last 10 years, the chairman of this committee has been the president of the CEA, Val Sharp, and prior to that, Don King.
Well, I'm aware that Mr. Sharp is retired immediately after making this choice on behalf of his organization. I do not know how his successors feel about that or how his board feels. And I'm not necessarily approaching this from the simply how the union feels about it, but I'm curious if they all know they're going to lose access to a significant number of hospitals in the valley, whereas previously they have had access to all of them. What do they have to do to gain access to all of the hospitals? There will be some, won't there?
If I could address that. Right now, the city, as a self-insurer, is a member of the Hospital Coalition. The Hospital Coalition currently has contracts with all of the Valley hospitals, and we've had contracts. They have had contracts for many years with all the hospitals. However, last year, in their contract renegotiations, there was major discussion about not having all of the hospitals in the network. They are looking for opportunities to save money, and you can...
all the humanity.
They were looking at the Valley Hospital system not being part of the group, part of the network. That's how you save money. You offer volume and lower pricing structure. So our understanding from the coalition management is that they will be using the same strategy this year in their renegotiations, and that it is very likely that the coalition will probably not have contracts with all of the hospitals in the valley. So we were looking at losing some of the hospitals, there's access to some of the hospitals regardless of where we went. The hospitals that are not in the network for Sierra are Sunrise, Mountain View, and Southern Hills. I forget that one every time.
Did you invite, there is another group of people that do use, what is the name of the organization? Is it Healthcare Partners that does incorporate those hospitals into its group? Were they invited to bid on the plan? Because I cannot find their names. Isn't there a group of physicians and doctors and hospitals and doctors?
I think Mr. Giancurcio could probably answer
because
that
I don't see
question
in the
better.
request for proposal list, I don't see that group being asked for a bid on this plan.
Councilman,
Excuse
Healthcare
me,
Partners
could
is
you-
a provider group.
Pardon me, could
Oh,
you
I
announce your name for the record, please?
I
Thank you.
apologize. Don Giancurcio, I'm the CEO for the Nevada market for United Healthcare. My primary responsibilities are overseeing the regulated entities, both domiciled here in the state of Nevada, Health Plan of Nevada, and Sierra Health and Life. And as Vicki mentioned, we are a local company. We have, in total, 2,500 employees that are residents of Clark County and the various cities that comprise Clark County.
Well, Don,
All
I'm
of our
sorry.
operations-
I want to interrupt you for just a second because the question I just asked was not for you. It was for our staff. It was...
Councilman, we would not have asked Healthcare Partners for a bid because they are not an insurance company, but they are part of Sierra's program. So Mr. Giancurcio could address how they are part of Sierra's program.
Okay, so that helps me understand. Help me understand then how people would gain access to these other significant hospitals.
I apologize if I wasn't clear in understanding your question. So Healthcare Partners is a provider group. They're a large provider group headquartered out of California, but they do have a significant presence here in the state of Nevada, predominantly in Las Vegas. They are a contracted provider group for all of our Health Plan of Nevada lines of business, as well as Sierra Health and Life. That was not always the case. And this recontracted initiative occurred on or around April of this year. So they are fully engaged with us, especially now on all lines of business as we go through commercial open enrollments, which are employers like the City of Las Vegas, as well as the Medicare annual election period, because they are contracted providers for our company's United Healthcare Medicare Complete plan. So they are contracted. They're available for any city employee to utilize for primary or specialty cares, whatever services they may have. We continue to have a relationship with the HCA hospitals, which are the three that Vicki mentioned, for emergency services. So if there is any need at any time for a member to have emergency services, that would be viewed as a contracted facility for emergency services. It's the elective procedures, Councilman, that are not considered, in which they are not considered contracted. To your broader question, is there an opportunity to engage them and bring them in to our contracted network for elective services? Absolutely, that opportunity exists. Our national organization has a national contract with HCA. They have been pursuing a dialogue with us to bring the Las Vegas market back into the network. And we're willing and ready to have that dialogue, but it's got to make financial sense to us. It's got to pencil, because at the end of the day, we have thousands of employers who depend upon us to manage the ultimate underlying costs of what their health care plan drives. So I would tell you we are always open. I can't give you any specifics. I can tell you what Vicki has said is true, because I do interact with a lot of the coalition employers, and they are looking at a scenario in which they will not have one of the systems. I do not know which system it would be in their offering on a going forward basis.
See, Don, I've been a part of this game for more than 40 years here, and I know it's always been easy to get a discount for your health care plan. If you cut out some group of hospitals, it's always been a corporate game, and cut out Valley, get a discount. Cut out HCA, get a discount. Previously, Humana. Cut out the Pennsylvania group, sorry, the guys from, well, you know what I mean. Anyway, there's always been a group, and you could always play them, the third-party administrators, the individually self-insured employers, such as we were. They could always cut out somebody and get a big discount, and we are getting a discount here because we're cutting somebody out. That's our main savings. It's an inconvenience to the employees in some ways, you understand, and as I see it, in my stewardship role here as a council member, and I need to make sure that they really understand it, because I've heard a lot of complaints from people about this. A lot of people don't want to be complaining in public around here, but they do complain privately to members of the council. Anybody can get a savings when you do that kind of thing, but is it a real savings? Sure. There will be money, but there will be an inconvenience too, and I really think people have got to know that. Because we're not putting any pay raises in anybody's envelope for a while. We haven't, and we don't plan on it for a while. And the only way I've always felt that you could reward your employees in a smart way was with benefits, because that way it's tax-free, and that at least they get some real use for it as their paycheck shrinks. So I am concerned about this. I will participate. I will join up with this one. I will switch over, and I will become a user of this new network, as I have been of the previous one. But I've got a better deal than an employee with a family. My family's covered under my wife's insurance, so I'm speaking for others, not just myself. And I realize the tight financial shape the city is in, and you're saving some people some money, and they do have 4 choices. But this thing was done awfully quietly. And even today, going on the consent agenda, I just object to such an important thing being placed in such a fashion. I think that I guess I'm okay. I'm all right, Jack's the old English saying. Look at the list of doctors. Yours is there, okay. So I'm okay in that regard. But what if they aren't? We've got to make sure we have real care, and our employees encouraged and assisted in getting their doctors contracted if they're not in the system. We really need you to help it. I'm troubled about one more thing, even though I'm going to vote for this. It is that for our group, which is large, I don't know how many lives altogether we have. Is it 3,000, 4,000 lives?
Less than.
Okay.
Less than 3.
Well, but I'm including dependents, not just the employees.
Yes.
That adds to the market share for HCA. I'm sorry, for United. And you've already got a huge market share. And it creates a distortion and increases a distortion in the marketplace by this public government using your facility exclusively. And I don't think government should encourage this kind of behavior. But I don't think our staff thought about that. I really don't think that was part of the picture, Don. I'm familiar with it, you're familiar with it, but I don't think staff is.
Councilman, with all due respect, I don't know that I would characterize it as such. I think a lot has changed, certainly in the last 4 years, certainly since the time of our transaction in 2007. We had a greater proportion of insured members enrolled in our programs at that point than we do now. If you look at the changes that have occurred as a result of the economic downturn, if you look at the increase in competitors in the marketplace, those dynamics have changed. If you looked at the small group, which is a predominant amount of our customer base, excuse me, and you look at the supplemental filings that were done with the state, what you'll see is that we don't have the 50-ish% market share that you may recall about the time of our transaction that we were at or about based on state data. Today we're probably in the mid-30s, and there is a lot more distribution of enrolled employee plans with other competitors, predominantly in that individual and small group space. So I don't know that it's a fair characterization that we have to imply that we have this inordinate share of market power, because I can tell you we really don't. If you look at contracting and you look at other payers, the Hospital Services Purchasing Coalition and the employers they represent actually sit at the table with more bodies to negotiate than we do. Where we have broader footprint, if you will, is in governmental programs. We are the MCO for the state, the Managed Care Organization for the state's Medicaid program. We've been proud to serve that population for 15 years. And we've got the longest standing Medicare Advantage program in Southern Nevada, over 25 years with our Senior Dimensions program. So those, in all fairness, those may distort the facts, but when we look at the pure commercial space, which is where the City of Las Vegas Employee Benefit Program resides, we don't have the dominant share that I think you may view if you looked at us with all lines of business in.
Thank you.
Don. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman Tarkanian wanted to make a comment. Councilman Beer.
I just wanted to make a comment that I have had concerns voiced to me by individuals who have had your health plans. So I hope that we don't have people waiting weeks and weeks for appointments and things along that line. That's very important. And Vicki, you had said that this is excellent coverage. You have said that it is equivalent coverage. And you have said there is no loss in benefits. And Don, you then later said Vicki is correct, so I'm assuming you're saying the same thing. I just want that on the record because that's extremely important. As Councilman Coffin said, there's nothing, I think, more important right now to families than to make sure they have the right health care and a job. So I just want that on the record, and are you going to substantiate that if I said, am I understanding correctly? I made notes.
I think it's excellent coverage. It's just structured differently, Councilwoman. We've had, for the last 8 years, we've had a consumer-driven health care plan, which meant that individuals had a health reimbursement account. So the first $1,000, they had first dollar coverage. Once they went through the first dollar coverage, they had a deductible and an 80-20 plan. This program that we're offering, the two preferred provider organization plans and the point of service plan, are structured differently, but ultimately end up being a deductible and an 80-20 plan. So I think our employees will enjoy the idea of being able to know exactly what their copays are going to be when they go in. Under our current plan, that's not the case. It kind of depends on whether or not they've gone through their health reimbursement account yet.
I'm just going to hold you on those words that I quoted. Okay.
I will be happy to come and talk to you in a year and see if everybody's happy, Councilwoman.
And we would probably find out in a year, but I think that's extremely important. We trust in you, and the workers in this community trust in us. So,
Councilwoman, this is the same plan that I get.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments from council? Councilman Coffin, do you want to, since you asked it to be pulled, would you like to address and make a motion, or shall I turn to Mayor Pro Tem? Okay, Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a motion to approve item number 29.
Thank you. Please vote, and please post. Thank you very much. Motion carries. Thank you. And
Thank you. Madam Mayor,
Thank you. Yes, please.
I wanted to point out that item number 37, which has already been approved, I don't think it matters, but it was approved as being in Ricky Barlow's ward, and really it's in Ward 1.
Okay.
If that is, I want to make that on the record.
Yeah.
He really likes to give me all the smokes and wine.
All right, now we will move on to item number 34.
Mayor, if we could take item 34 and 35 together, that would be great.
Okay, anyone have a problem with that here? Council? Mr. Jervik, is that okay, 34 and 35 together? Any problem legally for us to do that?
You can take them together, but they'll take
Thank
you
you.
separate votes.
Taken together but separate votes. All right. Number 34, for possible action to approve an allocation of $351,350 in Emergency Solutions Grant ESG, federal funds to provide homeless prevention, emergency shelter operations, street outreach activities, and to prevent homelessness. Item number 35, for possible action, an allocation of $750,000 in RDA 9% set-aside funding to Immediate Needs Assistance Program, INAP, and the Emergency Relocation Program, ERA, to provide immediate assistance to individuals for homeless prevention and rapid rehousing services. And Dr. Hibbler.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor and members of the council. May I ask that the overhead be turned on?
And would you please state your name for the record, although we know
Yes,
who you are?
Lisa Morris Hibbler, Deputy Director, Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services Department. The Homeless Prevention and Rapid Rehousing Program that was funded by ARA ended on June 30th, 2012. The items before you today will help the city continue providing homeless services at the Corridor Hope Center through our nonprofit partners. The programs being discussed are highlighted in yellow. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, and Mr. Hodges, I did say you could come back and speak on the item, so please,
Thank you.
your
I'll
comments.
be real brief. Well, I'm glad, Mayor, that these particular two items, that the city's taking so much, responsibility in being involved, because the homeless situation getting greater by the day, and sometimes you have service that you want to have individuals as well as families. So I thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments from council? Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thanks to the council for pulling this off consent. This was my request, both of these. And the reason is because there is something that is good being done here for the people. I wish we had more to help the homeless and the mentally ill that are out on the streets, but we don't have enough money. So when you are able to allocate $1 million, especially a large share of that from our redevelopment authority, we ought to say we did it, because I think this increases the contribution of the city in various forms, well over $3 million for the year to this direction, the general direction of the homeless. Ms. Hibbler, is that right?
I think we're around 2.1 million.
Say that again.
2.1 million.
2.1. Does that include all sources of funds? Because I think with the contracts, well, we just approved a month ago the regional contract, the regional contribution, which was money. There was $500,000 at least from the city to that, much of which is spent here.
Excuse me, collectively, it probably may be closer to 3 million, but I know what you see here reflected is 2.1 million.
Okay. I mean, this is critical because Salvation Army has just had to pull back a lot of their services. We've had a lot of people now are in serious trouble with the winter months coming on. So thank you, Your Honor. That's why I asked you to pull it off consent.
Mayor.
Thank you, and Councilman Barlow.
Thank you. Dr. Hibbler, while I have you, these funds that are being allocated, that we continue to allocate, it seems every 6 months or so. Can you explain how these funds are really helping those individuals that are laying inside the neighborhoods and taking encampment on city property, such as our parks and our medians? I mean, what are these funds, what portion of the funds are really going out as far as the outreach to communicate and direct and redirect a lot of the nuisance that is taking place inside of our neighborhoods as it relates to the homeless?
Mayor, if I may respond to Councilman Barlow's question. The funds that we had in previous years, we did not have outreach dollars dedicated to going out. We do have staff that would go out, and we would partner with our regional, from a regional perspective. With the new ESG monies, we actually have dollars that are dedicated to outreach. Help of Southern Nevada is getting $301,000. A portion of that will go to outreach, and so we are, it's not that we haven't had a strong emphasis on outreach, because as you know, we do try to make contact. The individuals you're referring to in the park are often resistant to services, and it may take us 5, 6 contacts in order for us to just to get them to walk through the door. But once they walk through the door, then the programs that you see before you would be able to help them. But it's always difficult to get certain individuals to accept the help.
A lot of the homeless are destroying city's property. Is there any area of this fund that can reimburse the city for example, our field ops teams, our parks team that has to go out and to repair the destruction that is caused by the homeless when they destroy city property? Because to my knowledge, it's coming out of that department's budget, when in fact, I believe that there should be some portion of it to protect property. Is there anything within the policy or the role of the dollars being allocated that addresses that issue? Because I'm pretty sure the other departments are, at their wits' end, having to go in and repair the city's property with their budgets that they don't allocate in the beginning of the fiscal year.
Unfortunately, the emergency shelter, it's now called Emergency Solutions Grant that we received from HUD, is very specific, and that money can only be used for shelter operations, housing, and homeless outreach and homeless prevention services. The RDA set-aside funds can only be used for affordable housing. So the short answer to that is no. At this time, we don't have monies that reimburse the city for the cost of cleaning up encampments and other
destruction on
property.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Yes, I just wanted to ask, I tried to read that quickly, what was on the screen, but I didn't see anything for mental health services, and it must fit in there someplace, because I know that you are very aware of that and are trying to help. So are some of these funds going for that?
No, ma'am. The Continuum of Care, which we have a consortium, the monies that fund those programs, in particular the one that Salvation Army is running, that comes from the Continuum of Care. These dollars are strictly for the homeless. Not to say that some of these individuals aren't mentally ill, it's just that the services provided by these nonprofits go more towards mainstream homeless services like housing and employment or those sorts of things, not for the...
It's just that to me, those who are going directly to homeless aren't recognizing the large number of the homeless that are mentally ill, and you can get them into a house or you can get them a job, but they're not going to be staying in the house or staying on the job unless their mental health problems are healed. And
right.
I just hope you keep pushing that, Lisa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hibler. Any other questions, comments from council? All right, thank you. I would entertain a motion. Let's take them one at a time to approve item number 34.
Your Honor, I'll move for approval of item 34.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote, and please post. Didn't go through? Okay. Thank you. That motion carries. Let's move on to item number 35. Councilman Coffin?
Your Honor, I move for approval of item 35.
There's a motion to approve item number 35. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. So now we'll move on to item number 42. For possible action to approve a new pistol permit, Strip Gun Club LLC, DBA Strip Gun Club, 2233 South Las Vegas Boulevard. Richard W. Truesdell, Managing Member. Brian T. Barson, Managing Member. Justin M. Michaels, Managing Member. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin, and before anything happens, I know these three gentlemen very well, and I would be prejudiced in my vote. So with that, I am abstaining.
Well, I vote against my friends all the time, Your Honor. But I'm not going to vote against them today. The reason I asked for this to be taken off of consent was, and I met with two of the three gentlemen here, I think first of all, this was approved 2 years ago by the council. So really, this project has been in the works for a long time, and it's a welcome project, by the way. Guns, they're always an iffy issue, but in this particular case, I think it's going to be an added tourist attraction to the boulevard. The only thing I wanted to make sure, because I wasn't here on the council when it was approved, but I want to make sure, and I've had private assurances, but I want to have assurances on the record about noise control from the guns. Now, some of these are going to be fairly heavy caliber guns used inside, even though you are, as I understand, using a lighter weight bullet. You've got a powder charge that's pretty big in some of those, and they'll make a noise. And we have some homes not too far away. And I need assurances on the record that the neighbors who live, as you know, just on the other side of Paradise, won't be disturbed by the noise, because there's nothing worse than hearing a gunshot in your neighborhood and suspecting something's out there that's going on. We want them to know what is going on certainly is okay, and you probably ought to, I believe you've already established some relationships with some of the neighborhood associations. But tell us a little bit about your insulation, your noise control particularly.
Before you answer, I forgot one most important thing, your spouse who works for me. Trish Truesdale, your wife works in my office, in the mayor's office. Thank you, Mr. Drew. Please respond, Dan.
Yeah, thank you, Council. And Councilman, I appreciate you pulling this off in the request you made. I've worked with the Beverly Green and Jonas Park neighborhood for years, and when this was approved, we had reached out to the neighborhoods, explained to them what was planned in this redevelopment project, or this project on this site, and in exchange, we've also provided letters to adjacent property owners assuring them that the building is built to exceed the city's standard building codes, to deal with the noise levels that are required under the codes, and also do whatever is necessary to mitigate any concerns going forward. We are constantly looking at upgraded materials to make sure that we are the positive business in this neighborhood and not something that would impact it. I have been involved in this property directly and indirectly since 1964. And the neighbors in that area and every business owner we've met with, we think it's very important for us to continue to do that, because we hope to bring them business as well as be good neighbors. So I can assure you we will meet and exceed the sound issues that are set forth by the city codes, and also do whatever is necessary to make sure that we do not create any kind of noise issue with the neighbors.
What are the hours operation?
Starting out, the typical hours are 10 in the morning till 8 p.m.
10 till when, I'm sorry?
10 in the morning till 8 p.m.
8 p.m., okay. Should you wish to go into later hours where the ambient noise of the neighborhood decreases, about 8 or 9 o'clock, you've got the helicopters, and nothing is worse than the helicopters. You couldn't possibly.
I couldn't be louder than the helicopters or the our fine neighbors.
Okay,
and
but
some
after
of the other
that, should you
attractions.
choose to increase the hours, I think you need to come back to us. Do you, based upon the previous council action, do you recall?
No, there were no limitation on hours.
There were no
There was
limitations,
just
okay. Well,
basically-
let's not have any complaints then, I suppose.
Okay, we will make sure that we do whatever is necessary to continually to work with the neighbors and make sure that this is a freestanding facility, so it's designed to be as concealed as it can be.
Mhm. Thank you, Rick. Members of the council, I don't have any other questions.
Councilman Ross, you have a comment?
I do, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Truesdale, this is just your new pistol permit. That's all we're talking about today. You've already been
Yes.
approved for everything else. I can't tell you how excited, I know I certainly am, for your doors to be open, and for those of us who enjoy shooting, if you will, and shooting on Las Vegas Boulevard in downtown Las Vegas. That is going to be a real treat, certainly for me. I've had this conversation with you, Commissioner, in the past, but I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm excited for your doors to be open. I love the business plan. I love the business model. I think it's going to be a gold mine right on the get-go. So I'm in full support, certainly of this and any other licenses that you need to come forward with. I think this is a definite asset to our growing downtown, our exciting downtown area, to bring this venue that close to Fremont Street is really awesome. I mean, I'm really excited about it. So can I get an invitation to the grand opening?
We will
I'm
make
begging
sure
you.
that you're all invited to our initial opening, and then we plan to have a bigger ceremony in about 6 to 8 weeks. But based on your approval, we hope to be open in the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Councilman Coffin, do you have a motion? I'm sorry.
If there are no further questions, I saw Councilman Beers leaning forward.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Truesdale wanted to be clear that which Councilman Bob pulled you off the consent agenda. It was the other councilman. It was the other Councilman Bob. All right.
You'll never know where it came from. Thank you very much, Your Honor. I do now move to approve item 42.
Okay, we have a motion. Please vote. Go ahead and post. And the motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. We are on to item number 43. For possible action to approve a special event permit for Bicycle Pub LLC to operate cycle pub tours from November 1st, 2012 to October 31st, 2013 in the general downtown area. Responsible person in charge, Russell W. Davis, Wards 3 and 5, Councilmen Coffin and Barlow.
Jorge Cervantes, Department of Public Works. This is an annual special event permit to allow a cycle pub tour to operate within our downtown area. It's a pedal-powered vehicle that would transport 14 to 16 patrons to different pubs within the downtown. The applicant has worked very closely with city staff to identify a route that would be conducive and safe for this to operate. So the applicant is here if you have any specific questions on his operations.
Thank you. I'm not sure who had this polled. Councilman Ross, did you?
I didn't pull it, no, but I certainly do have some comments. I think this gives cycling and drinking a whole new perspective. I would, though, with your permission, Mayor, and whichever council member pulled this off the agenda, describe, if you would, from the applicant, how this works, the cycle pub concept. And then I have another comment after that, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. And it was Councilman Coffin who had this pulled, so
Yeah,
we
thank
will
you,
see
Your
all
Honor.
the pictures.
Yeah, I know Steve's very interested in this, but not sure he's going to take a ride. I'm not sure he's going to qualify.
He does everything.
Because
Councilman Coffin does everything.
He's a teetotaler, but I
Councilman
request
Ross.
you're allowed to drink Coca-Cola or 7-Up on board this thing.
So, my name is Russell Davis, Councilman, Mayor, and the Council. Yeah, so Cycle Pub Vegas, it's a 14-passenger cycle that is going to bar hop downtown and travel to many different the local bars and restaurants.
We're not able to see it yet. I'm not sure. There we are. Okay, thank you.
Okay. I wish I had a better picture of that. So you can see all the passengers, most of the passengers pedal. There's 2 that ride on the back, and we have a designated driver that steers the vehicle with brakes, lights, all the equipment on it. So.
And thank you for that description and the picture. And Councilman, Mayor, with your permission, of course, but Councilman Coffin, if I may make another comment. Just as significant as the Strip Gun Club, the previous item, this too adds to the unique downtown Las Vegas experience that people can have, whether you're a local or a tourist. So I'm full support of the idea and the concept. I just wanted to share that, Mayor.
Thank you. And a question, this special permit, that is cleared through licensing and through Karen Duddleston's office?
Funded, including Metro. The reason for the special event permit is currently our municipal codes don't have a definition for this vehicle. We've got a definition for a pedicyclist, which is 3 wheels, for a rickshaw, but not for this specific vehicle. So we need time just to amend our codes to define this vehicle to make it go through the normal process. But special event was cleared by all departments.
Thank you very much. Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, I asked for this to be pulled from consent because it's so interesting and it merits, a little bit of exposure because it is unique. It's something that I think will be a lot of fun. It has its risks, though, and Russell, you got to be careful on this thing because, people are not very nice. Drivers are not very nice to pedal-powered things of any kind, much less this kind of thing, and it's a little wider than a bicycle. So there are risks associated with this. I know you're fully insured. I know you'll do your best to protect the people, and I believe the way you've got the chairs set up, they can't fall out very easily. No. And inebriators are not allowed to drive. Your designated drivers are employees of your organization, so I'm looking forward to taking a ride on it. I think it'll be a lot of fun.
It's going to be a lot of fun, so I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Barlow, you have a question, comment, please?
Yes, Mayor. First and foremost, I want to congratulate Russell. Russell brought this idea to me at one of my coffee with the councilmen at Starbucks. And when I saw this, I knew right away that it was going to be a hit, and a hit in a positive and a negative. A hit in the sense that I know that the community is going to embrace this, but a hit from some of the hurdles that I informed him that he would possibly face, such as Metro and Public Works and possibly even council members who may not understand it. But I think it's a great amenity to the downtown. I think it's something that we can really celebrate as we continue to revitalize our downtown community and bring on additional themes to really set us apart from other cities around the country. And having an opportunity to reserve the Cycle Pub group of bachelors or bachelorettes coming in, opposed to them jumping into their vehicles and jumping from pub to pub to pub. They have a designated driver, which also allows for other businesses to really take advantage of groups coming into downtown with reservations for the Cycle Pub. And so, Russell, I would like for you to explain more as it relates to how this process works. When I come in with my group of friends, making a reservation, and I'll leave it there for you to pick up and tell the rest of the story.
Thank you, Councilman. Before that, I'd just like to say thank you for the staff that we worked with Public Works, Business License, and Metro. They've been great and wonderful to work with. Some hurdles, but those are always able to sit down and be worked out. Simple thing, easy to book. Just go on our website, big Book Now button on there, cyclepubvegas.com, and you can click on that, and it'll take you through the whole process of booking. And we're going to start November 1st booking, so anyone that wants to go out there and book it for November 1st. It's great for a great social experience.
And did I miss the hours that you're operating all day long?
The hours that we're operating would be from 12 noon to 2 o'clock in the morning currently.
Okay, thank you.
So, and I'd like to also thank the partners in this that I have, my family. I have my brother-in-laws involved in this, and they couldn't make it out today. But also with Seth Shore over at Fifth Street Gaming and John Tippins over at North Cap. They're great partners in this endeavor.
Councilman?
Good deal. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. They've taken the picture down. Were those people wearing or drinking from racing glasses?
Were they wearing?
Or drinking from racing glasses? I can't tell.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Don't even bother asking, please. Councilwoman wanted to know what Councilman Beers meant by that. Do you care to explain what you meant? No. Thank you. Councilman Coffin.
Well, I'm going to make a motion to approve, but I do want to ask you or clarify one thing. You're not serving liquor on these. You haven't explained it very well in some ways, Russell.
I'm sorry. No,
You didn't say, but I don't believe you are.
basically, people reserve the bicycle. Okay, we have a designated driver. And then we go around to different bars and restaurants around downtown. We call it connecting the dots to downtown Vegas's hot spots. So we go over to bars like Bar and Bistro, Artifice, Lady Sylvia, Mob Bar, Bunkhouse, some different places around downtown. People cannot drink on the bicycle itself. They get their drinks at the bars and then finish them, then we'll jump to the next one. And we've also worked out, they can get food at the different bars and like Bar and Bistro, Mob Bar, and Triple George. So we're trying to make a whole package for them to enjoy their outing.
One question, if I might, after 5 drinks on the different pubs, and you take me back to my car or your central locale.
Oh, boy.
You putting me on the road behind my wheel
No.
after all this drinking? What is your hospitalization? What do you have to contain me on your property until I'm sober?
What do I have? Well, we're starting and stopping down on downtown 3rd Street at Mob Bar and Triple George. And then when people exit the bike, they're done. And if they are inebriated, we're more than happy to call them a cab and get them to where they need to go.
I think that needs to be a policy,
Well,
because they'll have such a good time, not to tell you how to run your business, but I could see then they get in their car to go home and they have now had 5 drinks.
Thank you, Your Honor. I move for approval of item 43.
There's a motion, please vote. And please post. Unanimous. Good luck to you and your partners and family. Thank you. And now, I think we have all the pulled, anything else? That was it. So we will now move on to item 57. And that's an administrative report on status of Economic and Urban Development Department in the Office of Cultural Affairs. This is all wards, and we will turn it over to Mr. Arndt.
Mayor, this is Betsy. I just wanted to remind everybody that this is in a series of departmental presentations, so you're going to have 2 departmental presentations. We're trying to get all of these in before we kind of start up next year's budget process. It's kind of a continuation of exploration of operational issues as we prepare for budget, which we really teed up some different conversations last year going into the budget. This is kind of a similar thing, except it's an operational focus versus a fiscal focus specifically on funds. So I just wanted to remind everybody that, and I'm also going to ask Bill and Nancy to be as concise as possible while covering their material because of the lateness of the morning and when we're starting these agenda items.
Aha. Aha. If I may, with your indulgence, because knowing these are somewhat not 2-minute reports, if I might, I've been asked to pull forward item number 61 because there are people here that are interested in 51 so that they can go about their affairs. My apologies, and thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Item number 61 will be pulled forward now, and that is discussion for possible action regarding the Neighborhood Partners Fund, NPF Board recommendation to allocate $55,000 general fund for 20 neighborhood projects. This is all wards, and this would include Mr. Harson, wherever you are. Aha, Mr. Harson, you look different today. Dr. Hibbler, would you care to address this first, and then we'll hear from
Okay. Good morning, Mayor, members of the council. Lisa Morris Hibbler, Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services Department. It is my pleasure to bring you the funding recommendations from the Neighborhood Partners Fund Board during its 15th anniversary. Over the past 14 years, more than $3 million has been invested in the city neighborhoods, of which $2.1 million came from volunteer labor, business sponsorships, and in-kind donations. This year, the Neighborhood Partners Fund Board is recommending 20 neighborhood projects to be funded for a total of $55,000 in grants, with matching pledges of $167,143 in volunteer labor, cash, and professional services. These projects foster strong relationships among neighborhoods and allow community leaders to work in hand with the city to improve the quality of life in neighborhoods. At this time, I would like to introduce Mike Brown Sestero, the chair of the Neighborhood Partners Fund Board, who will tell you more about the projects being recommended for the funding this year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
My name is Mike Brown Sestero, 1411 South 9th Street, in the best ward in the city, Ward 3. This would be my 5th or 6th year, I believe, on the MPF board. I've lost count. It's been a pleasure to serve on the board for all 6 years. We always get a lot of exciting projects every year. There's always a few, not only new applicants, but new projects that we've never thought of before or seen before, some very innovative ideas that citizens on their own are coming up with to better their neighborhoods and overall better the city. The MPF board is comprised of 6 city staff members and 7 neighborhood volunteers that are appointed by each of the council offices. And we thank these members for their hard work in reviewing and evaluating projects and for proposing the final funding recommendation. Board members include my vice chair, Jerry Green from Ward 6, Greg Toussaint, who's the mayor's staff designee, Kimberly Reed on behalf of Ward 1 with Renee Rampton, who's the neighborhood representative, Christel Klinger from Ward 2 with Cherise Holmes, Felipe Ortiz was the Ward 3 staff designee, Anthony Ruggiero, I saw running around here earlier, staff designee for Ward 4, along with Tony Guerrero, who's the neighborhood representative. Ido Iturralde is from Ward 5 with A.J. Powell, Michelle Thaxton from Ward 6. I am the neighborhood representative for Ward 3. And we also get a lot of input and a lot of great leadership and kind of get herded along like good little kittens by Maria Castillo Couch. She keeps meetings on point. She helps do a lot of the legwork, or actually she does all of the legwork ahead of the meetings. And without her, this program it wouldn't run as smoothly as it does. I believe it would probably take 2 new people if you ever tried to replace her to fill her shoes in this role. So we thank her for all her efforts. The 2013 NPF program will fund 8 beautification and physical enhancement projects, 3 safety improvement projects, 2 senior engagement projects, 4 cultural events, 2 communication projects, and one of the unique projects that I spoke of earlier this year is a bicycle share project to increase exercise and cut down vehicle use in the downtown area. We do have a few of the neighborhood leaders here. A few of them have already left, but I'm going to read real quickly through all the groups, and if they're here, if they would just take a quick stand and wave at the council, I'd appreciate that. The James Down Towers Resident Council, Quail Estates West, the Lakes Association, the 18B Las Vegas Art District, the Gateway District Association, the Huntridge Neighborhood Association, the Rulon Earl Resident Council, Sun Lake Meadows Apartment Community, the Western Highland Business Association, Buena Vista HOA, Bonanza Village Neighborhood Association, the Cultural Corridor Coalition, the Mulaski Corporate Center Owners Association, the Westchester Manor HOA, the Canyon Mist HOA, the Cascade HOA, Centennial Point HOA, Four Winds HOA, Meadow Ridge 1, and the Northwest Area Association. As you can see, neighborhood leaders are able to creatively use the MPF grant program to address all types of neighborhood issues and positively impact their communities. The board members and I recommend these projects for council approval.
Thank you. Any comments, questions from council? Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. Just like to point out, and this is awesome, and this is nothing unusual for Ward 6 applications. We work very hard, and your team does too, Doctor, in regards to getting this information out there to homeowners associations or neighborhood associations to take advantage of these grants. It's a great thing. But what I want to point out is most significant is $163,000 going into our communities, into our neighborhoods to make them better places to live. And it's not just the city dollars, it's your dollars too, as neighborhood associations and homeowner associations. It's that matching grant. One significantly, Canyon Mist, $28,000 in matching the match for Canyon Mist in Ward 6, which is huge. And NARA's here today, two representatives from NARA, $4,200 from the association going back into the neighborhoods to make them better places to live. And what this has done over the years that I've witnessed is it's endeared neighbors to neighbors, communities to communities, and made for much better neighborhoods to live in. And if we can continue to promote that kind of attitude and that kind of perception that we enjoy from the city level to the neighborhood level, and it's all the volunteers too that serve on this in regards to everyone that puts their time and effort into helping this happen. Yes, we all have appointments to it. But I want to express my appreciation to you guys too for what you do, and Lisa, your department as well, because it's a great program and it makes a difference in the city of Las Vegas. Thank you, Mayor.
For sure, that is true. And Mary Castillo Couch, we know what you do. You don't sleep, so you certainly have great legs there.
Madam, I just wanted to second that on Maria Couch because she has done such a great job, as have all of you. All of you have served on the committee 2 years, 3 years, and many more by some individuals. I just see this as a way we show the citizens that together we can. And the things that have been happening in my ward, in other words, that I know come from these funds, every time I pass by them, I think of all the hard work you did in ascertaining what was the best ward. So I just want to say thank you to all of you.
You're quite welcome. It's our pleasure. And I would say for Councilman Beers, I've been here previous years, so you've all heard my challenge, and I'll say it here now on the record for him as well. If you can find another city program that gets you better bang for the buck, I'd like to see it.
Good challenge. Okay, may I have a motion on this, please?
I'll make a motion to approve item number 61.
Thank you very much. There's a motion, and please vote. And please post. Strangely enough, unanimous approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council.
And everyone
Have a
who
good day.
participates. Really appreciate it. Okay, now, Mr. Arndt and Ms. Diener. We will get back to our number 57, reports on the status of Economic Urban Development Department and the Office of Cultural Affairs in reference to all wards.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. As Betsy indicated in the introduction, I'm going to be giving a quick overview of what's happening in our department, and then Nancy's going to be explaining what's happening in the Office of Cultural Affairs. So we're going to be given an overview of how we're organized in the department. I know a lot of times we focus on what's happening in downtown and a lot of our projects, but we do have a lot of unsung heroes in our department, so I wanted to cover some of the things that they're working on and talk about progress during the first quarter across our 3 lines of business. Also wanted to touch on some challenges and then some opportunities that we think are coming our way. So this is how we're organized. In a nutshell, we really have 3 lines of business. Where they tend to intersect is on a lot of the things that we're working on in downtown. We have our economic development line of business where we work on large projects like Symphony Park and redevelopment. We also, within that team, work on business recruitment efforts and expansion efforts for the city, as well as are working on supporting our business parks throughout the city. Our Neighborhood Housing and Community Development Division focuses on public facilities as well as housing, both in single family as well as in multifamily housing. And then finally, Parking Services is essentially a one-stop shop now organized within my department to manage the parking assets of the city and making sure that those assets provide a good service to our customers and are also fiscally sustainable. So some of the goals that we have for economic development, We're working on trying to attract new businesses and expand our existing business base to generate at least 1,000 jobs. We expect business growth and job growth throughout the city to exceed this, but we want to make sure that the businesses we directly touch, whether it's through an incentive, whether it's through help through a facade grant program or our new Quick Start program, we want to make sure we're keeping an eye on the bottom line as far as what's happening with the business community and how are we doing as far as expanding our existing business base and attracting new ones. And so for that, we do have a goal set, and this goal carries each year over the next 5 years, and we're going to be reporting to you each quarter internally how we're doing in meeting those goals. We're working on identifying new business park sites. Our existing business parks that we've supported directly, Spectrum Business Park, Las Vegas Enterprise Park, and the Las Vegas Technology Center are essentially almost built out, and so we're identifying new sites, both public and private, that we can try to get a new business park or multiple business parks going. We're also trying to focus on projects that will have a bottom line impact on our tax base in the redevelopment area, because for every dollar of new taxable value, we get some revenue coming into the agency to continue support the programs of the agency. As you know, we've set out to implement the Quick Start program, expand our redevelopment area, and also work on a new comprehensive economic development strategy. We're taking the lead on behalf of our regional development authority for doing that for the region, but we want to make sure our city also has a tangible business strategy to continue the successes that we've been having, but also leverage new opportunities which we see coming forward. So how were the results? We had in the first quarter 11 business starts and expansions, a lot of those in the Entertainment District and Arts District. As far as construction in the redevelopment area, projects that are generating that new value, we have Dollar General, and we were just at a groundbreaking this week in Las Vegas Enterprise Park. I'd like to thank Councilman Barlow for his support on that project. The Grand, which we'll be hearing about later this morning on another agenda item, and the Federal Justice Tower also.
6 to 8 weeks, we'll wait. Okay, we're up. Wait, I think we're up, because we have to check in again. Are you up or you're not up? Well, I can't check in, can you? Did you check in or what? I checked in. Okay, please proceed. We're alive and well.
Thank you. I'm waiting to get the overhead going, but I'll continue with the economic development results. So I was explaining that we've engaged TIP Strategies, a consultant out of Austin. They also have some boots on the ground here with Restrepo Consulting and our Cannon Center from UNLV. They're working on a regional economic development strategy as well as the city strategy. We've implemented the Quick Start program, and we're looking at taking applications as we speak. And then finally, we did submit an application to U.S. Treasury for $75 million in new markets tax credits. Moving on for multifamily housing, we have goals for multifamily housing. We're trying to track what projects are on schedule. We're trying to track public improvement projects, how they're doing on schedule, the number of NSP homes. The NSP program for single-family rehab, we received a grant from HUD for NSP called Neighborhood Stabilization Program. We're tracking how we're doing on that as far as homes under rehab, completed homes, and the most important thing, occupancy. As you know, the foreclosure crisis has hit us hard, and this program is really designed to get those homes occupied faster than they otherwise would be. On the overhead is a picture of the Legal Aid Center of Southern Nevada building, which we've supported with community development block grant funds in the amount of $2.5 million, and just appropriated an additional $500,000 today. Happy to report that the building is 70% complete and actually 16% ahead of schedule. So overall, how did we do in the Neighborhood Development Division with our housing and other programs? For housing, we're on schedule substantially for all our multifamily projects. The Legal Aid Center, as I mentioned, is on schedule. The NSP program is one where I think we've made some really important strides. 19 homes are in construction. Through the 2 rounds of grants, NSP1 and NSP3, we've acquired over 200 homes. 144 of those homes are occupied. And while that's a very small dent in the big problem that we have in the city and in the valley, it's an important dent, and I'd like to thank our NSP team for that. We're also have expended almost $4.7 million. There are expenditure targets that we have to hit to stay in compliance with HUD, our federal agency that funded the program, and happy to report that we're on target for that, as well as complying with our block grant and home funds. For parking services, it's more oriented to how are we doing as a customer service operation, and we're trying to shift from an enforcement mentality to a customer service mentality. And so for that, we're actually set a goal of actually decreasing revenue from citations, but we expect that that over time will be offset, and more than offset, by revenue increase from the existing meters that we have on the street. We also are tracking event parking revenues. And then finally, we have a replacement program where we're going to be replacing the existing meter technology to better meters, to smarter meters, to really make an impact on our customers. Also new handheld devices for the enforcement officers that are out in the field. As far as parking services results, we have the revenue results here over the first quarter. We actually, against what we budgeted for, we're underrunning our revenue on citation. There's an 8% underrun there. The main reason for that is that we've had some turnover in the enforcement division. During the first quarter, we have a full complement of officers in the field. The full complement would be 15. We've been down to 7 officers. So you see the revenue has dropping off there. We expect that to be corrected next quarter and throughout the fiscal year to where we'll still be on track to meet budget. That's also had an impact on the expenses where our salary and benefit expense was down. One thing I'd like to report, which is a big customer service improvement, our average hold time last year for calls coming into parking services had been 19 minutes, and we've reduced that to 6 minutes. And our long-term goal is to reduce that to 3 minutes. So we're not quite there yet for our long-term goal, but we are seeing a lot better customer service out of our parking team. I'd like to thank Claudia Lopez and her whole team in parking administration working with making sure that we get those calls answered promptly. So what are some of the challenges? Our business recruitment efforts and attraction efforts, we have to coordinate those with both the State Office of Economic Development, the Governor's Office, as well as our Regional Development Authority, and that requires support from both those agencies. We're getting an increasing amount of support, but we still need support from our regional partners. On the budget side, we have a couple challenges. One is our redevelopment agency tax increment revenue has dropped off dramatically, as you know, based in mainly because of the property valuation. Based on our current projection, we believe that we're able to self-sustain both the redevelopment effort and our economic development effort from the redevelopment agency budget through fiscal 16. Fiscal 17 is where we start to run in the red, and unless we exceed that revenue projection or something else happens in the market, we may need assistance to continue the economic development operation. We are working very closely with the city manager's office and our finance team to come up with strategies to address that. So that remains a challenge. Federal funding levels from HUD, Department of Housing and Urban Development, have dropped off. Community Development Block Grant over the last 2 fiscal years, 11 and 12, had experienced cuts respectively of 17% and 12%. So it's hard to plan for the future when we're seeing that revenue source decline, which is our main federal source for a lot of our programs that we support. Space is an issue downtown. This is one of those good problems to have. We have so much business interest in downtown. Trying to find Class B office space is a challenge, and when we do find it, that space is priced higher than the entire Las Vegas Valley. So trying to figure out how to get new businesses into that Class B office space is a challenge. We're working on some ideas to address that. And then just to continue the improvements that we're making with our parking operation. As far as opportunities, there's a lot of business interest in locating in downtown, primarily from 2 industries, from tech as well as regional headquarters. We expect to bring a couple projects to you shortly in both of those areas. Downtownproject.com and business startups. We've heard a lot about the impact of Zappos and the Zappos effect. Maybe the quieter, more important story is what's happening with Downtown Project, where they continue to almost single-handedly invest in startups and bring new startups, primarily in the tech space, e-commerce, social media, into downtown, and we're thankful to have them as a partner. We believe that there's a big demand for downtown living, but we don't have the diversity of housing product that we need to meet that demand, so we think that's going to help drive additional housing, as well as support additional retail development. We're looking at creative financing programs. I already mentioned new market tax credits. We're also looking at EB5. You're going to hear one of our partners today is using that. Some other properties and developers in town are also looking at that. So relying on creative financing is going to be a good opportunity. The downtown image continues to improve, and we've heard reports from Downtown Alliance on that. And then finally, an interesting opportunity, the private sector is actually coming to us saying, please help us manage our vacant lot. We want to use it for surface parking for the community. So I think that's, of all the testaments to what is happening in parking, that maybe is the biggest testimony that the private sector wants us to manage their asset for them. So we're looking at two opportunities there and are open for business. So if there are any others in downtown that want our help in managing their vacant lot for surface parking, we look forward to helping them.
Mr. Arndt, 1 second, please. Councilman Ross.
Let me pause you right there, Mr. Arndt. The previous slide, you have a mention of the downtown project. I would ask the mayor's permission, as well as our council, to indulge my request, Ms. Fretwell, through Mr. Arndt, is to have them, the downtown project people, if you could reach out to them, can we have an agenda item for them in a future council meeting for them to give a report on what's happening downtown, because it is amazing. And I want people to hear it. I want people to feel it. I want people to touch it in regards to what these folks are doing with the downtown project. It is huge. It is significant to our economy. And so with that, Mayor, that's my request.
Well, and I would add to that, I have learned that Sunday's New York Times Magazine section has a huge article on Zappos Tony Hsieh. This Sunday, New York Times Magazine section. So it's good to have some report from them as to what they're doing, because we hear so many rumors of what is or what may be, so I think that would be a great idea.
Just to wrap it up, we've had some great comments posted on our website about what's happening. This is a quote from Ms. Bambini about longtime downtown patron, and she's delighted to see all the improvements that are happening. This was a comment submitted to our website. Recently, we were awarded a Gold Award from the International Economic Development Council, which is really a peer recognition for a general purpose promotion, our downtown marketing campaign, The Year Downtown, and as part of that, Rediscover Downtown. So I'd like to thank our team, specifically June Johns, Brenda Hughes, as well as our partner, Melissa Warren from Fest Foley Warren, and Nancy Higgins from Newland Communities. It's been extremely successful in generating really free publicity through the creative use of placement for public relations. And then finally, this is a quote from a recent resident that was posted on our Facebook page, and he's proud to have become a Las Vegan right at the start of our downtown residence, our downtown renaissance. So that's really kind of where my lines of business intersect, is with downtown. It's also where I intersect with Nancy Diener in Cultural Affairs, and I'd like to introduce my colleague in Nancy and thank her for her continued hard work on cultural programming in downtown, and we're going to hear about what's happening in Cultural Affairs. Nancy?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bill. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I'm going to go through ours pretty quickly. We're really a visual group, so here you go. We're going to whip right through here. This is just our snapshot, so you can, at a very quick glance, kind of get what we do, the different various things that we fund. The top 200,000 individuals who report participating in arts or cultural opportunity, that's for this first quarter. We are now collecting that data. Here are some of the things we do, and most of you are familiar with almost all of them. The galleries, public art, urban arts, the children's theater, Rainbow Company, all our facilities, Youth at Risk program, and our production services. And here are our facilities. Fifth Street School, Boulder Plaza, Centennial Hills Amphitheater, Charleston Heights Arts Center, Mobile Stage, Sammy Davis Jr. Festival Plaza, and the West Las Vegas Arts Center. And we wanted to mention our partners because we couldn't do what we do without partners. No cultural arts groups, whether they're government or nonprofit, can survive without partnerships. So instead of listing them, we just grabbed their logos and put them all on here. And this isn't all of them. We just ran out of room. Here's the Neon Museum. The Office of Cultural Affairs has been working on this project for 21 years. Very quickly, it opens on the 27th. It's been a very long project, but a very worthwhile project for the community. And the post office, which came to the Office of Cultural Affairs via EUD, actually through the GSA to the city, when they wanted to see if the city was interested in taking this historic building. It was the post office. We worked with it for a while and called it the Postmodern, and as you all know now, it is commonly called the Mob Museum. And the Las Vegas Arts Commission, we do many public art pieces. You'll recognize the one on the bottom there, Zach Ostrowski's work, which is here on the second floor, and the Arabesque piece, which spans the cultural corridor, the Centennial Hills YMCA project over on the right. And here are our flashlights. Here are our paintbrushes from the artist Dennis Oppenheim. First Friday shots. We've got some really great crowd shots. We've been working with First Friday for about 15 years before it was called First Friday. Galleries. We have 4 galleries. The Vegas Valley Book Festival coming up the first week of November. Fifth Street School. These are just pictures of some of the facilities. As I said, we're a visual group. There's events at the Fifth Street School. Boulder Plaza, which is now open, and we're working on what we're doing with Boulder Plaza. It was funded through SNPMA money. Centennial Hills Amphitheater. Again, other shots of Centennial Hills Amphitheater. Charleston Heights Arts Center. Programs at Charleston Heights. Arts Connection, which is our program that we take out to all the various wards and take them into parks and do cultural programs in parks. And it's on our mobile stage. Sammy Davis Jr. Festival Plaza, a beautiful facility that's been closed for rehab at Lorenzi Park, but is scheduled to open in June. We're very excited about that facility opening back up. And here are some events we put in there before it closed. And the West Las Vegas Arts Center, and some of their events. Rainbow Company, which is currently now housed at the Charleston Heights facility. And here's some images of our production services, kind of the behind-the-scenes people who really make it all happen. They run the lights, the sound, they operate the mobile stages. There are unsung heroes. We used to have 15. We are now down to 4. So that has limited the amount of work we can do and contribute to all of you, but they're working their hearts out. Our goals and challenges are that the cultural arena in this city has grown by leaps and bounds. Much of the work has been done by the city. As you can see, in 1973, the city started cultural programming. But now we are growing up and we are growing out. And now we have to take a step back and look at how we do business. So some of our challenges here really aren't even challenges. They're wonderful problems to have. It's how do we move forward? How do we move forward and get programs into everybody's hands? How do we move forward when there isn't a lot of capital funding to build new facilities? How do we creatively do our programs? How do we partner? How do we formalize an internal cultural plan that validates the city's commitment to arts and culture? How do we find our audiences? The socioeconomic constituencies, all of the constituencies. That's what we're starting to work on right now. And hopefully this will guide us for the future, for the immediate next 4 years and on into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful reports. Any questions, comments, council? Just congratulations, and we're so excited about the future. It's great to be alive here. Thank you. And these were reports, so we will now move on to item number 58. Discussion for possible action to approve second amended and restated employment agreement for city manager Betsy Fretwell. And Mr. Jerbick, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. At your request and Mayor Pro Tem Anthony's request, I was directed to draft an extension to the city manager's contract, which would expire in 2014 and extend it to 2016. The second amended and restated employment agreement accomplishes that. At the time that I did it, and I do this all the time when I sit down with contracts and we extend whatever, we kind of review and make sure that everything else is still right. When I sat down with Betsy, there were a couple of things that we both agreed needed clarification. I drafted this contract on myself many years ago, and under Section 3, under termination of severance pay, nothing's changed, but it was always intended that if there were an involuntary for without cause separation, the manager would receive a year's worth of benefits, including health benefits and all other benefits.
Could you, I'm sorry, everybody's, and no fault, but everybody's joking here.
That's okay. I'll slow down.
Could you just repeat that one more time? Sorry.
People tend to choke up when I bring you contracts. Anyway, we clarified the section under termination of severance pay to make sure that it included a 1 year's worth of PERS as well. It always said all benefits that you would include for an entire year, but just to make absolutely certain we don't have a problem later on, we put that in. It's not meant to be a change, it's just meant to be a clarification.
Okay.
And then on page 7, and this is odd, back then we were on a 5-day work week, and the manager in this contract is given 5 administrative days in addition to all the other days that you would get. Oddly enough, we did not put the word annually in there, and it was always intended that she would get 5 days annually. We're no longer on that 5-day work week. We're on a 4-day work week, 4/10. That 5 days is really being interpreted as a 40 hours of admin leave. This is time that the manager can't sell back, can't use for anything else other than time off. Again, just a clarification, not a modification. With that, it's in order, and I recommend approval if that's your desire.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. I will go ahead and make a motion to approve the amendments as stated by Brad Jerbick.
Thank you. There's a motion. Would you please vote? And would you please post? Take your time. No, take your time. Just rest. Thank you. That passes. Thank you very much. Okay, we will move on now to Economic and Urban Development 59. Discussion for possible action regarding an operating agreement between the City of Las Vegas Community Investment Corporation, LVCIC, for the administration and management of that LVCIC to include providing for the loan of funds to the LVCIC, as well as authorizing execution of the operating agreement by the City of Las Vegas, $100,000 City Parkway 5, Inc., and this is in reference to all wards. Mr. Arndt, welcome back.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. This item is for a funding agreement to basically front funds that might be needed for the Las Vegas Community Investment Corporation. This corporation has been formed to comply with U.S. Treasury's Community Development Entity Standards, which makes it eligible for New Markets tax credits. The funding proposed is in Exhibit A to the agreement, which is not to exceed amount of $100,000 for legal, insurance, recording fees, and professional services such as accounting. Any funds that are advanced we anticipate would be eligible for reimbursement by equity from the New Market tax credits should our application be successful to U.S. Treasury. We expect to hear by spring of 2013 whether or not we would be successful. The funds that would be used to forward for the corporation are from City Parkway 5, and no general funds are being used for this purpose. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you very much. Any questions, comments from council? Hearing none, and I would entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion, and please vote. And please post. Thank you very much, Mr. Arndt. And now we will move on to item number 60. That passed. I said it too soon. This is discussion for possible action regarding a First Amendment to amended and related disposition development agreement and exhibits between the City of Las Vegas and POB at Las Vegas LLC to amend terms and conditions for the development of parcels at 4th Street and Stewart Avenue, totaling approximately 3.46 acres. This is in Councilman Barlow's, now I'm choking, Ward 5. Mr. Arndt.
Thank you, Mayor. Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. This item before you is to make some changes to our existing development agreement with the CIM Group and the entity that we're under agreement with, which is CIM POB Las Vegas LLC, now known as POB Las Vegas LLC. We had entered into a development agreement back in December of 2010, which laid out the terms for a phase project. The first phase, which we do not have any money invested in, is the redevelopment of the Lady Luck Hotel property itself. The second phase is the development for new retail and related development around the post office block or the block where the Mob Museum is situated. It is also referred to in the agreement as the E&A site. This amendment makes 3 changes to the agreement. The first change is it extends a deadline for developing the E&A site or the land surrounding the Mob Museum from an entitlement date of September 30 of 2012 to June 30 of 2013. Building permit extending that date from September of 2013 to August 31st of 2014. Most importantly, the commencement of construction extending that date by mere 30 days from September 30th of 2014 to October 31st of 2014. Maybe the most important thing, I mentioned this is a phase project, and the first phase, the redevelopment of the Lady Luck Hotel Casino, I'm happy to report is proceeding on schedule. Their current contract requires them to have a temporary certificate of occupancy by next fall, next September, and I believe we're going to hear from our development partner about the planned opening date for the property and also get a snapshot and a preview of what the property is going to look like. With us today and in introducing our development partner is Justin Gardinier, Vice President of CIM Group, also Seth Shore, CEO of 5th Street Gaming, and I believe they have a third member of their team present, and I'll let Justin or Seth introduce him. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Justin from the CIM Group.
Welcome. Please state your name, too, again for the record.
Sure. The name is Justin Gardinier, and I work with CIM Group. I'm very pleased to be here in front of you, Mayor, and Council with some very positive news from my perspective. We just signed a contract to complete the last remaining construction items for the Downtown Grand, and we intend to open the project fourth quarter of next year. And we have a few slides here that we'd like to share with the Council. And Seth Shore here will also walk you through some of the exciting developments in creative programming that we have planned for the property.
Great. Good morning, Mayor, members of Council, or should I say good afternoon. The room was full this morning. I figured everyone was here for our presentation, but I guess not. It's an honor to be in front of you this morning, this afternoon, and present our project. We're extremely excited about it for all of the reasons that we've heard this morning about the other unique things that are coming to downtown Las Vegas. This is very apropos to that theme today of uniqueness to our city. I've been a resident of Las Vegas for nearly 30 years, and actually when I moved here 30 years ago, I did move to downtown Las Vegas, where I lived in the Golden Nugget, and Mayor Goodman was nice enough to send the Meadow School bus to pick me up in the morning. So downtown Las Vegas has always had a dear place in my heart, and when I had the opportunity to work with CIM 18 months ago to create a special property, I took that very seriously. No longer was downtown Las Vegas just about value. At downtown Las Vegas, from what I saw as I moved my office down here, was about a unique alternative to the other amazing things in the valley. This is not about a value, this is about a unique interesting experience, and that was the direction that we took the Downtown Grand. So with that, I'd like to start our slide. I do also have to say that the logo looks fantastic on these giant monitors. We're definitely ordering one for our office. Okay, so one of the things we did about 18 months ago when we came to downtown Las Vegas was start to brand and create the neighborhood Downtown Third. We operate Triple George Grill. We developed Mob Bar last December to complement the Mob Museum. And we started a program Downtown Third with really exciting, unique experiences like movie nights, farmers markets, and other great events. As a matter of fact, next week we have the opportunity to work with Downtown Project, another entity that makes downtown Las Vegas so unique, on the first annual Downtown's Got Talent. We expect to have upwards of 1,000 people coming and watching 20 acts show off their interesting talents. That's this upcoming Saturday. But the cornerstone of Downtown Third, the flagship property, that is the Downtown Grand, or the former Lady Luck. And that's probably the last time I'm going to mention the Lady Luck. It's the Downtown Grand, which will offer 629 new rooms. These rooms, and I invite council, maybe we could take you down on the pub cycle in the next couple weeks and drive to Downtown Grand, where we can show off our model room, which is actually being completed this week. It's a beautiful room. I walked through it for the first time last week, and I was just, I was in awe. I was really so impressed with what our design team was able to pull off. It's a beautiful room. Of course, we have a 25,000 square foot casino, and the casino is another extremely unique element of this project. So when you walk into the casino of the Downtown Grand, you walk into what was a former factory. The story is it was a neon factory that was created in 1953, and neon went out of style in the 2000s, and it shut down about 5 years ago, and that factory was repurposed as a casino. So when you walk into the casino, you see these brick walls. Some of the walls brick are new, some are old. The foundation stone even shows on some of the elevations. But it's this unique, authentic experience that's very different from the fantasy that we all have experienced on the Strip. So that's just one of the many elements that makes this casino unique. And when people come and visit it, I believe everybody who walks through the casino will say, wow, this is different. This is not a downtown version of Mandalay Bay or Wynn or MGM. This is something unique to downtown Las Vegas that we can all be very proud of. We also have, we like to say, the newest and largest rooftop pool experience. It's actually a 30,000 square foot pool retreat. It's going to have a live DJ and bandstand, and it's going to be a really unique experience that complements the pool club experience that one can experience on this Strip today, but maybe you don't have $20 to spend on a drink or $10,000 for a table. This is an opportunity to have what I think will be just as unique an experience, but a lot more approachable. We have 15 bars and lounges at Downtown Third. Some of the restaurants exist today, such as Triple George and Mob Bar. We are happy to say Mob Bar will be getting a even greater improvement, and that will be revealed soon. And of course, we work very closely with our partner Michelle Dell at Hogs and Heifers. We'll actually be doing a after party for the Halloween parade on Wednesday the 31st with Michelle and her team. It's going to be quite an experience. We're extremely excited about Pizza Rock, which is a restaurant that is coming to the current, what was the Celebrity Theater, so on the corner of Ogden and 3rd. It's a very unique restaurant. Currently today it exists in Sacramento. Tony Geminani, who is the food genius behind Pizza Rock, is the only American to win the Neapolitan Pizza Contest in Naples, Italy. It's a big deal. And his partner, George Carpati, is a club guy, and they put together this very unique experience where not only is the food amazing, which is, of course, paramount to any restaurant, but the music changes, and the pizza tossers jump from the kitchen and start breakdancing while tossing pizza. I can only tell you it's something quite interesting. This is an image which shows Downtown Third standing at Ogden. And what you can see is Pizza Rock, a very unique facade. And to the east, you can see the exterior of our casino. As you can see, the design complements the downtown urban landscape. This is not, we're not putting Paris in the desert or Italy in the desert. We're building buildings that complement what makes a city environment so unique and exciting. This will be a pedestrian-friendly experience, not closed to vehicular traffic, but pedestrian-friendly, which is something that is very unique to Las Vegas, but clearly has been successful in so many other cities. Now to some of the meat. This project will be creating over 3,200 direct and indirect jobs. That was based on an economic study that we had created. Over 800 direct actual employees of the various entities that make up Downtown Third. So this has a dramatic impact on the community in creating new jobs, which is something that we are very proud of and excited to announce. Additionally, CIM has made an extremely large investment at a time while we all know we're at the downtown renaissance and certainly things are moving in the right direction. It's still a tough economy. So to make this type of investment shows that CIM is committed to downtown Las Vegas, to the Las Vegas Valley, and really has put their money where their mouth is, and they've been amazing to work with, and you know, that should be noted. The item that we're discussing today, of course, is the post office block, and we welcome any questions. This image shows one of the schematics for the potential of the post office block. Based on the DDA, we will be meeting the requirements of creating over 80,000 square feet of retail space as well as meeting space, which will be used not only by our hotel but by the Mob Museum and others. We've been working very closely with the Mob Museum and our partners at the city to create what we think is the best program for downtown Las Vegas. And I think it should be noted that even what our study shows us today is different than what we knew a year ago. Someone had mentioned earlier the need, I think it was Bill who mentioned earlier, the need for office space. You know, that's something that we've only recently, it's been addressed, and we may have an opportunity to address those needs. So with intelligent programming, we're going to be able to create something that's first and foremost exciting, that brings more tourists, more dollars, but also provides things such as needed retail. We talked about people living in downtown Las Vegas. Well, that's not easy when you don't have all the retail to support someone who's moving here. So we have an opportunity to bring some of the things that are needed for residents, business people, and tourists to downtown Las Vegas. Of course, the imagery does show that we are going to fit a space for our farmers market. We've been very fortunate over the past 9 months to work with Kerry Clasby and Cheryl McPherson, our partners at the Downtown Third Farmers Market, and that's been another neat, unique experience at downtown Las Vegas, and we will certainly make plans for that in the future plan. This last image does show the pool retreat, gives you a neat image of the excitement that the Downtown Grand is bringing to downtown Las Vegas. So with that, we will take questions.
Very exciting. Questions, comments?
Yes, Mayor.
Councilman Barlow.
Seth, thank you so very much. And I am just ecstatic on many fronts. Prior to moving here to this beautiful edifice, this castle that we're in right now, I had the pleasure of watching the Lady Luck go down, and then it looked like a dead dinosaur for many years out my window at the old City Hall. And I would look out that window every day wondering, when are they going to start moving on that project? It just looked horrible from up above. And what you showed here today is, one, that all of the work that CIM and the is Downtown Grand, am I saying that right?
That's correct.
Downtown Grand has put forward most definitely shows your commitment. It shows your level of commitment to move this project forward, get the project up and going, and also provides an exciting element for the state and the city in particular, specifically with the unemployment rate at the state it is in today, and having the opportunity to bring on those construction jobs to get this project moving forward in order to open the door and receive the certificate of occupancy so that more full-time employees will have an opportunity to get off the rolls of the unemployment record and get back to full sustainability in order to provide for their families again, receiving quality wages from the workforce that it will take in order to drive your profits forward. And I have no doubt that what you've displayed here today through your PowerPoint and your presentation, that if all goes well, I am very confident that you're going to drive millions of people back into the downtown community. And that's what we've been working very diligently for. This mayor and council has made a commitment, not only personally, but to the public, that we're doing all that we can to make this a real exciting place to live, work, and play. And we're doing that day by day. Even in the midst of the down economy, we're still building. And I believe that that's unprecedented to actually see construction continuing to move forward in a down economy. But that shows the effort of yourself and your entire team, and it shows an effort on behalf of the city that we're committed to making sure that everyone's feet is held to the fire as it relates to making this the greatest place for not only our families, but for those visitors who enjoy coming to the entertainment capital of the world. And I am ecstatic that it's in Ward 5 and that the redevelopment opportunity is going to be something that we will be able to celebrate many, many years from now. And I can't wait for it to open so that I can come and hang out and eat and enjoy the sports book, and if you allow me to hang out and get a tan at the pool, possibly. Not that I need one, but it's just great as far as what you have going on, and much success to you as you move forward. Thank you so very much for the presentation.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. And Councilman Ross.
Thank you. Gentlemen, Seth, you mentioned that you won't ever mention Lady Luck again. I think Lady Luck has served her purpose, correct?
That's correct.
And I think officially from this day forward, we can probably say it is the Downtown Grand and continue to refer to it as such, Mayor and council members. But I think you guys see the big picture. I mean, so many things are happening downtown. Smith Center for Performing Arts is open, Golden Gate remodeled, the D remodeled. You guys are the next ones on the edge to make a significant investment downtown. People are investing in our downtown. And I mentioned the unique stuff a couple items ago, Seth. It's unique, but you know what? It's downtown. And as you were giving your presentation, I thought about the mega resorts on the boulevard, some of which I've worked on in my career in construction. You know, I'm not sure we need that downtown. We have something different. I think we have something better for the tourist and the local alike. And I think because the culture is changing in the downtown area, people recognize it. You certainly recognize it. CIM recognizes that. You guys are young guys, and you're down here looking forward to the years to come in downtown Las Vegas. It's those kind of dreams and those kind of visions that are going to make a difference for decades to come, for the heart of our city. I'm extremely excited about what's going to happen. I've been very impatient, Mayor, in regards to 3rd Street. You know, when's it going to happen? When's it going to happen? I'm not a very patient person. But you have so much opportunity with downtown 3rd, with the parcel across the street behind the Mob Museum. You have so much opportunity to create such, continue to create that exciting new environment for the downtown. These residential units are filling up. People need to go shopping. People need to go get stuff. I met a couple of people yesterday that don't even own cars anymore because they live downtown and they can get everything, almost get everything they need without catching a ride. that changes. I mean, that changes. We're a relatively young city. I mean, a little over 100 years old, realistically. And if you look across the country, it's a much older cities with much larger historic value than we do. That's the kind of dynamic they have in the downtown areas. People don't own cars. They walk. They can walk to the grocery store. They can walk to get bread. They can walk to the butcher shop. They can walk to get their laundry. And that's coming. They can walk to get their entertainment because it's right down the street. And what an entertainment district it is. So congratulations. I'm in 110% support of what you guys are doing, your vision and your dreams. Thanks for letting us help you.
Thank you, Councilman.
And I thank you all, and I will just, all by myself, nobody else, will pray that somehow you're able to retain that old magnificent RTC building. And I see Fennel Hall. It's all me. I have spoken with no one, but I see Fennel Hall there, and I see the excitement and what that drives that area of Boston, and I can see it there. I know maybe our EUD and everybody else has a different vision, but knowing what you've done so far and what's coming so quickly, very, very exciting. So with that, we are now voting on extending the time to June of 2013 on the planning?
There are a number of changes in the amendments, so you're voting to approve the First Amendment as recommended.
Okay. All right, I would entertain a motion. Councilman Barlow, it's your motion.
I would love to, Mayor. Thank you so very much. And Mr. Arndt, thank you so very much for you and your entire staff. I mean, you all do a wonderful job, and I know you are the face of the department, but you have a wonderful staff that supports your efforts, that allow you to come before us and present such great projects all around the city of Las Vegas. So through you, I would like to say thank you for all that you do and allowing your staff to be as talented as they are to continue to bring great developments forward to all of our wards throughout the city of Las Vegas. So having said that, I would like to move for approval of this item subject to all conditions, and much success to the CIM group as well as Seth, the Downtown Grand, Downtown Third, DT3, RG3, right? And that would be my motion at this time. Thank you all so very much.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote, and please post. Unanimous. Congratulations. Thank you. We're just so excited.
Thank you, Mayor. Also, if I may introduce Zach Honine, our Chief Business Development Officer. He's been paramount in our success to date, and I want to publicly thank him.
Well, I can assure you he's happy because he's been smiling the whole time. Thank you very much. We're so proud. Okay, we will now move on to item 62, because we did 61, so we are in planning. Thank you. Discussion for possible action regarding a change of ownership for a beer wine cooler off-sale license from 7-Eleven of Nevada, Inc. to 7-Eleven of Nevada, Inc., DBA 7-Eleven Food Store, 26994 903 North Pecos Road. This is in Ward 3. Councilman Coffin, is the applicant present? Yes, I see. And Ms. Duddleston.
Thank you, Your Honor. Karen Duddleston, Business Licensing Manager. Item 62 is before you today for a special condition due to a report that was issued by Metro concerning a location in North Las Vegas. This applicant also has successful locations in the city of Las Vegas and in Clark County. We've spent a great deal of time with those other cities, with the applicant and with 7-Eleven, who are all represented here today. At this point in time, we would recommend approval of this license with the following condition. All on-site arrests and citations be reported to business licensing within 48 hours. And I believe the applicant is accepting of that condition.
Could you please state your names, your affiliation, and then your agreement with the conditions set forth by Mrs. Duddleston?
Sure, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Mark Hawkins with the firm Fenimore, Craig, Jones, Vargas. This is Jeff Donato, also the same firm. We have the owner of the applicant, and just one clarification, the applicant should be Gill Enterprises, Inc. I believe that if there's a discrepancy there, just to clarify that for the record. But the owner of the applicant is here. His name is Harvinder Gill, or Harvey, and we also have a representative from 7-Eleven with us here in the audience, and we are accepting of the conditions. We went over that with the Business Licensing Department, and we're happy to take any questions and ask for your approval.
Thank you very much. With that name change, does that preclude something or anything legal, or it's just a notification and correction? Mr. Jervik.
I think it's an enhancement to what's already on the agenda. Is there anything on the agenda that's incorrect?
No, Mr. Havender is the principal in this. 7-Eleven franchises have in the past been licensed under 7-Eleven. They are coming forward to ask that we change those to the individual names of those principals, and we'll do those all in a couple items in the future.
We're in compliance with the open meeting law then. We're fine.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, there might be some confusion about Harvey's age. I mean, name, it's Gill is your last name, isn't it? Yes, that's what I think part of the problem is. He's being addressed by his first name as if it was his last. So if all corrections can be made in the minutes and the application forms, it may require a little initial here and there. We can backtrack that and clear the record. It isn't often we find a company willing to send a couple of representatives at their expense to come and back up one of their franchisees. I think that's a good thing. There's no question that he's had some problems at one of his properties, but they are willing to stand with him because frequently they'll jettison somebody. In this case, they didn't. Proves he's a good person. Excuse me. You must be giving me something.
The whole dais, except for Councilman Beers and
Anyway,
Councilman Ross, is not coughing.
I feel like
Why aren't you coughing?
be careful on the on-site arrests because you may not know that one happened. One might initiate there but not be completed until it's somewhere off the premises. So you have to be aware constantly of what's going on and try to follow up and find out if there was a problem when you're not there. Because there might have been a dispute, starts there, the arrest takes place somewhere else, but it may be in the records that it started on your property. So you have to be careful of that. Your Honor, I will move for approval.
Thank you very
With
much.
subject to the conditions as outlined by
And you have
licensing.
agreed to those conditions, correct? Thank you. There's a motion, please vote, and please post.
Thank you very
Motion
much.
carries. Thank you very much. Good luck. And now we move on to item number 63, and we did have someone from public that did want to address the item, so we'll go forward. Discussion for possible action regarding an appeal of a work card denial for Jessica Ryan Kisser, DB at the Ranch House, 6250 Rio Vista. This is in Councilman Ross's Ward 6. I see you are present, and Ms. Duddleston, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is, as you stated, an appeal of a work card denial. Under Las Vegas Municipal Code, an applicant that is aggrieved by the decision of Metro with respect to the denial of a work card may appeal to the City Council based on errors of law or fact that the applicant believes were made in Metro's decision. That code also requires a statement from a prospective employer in support of the applicant's employment. In this situation, the employer contacted me this morning and said that they will not be providing that support, notice of support from the employer on this work card appeal.
Mr. Kaiser?
Yes,
You mentioned you
I'm
would
sorry.
if you would announce yourself and that you're representing your daughter.
My name is Fred Kaiser. I'm the father of Jessica. I'm here on her behalf to say a few statements, just to give a statement and a few things that I would like for the council to hear. Good morning to you, and the council. I've been a lifelong resident of Las Vegas. I'm presently the director of marketing for Becker Gaming here in Las Vegas. I have over 35 years of experience, and I myself have held key employee license and management positions in several casinos. So I know and I appreciate the necessity and the importance of having a work card. I'm here on behalf of my daughter Jessica as a father. I'm not proud of what she has done, and she's made some serious legal decisions that have put her in a difficult situation. But as a father, I'm here to show my continued support in hopes to get Jessica back on the right track in her life. I was here for Jessica through her many court appearances, and I stood by her through her jail time. I strongly believe in the saying, you do the crime, you do the time, and she did it. And she is continuing her counseling at this time. As a felon, it's hard enough to get jobs in this town or any town right now under any conditions, but as a felon, it even makes it tougher. Since September the 13th, she was hired at Bob Taylor's ranch house to work as a food server. She works there with her older sister and her mom. The manager decided at a late moment this morning not to show up in her support, and that's why I'm stepping forward. So my presentation is brief, but I think something needs to be said. I have a couple of letters here, support letters, that I would like to read, and then I'll end my statement. This letter comes from Judge Joseph T. Bonaventure, senior judge here in Las Vegas, who you all know. His letter states, my name is Judge Joe Bonaventure, Senior Judge Joe, and I'm submitting this letter to request an appeal on the denial of a Nevada State work card for Jessica Ryan Kaiser. I have known Jessica since she was born, having been a friend of the family for over 40 years. Prior to Jessica's conviction, I was told she was keeping bad company and using drugs. Her troubles can be attributed to this. I can assure you she is now completely rehabilitated. Jessica successfully completed drug court, West Care, probation. She has paid her price to society and now desperately needs employment. I have personally observed Jessica for the past 6 months, and she is completely drug-free and has become a wonderful young lady who will now and in the future prove to be a citizen of Las Vegas if given a chance. In close, please find a letter from a prospective employer along with the application and denial of application. Please give Jessica a chance. You will not be disappointed. Sincerely, Judge T. Bonaventure, Judge Joe T. Bonaventure. The other letter comes from a potential employer, the name of Wanda Russell, to whom it may concern. I am writing this letter in hopes of a positive outcome of Ms. Jessica Ryan Kaiser's appeal to obtain a state Nevada work card. Ms. Kaiser would be an excellent employee in the gaming industry, handling both customers and money. Jessica has been employed for me for the past year. I have found her completely trustworthy in my home. Her punctuality and work ethic are beyond reproach. In one instance, Jessica was working in my home, supervising 4 or 5 older workers when she came across $500 in cash. She immediately called me and asked me where I would like her to secure the cash until I could arrive to retrieve it. Had she simply taken the money, I would have never been able to trace back which worker took it. In summing this up, Jessica is a wonderful, hard-working, honest young lady and only needs this one chance to be provided with the work card to gain employment. Although Jessica made mistakes in the past, she has turned her life around 180 degrees. I completely vouch for Ms. Jessica's honesty and character. I urge you to grant her a temporary work card. She will be an outstanding, productive citizen of this community if given the chance. And that letter was written by Rhonda Russell, a potential employer. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Councilman Ross.
Wow, Mr. Kaiser, thank you for being here representing your daughter. And Ms. Kaiser, this is a very humbling experience for you, I'm sure. And after looking at your paperwork, I can see how humbling this is. I like Bob Taylor's ranch house, and I fully expected your employer to be here or send a letter of support. I am a big supporter of the work card program and certainly of our Metropolitan Police Department and their investigations. It is our duty as a city council to uphold, some of these laws and statutes in the city, but I'm also a firm believer in second chances. And for your father to stand here, being a father myself of 2 amazing daughters, I understand. I I'm going to do this because I support Metro and I support our business licensing division, but I also want to support you. If your life has changed and this is what you want to do, then I'm going to obey this till November 7th City Council meeting and give you the opportunity to have your employer contact me on my cell phone, or I'll stop in the restaurant myself to have this conversation, because I want you to succeed. Mr. Kaiser, you're absolutely right. A felon, when someone is a felon, it is very difficult for them to secure employment, secure work. And if you're working there with your sister and your mother, I mean, I eat there. The service is great. The food's great. It's a great location. But it is humbling, Mr. Kaiser, for you to stand here before us as well. So I understand this. I'm going to support Metro, and I'm going to support you at the same time. So, Clerk, if we can obey this, with your permission, Mayor, my motion would be to obey this till November 7th meeting, until such time as the owner or your employers had time to contact me in regards to your employment. Okay? And then that gives you the opportunity to have that conversation with them, or I'll have that conversation with them. I'm pretty easy. All right?
Thank you.
That's my motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion to obey this item to November 7th. Please vote. And please post. Yes, please, there's one question.
No, not on this. You can go
Okay. That motion carries. We'll see you on the 7th.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Question to Metro. On one of these incidents, it says FTA and then a traffic warrant. What's the FTA stand for?
Detective Mary Lavarna, Metro Special Investigations. That stands for failure to appear.
Oh, okay, because I see that on some of these other work card appeals as well, FTA, failure to appear. I should have just asked
I'll make sure
my colleague to my left.
I'll write it out next time.
You don't have to, thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you on the 7th. Good luck. Good luck. Okay, now we will move on to item 64 was withdrawn, correct? Item 65, discussion for possible action regarding an appeal of work card denial for Ryan James Quayle, and this is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. There's a correction to the address on this item. The correct address should be 1592 North Eastern, not 1529. And so, yes, Ms. Duddleston.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is also a work card denial, appeal of that denial for Mr. Quell. I've met with Mr. Quell. Also here representing him today is the owner of this 7-Eleven franchise and also the key employee for that location, who are offering their wholehearted support of this employee, have read his Metro report, and are all requesting your consideration of his appeal. From business licensing perspective, we would recommend approval of a site-specific work card with an administrative review in 1 year.
Thank you very much. I do remember your coming before us and obeying this, so welcome back, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm pleased with the recommendations for our staff. Good compromise. I support this, and I move for approval, subject to the conditions as outlined by the licensing department.
To which you agree?
Ryan Qualley, and yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. Okay, there's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck to you. Good luck. I'm proud of you. Okay, moving on now to item 66. Discussion for possible action regarding an appeal of a work card denial for Beverly K. Whitby. And this is in Councilman Coffin's Ward 3. Is the appellant present? Good afternoon. And Ms. Duddleston.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, this is a denial of a work card and appeal by Ms. Whitby. Again, under Las Vegas Municipal Code, the applicant may request an appeal of a work card denial based on errors of law or fact, and that was made in connection with that decision by Metro. And it also requires a statement from a prospective employer in support of the applicant's employment. The employer in this situation has withdrawn their support, and has stated to me that they will not support this applicant's employment.
And would you introduce yourself, please?
Yes,
And then
ma'am.
any comments you'd like to make?
My name is Beverly Whitby, and Mrs. Darling, Mr. and Mrs. Darling are the owners of 6 stores, one of which I work at. And after I got the call from Miss Duddleston's office, I'm very nervous, I'm sorry, this is very overwhelming.
That's okay.
I called Mrs. Darling and asked her, and she told me that they were asking her to sponsor and be responsible for me, and she was not going to risk her livelihood and her business license for me. And considering what you see on paper before you about me, that's about all she knows about me. I can't blame her. But she said that I am a great employee. She would continue to work me. But I want to get this license so that I can work. I work across the street from the store that I can't get a license to work at. We're across the street from each other. She owns both of them, but I can't work there. This Sunday, someone called in sick at that store. It was my day off. She called me in, but I could not go to that store, so I went to another store, and another clerk went from that store to go relieve there. For my self-esteem, to be a good go-to employee, I want to get this work card. I've had work card in the past. I have a whole statement here about what happened, what you see on paper, how that came about. Anyway, Mrs. Darling said that I asked her permission to pursue this work card, and she said absolutely. So.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Coffin? I mean, what you have there to read, if it has bearing on this, you may want to read it, but it is certainly privileged information that we have here.
Well,
so we're not going to say anything, but you don't need to bare your soul if it doesn't have relation.
I would like to read it.
Okay.
I'd like to start by saying I'm an honorably discharged veteran, a registered voter in Clark County, and have no felony or gross misdemeanor convictions. I work 4 days a week as a 7-Eleven clerk, and I'm before you today in the hopes of receiving my non-gaming work card. Please allow me to explain the events that have brought me here. From 1994 to 2004, I worked for the MGM Mirage Corporation as a dealer and floor supervisor. I had a gaming license and left the company in good standing. In 2000, my ex-husband broke into my home where I lived with my 2 young daughters. In his attack and attempted murder, I sustained a fractured skull and concussion, had to have surgery to my right hand, 2 months of physical therapy so I could deal again, and ongoing therapy for my PTSD. You can still see the scars on my forehead and my palm, but the internal scars are more severe. My ex-husband is currently in the Nevada Department of Corrections serving his 12th year on a 17 to life. After losing both my parents and my oldest daughter, Amanda, suffering her first stroke at age 18, all in less than 1 year's time, I had a nervous breakdown. Amanda went to Ohio to live with her father. My youngest daughter, Alana, moved in with her father here, and I became homeless, living under an overpass after getting away from numerous pimps who forced me into prostitution. Alana would come to visit me on my pallet under the overpass and wanted to put me in a hospital on several occasions, but I wouldn't leave my cat. In early '09, just a day after I was released from county for the last time, my ex-husband called Alana to say the doctors had given Amanda 6 months to live. Alana flew with me to Ohio, where I had planned to live with Amanda and look after her until the end. Alana spent the first week with me, then came back to Las Vegas. Amanda had been admitted to the hospital before we arrived and only lived 6 weeks after the doctor's prediction. She died on Easter Sunday, 2009, never leaving the hospital again at the age of 23. Because I had no options in Vegas, I stayed in Ohio, where I was working full-time and had my own apartment. When I left here, I had 2 open cases, which resulted in bench warrants. Working 6 days a week, I did community service on the 7th, and after a total of 75 hours, was able to close both of my cases. Even after my community service was completed, I volunteered at the senior center up until moving back here. In July, I had the opportunity to come back to Vegas and be near Alana, who is going to school to be a pharmacist. I was fortunate enough to find a job at 7-Eleven, where I'm currently employed. Mrs. Darling, the owner, asked me to get a sheriff's card so I could work at her Bonanza store, which is across the street from the nail store where I currently work. When Metro denied my work card, I was shocked. I have spoken with a couple of different convicted felons recently released from prison who shop in my store, and they have been issued work cards. I went online and followed the city ordinance 6.86.160 to file for this appeal. When I came to the Department of Planning in the morning, the clerk I spoke with said the letter from my employer was sufficient and I needed to fill in and notarize the 2 pages she printed out for me. When I returned in the afternoon, I had attached a copy of my arrest record as a convenience, as it was not required by the ordinance. At that point, I was told that the supervisor, Charlene Gerard, would not file my appeal unless I took my entire printout to my employer and had her initial each page, even though they called her while I was sitting there and she told them she was aware of my background. This was not required by the city ordinance either. When I returned all the paperwork the next morning, I was told that one of the supervisors, I don't know if it was Gerard or Duddleston, Ms. Duddleston, wanted to meet with me and my employer before coming here today. I explained that that was not required by the ordinance, but was told it was required by her. On 10/8, I received a call from the licensing office saying my appeal had been dropped, but because my employer withdrew her support. I immediately called Mrs. Darling, who told me they expected her to sponsor and be responsible for me, and she wasn't going to risk her gaming license and livelihood for anyone. Considering that almost all that she knows about me is bad, I can't blame her. However, I did ask her permission to pursue this matter, and she gave it to me. A little while later, the licensing officer called again to say I would be allowed to attend this hearing and make a statement, but Mrs. Duddleston would be at the other podium opposing my appeal. It doesn't make any sense that my misdemeanor convictions don't prevent me from being mayor, serving on the council, being employed by the city of Las Vegas, work at a bank or an airline, but do prevent me from being a clerk at the 7-Eleven across the street from the 7-Eleven where I'm currently a clerk. Why can a convicted felon who has served time in prison be issued a work card, but I cannot? When I leave here today, I will go to work at the 7-Eleven across the street from the 7-Eleven. Metro seems to think I'm not fit to work in, which is owned by the same people. I'm asking this council to not look at the 5 years I was in contact with law enforcement, but instead the 44 years that I haven't been, and grant me this non-gaming card so I can become a full-time employee for the Darlings. In closing, I'd just like to say that when I used to go to court, I'd hear the district attorneys and the public defenders talking about cleaning up the streets. Well, here I am today, cleaned up and off the streets, wanting nothing more than to be able to work full-time. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, comments?
Yes, Mayor.
Councilman?
Looking in the backup, Karen, it appears that 2009 was the last contact with law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. I think he was talking. When I was in Ohio, there was a problem with the owner of the first job I had. He was sexually harassing the female employees. When I spoke up, I was fired. But when it went to unemployment, there was a hearing and everything. Unemployment did side with me and said that I was wrongfully discharged.
What year was that?
2010. I worked there for 19 months when this happened.
Okay.
But that was, what you see in that statement is strictly his side of what he told a police officer. I never trespassed. They never saw me. I never did any of that. He did that to try to sabotage me.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'm just waiting on a response from Karen.
You know, as Metro prepared the report in the backup, I'll let them speak to that.
Okay.
Yeah, the question, I believe, was the last contact with the police in 2009?
That is correct.
Yes. The last contact that I found, sir, was, give me 1 second. No. The last contact I found was with the Lexington Police Department in Lexington, Ohio, which she was given a trespass warning by Lexington Police on 10/27 of 2010.
But I just want to say, I was at the community, the senior center.
Hold on 1 second.
Yes, sir.
If you will, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And I'm just trying to follow this chronologically, and I don't see a 2010.
On page 4?
I was on page 4.
Page 4, top, it says Lexington Police Department.
Okay. Okay, it's at the top of the page. Okay, I see. Okay, 10/27. And it has cleared and closed.
Yes, it was just a trespass warning. The according to the police, according to the statement made in the report, after Ms. Whitby was terminated, she had placed a note into a fellow employee's mailbox that was some form of a threat, and threatening her and her employer. So the employer had contacted the Lexington Police Department asking for her to be trespassed from that location and from having contact with the owner or that one employee. And that's when the police officer made contact with her at the senior home while she was serving community service for a Las Vegas crime committed here.
Okay. And is she currently on paper? Are you currently on paper?
No, sir.
So you're completely clear?
Yes, sir.
And you currently work at a 7-Eleven?
Yes, sir.
And just for my clarification, she's currently working at a 7-Eleven. She's applying for a sheriff's card to work at another 7-Eleven.
It's owned by the owners. The Darlings own multiple 7-Elevens.
Mm-hmm.
All but one. There's only one within city's jurisdiction.
Oh, okay.
So that's what she's trying to say.
So the 7-Eleven that you currently work at is in the county?
Yes.
And
Yes, sir.
the 7-Eleven that you would like to work at is in city jurisdiction? Okay. And therefore, the sheriff's card is required?
In the city of Las Vegas,
In the city
yes.
of Las Vegas, okay. That's where I was confused. So thanks for that clarification. So in addition to that, in the past, I know we've done site-specific
Yes,
cards, correct?
correct.
And explain how the site-specific card works, if you will, the site-specific sheriff card.
We often will recommend a site-specific sheriff's card when we have an employer that is willing to support an employee and understands and has read that Metro report and acknowledged it. That's what we ask of them. That employer would then understand that there is a history background here that has caused Metro to make a denial. They come forward to you. With the cooperation of that employer, we will often recommend a site-specific card, which means they may work at that specific site, but they may not take that card and go work for someone else that is unaware of that history. So it is only good at that one location with the support of that particular employer.
Okay, so two things. I'm hearing two things. One, let's talk about the employer. The site-specific card must require an approval from the employer?
The appeal procedure in the code
Okay.
requires the support of the employer for an
Okay.
appeal. That is one of the conditions of an appeal.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm with you.
And in those cases when the conditions of appeal are met and brought before you, and we do request to meet with the applicant, and we do request to meet with the employer to make sure that they understand the reasons for denial, that they are aware of those issues, and that they have a plan and are supportive of that employee working within their establishment, and they are indeed requesting that they be given a work card to work there.
Okay.
That's a condition of the appeal. Once those are met, we'll look at that and bring to you a recommendation. In most of those cases where the employer is supportive and has offered that support, we will often recommend a site-specific work card, which means they may work at that location, and with an administrative review in 1 year. In 1 year, we send a request over to Metro to recheck to see if there's been any additional incidents, if there's been any additional arrests, if there was anything that would cause you all concern in continuing that work card. If there is not, that work card is then released for that employee.
And secondly, the second point that you made as far as the site-specific sheriff's card, what would prohibit anyone from taking that sheriff's card and going and applying to another job elsewhere, is it a different color card? Is it the same card? What would stop me from taking that card and going to apply for another job somewhere else?
It will only show in, once the applicant leaves the city council, it gets updated in their scope record that the work card is only site-specific and for what location.
Okay.
After the administrative review, after I receive an email to check this person, after 1 year, to see if there's any negative contact with police, I will then contact Ms. Duddleson again and let her know if there's any issues. And then at that point, they will be issued a permanent work card. But it's only for that one location for 1 year.
Okay.
Okay, and the only way to determine is if they say she were to go to another location and try to apply for another job.
Within that year?
Within that year. What
Okay.
happens is that employers now, they send in a scope update, a work card update, and then when it gets to fingerprint, they will run that person's name and see if, they will add it to their scope record, and at that point, they'll see that it'll be a 1 year site specific.
So I think you just educated me on something. If, in fact, an individual remains at that specific job for 12 months and there's no run-in with the law, after 12 months they receive a permanent sheriff's card?
Yes.
To go work anywhere?
Yes. I will also call that employer. I have also called that employer to see if they are still employed by that company.
So with that owner having multiple locations, would she be allowed to move within the 5 multiple locations within that 12-month, being that the owner owns the other facilities, the other commercial buildings, the 7-Elevens, if they're in Clark County, Las Vegas, of course, or any other jurisdiction, Henderson or North Las Vegas?
In her case, because there's only one Las Vegas city 7-Eleven, and the other 4 are in county's jurisdiction, she could ultimately move her, because she's not required a work card in county to work as a clerk.
Okay.
So she could be moved wherever she would need her.
Okay. Well, thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. What's the full names of the folks that own the 7-Eleven?
Fred and Janet Darling. Is it Fred and Janet Darling?
Okay, all right. I thought I was mixing them up with another Darling family. So, ma'am, just to be very clear, I mean, it sounds like the owners don't want to send in a written documentation about the supporting and because they're worried about the gaming license, but you can state on the record, and if Karen called them today, they would say that they want you employed there. They would like for you to have a work card so you could work in the 7-Eleven in the city.
I saw Mrs. Darling yesterday in my store when I came into work, and I looked at her and I said, well, tomorrow's the big day. And she says, what's that? And I said, I go before the city council. And I said, so you're going to put me on full-time when I get my work card? And she smiled. She said, Beverly, you're going to go full-time and beyond. She said, you're one of the best I have, and we're going to keep you around with or without the work card. But I want that not just, I need that for my self-esteem. I've come a long way. But it's just like I said on Sunday, she called me in, but I couldn't go to that store, so they had to put me in the store and take a clerk from that store and put it over there. It's just a lot more. I just want to be that employee, you know, the go-to.
Okay, I think they have their questions. Anyone else question?
Your Honor.
Yes, Councilman Coffin.
Yeah, I will have some questions here. Beverly, is there anybody else that will stand up for you in addition to your employers? Somebody else that might know you?
My daughter,
Anybody else non-family?
living here,
Any previous employers? You used to work at in the NGM organization. Anybody
Yes, sir.
that still maintains contact with you?
no, I haven't maintained contact. I have letter of reference at home, and I didn't think to bring it. I have letters from the mayor's secretary in Lexington, where I did my community service. The grocery store where I was working when I moved here, you could call them, and he will give you a fantastic reference.
I tell you what, Beverly, I was prepared to come here today and make a motion to deny you.
Yes, sir.
On the other hand, I've heard some things from you, and I've also seen you, listened to you. First of all, on your arrest records, the prostitution, I think we should ignore that. I think that's just one of those things that happens thousands of times in this town, and it's been a long time. I'm worried about the theft charges and the pleas on grand larceny to petty larceny twice, I think I see. These things are worrisome. They, at least, I do not know how much the Darlings knew at the time, but in any event, I want to hear from the Darlings because I want to know if, for example, if we were to deny you, would they be at that point deciding to just go ahead and terminate you? You indicated to us that's not the case, but I want to hear from the Darlings. I really do. Obviously, we can't force them to communicate with us, but I'd like to have a conversation with them before I vote on your application. So at this point, Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the council agree with me in moving to obey this issue for until the first meeting in December, which is what date?
Would you say that again?
I am
December
moving
5th.
that we delay, that we obey this issue, this vote, until the first meeting in December, so that I might have a chance to discuss this with her employer. Because if she's a key employee, it would be an important thing for her to be licensed, and there have to be conditions, and there has to be a real understanding. And we need to delve into this deeper. That's all I can do, it seems to me. I want a few weeks to look at this and talk with the Darlings. I think that's an important thing. If they consider you highly enough, at least in conversation with me and perhaps any other member of the council that chooses to do that, then I could conceivably vote different than where I am today. So I'd like to have a couple of extra weeks to take a look at this again. So.
To get a temporary work card
No.
in the meantime?
No, Beverly.
Okay.
Wait a couple more weeks. Tell your employer to contact me. I'll be happy to tell you. In fact, down the hallway there, my assistant, Mr. Ortiz, will discuss this with you as you leave the dais.
Okay, thank you.
That is my motion, Your Honor.
Okay, and we have a question from Mayor Pro Tem. Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I can't imagine you're standing up here lying that these people want you to work there and want you to get a work card. I don't think that's happening here, and I don't see why we should delay putting you to work so you can make a living and take care of yourself. So I think 2 weeks is going to I don't know. It just seems like you want to put this behind you and get to work, and I'd rather not wait 2 weeks. I'd rather give you the work card today and put you to work.
Well, she is working, Mayor Pro. She is working.
I'd like her to work
she is working at the
more.
other
I would like
floor.
her to work more than she's currently working.
So you're willing to ignore all the larceny complaints and the convictions?
I think this is a lady that's turned her life around, and the people at the 7-Eleven want to put her to work, and I just don't see why we should hold that up. So that's just my opinion.
Well, you know what? If that's the case, and my Metro expert thinks that if you're good enough for him, and he's been a pretty hard guy to get by, then I will change that motion.
I won't let you down.
Well, we'll find out, won't we?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Check on me. You'll see.
But I think that more along the lines of a site-specific card is in order. So,
Councilman, do you want to restate your
yeah,
motion
I'm
then,
going to
please?
withdraw that motion to obey and change it to a motion to permit a site-specific card.
Excellent.
That will not hinder employment at the other locations. It will allow her to come to this place, and it will force a review.
Site-specific.
As I see.
Site-specific. Any other comments here? We have a
I
motion.
had not known about a site-specific card before. That's why
Okay.
I'm so glad the councilman asked that question.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion, please vote. Yes, sir. Okay, and please post. Unanimously, you will have that.
Thank you.
So we're watching you, but don't go away. Councilman Beers, comment.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. You know, I've been watching us torture citizens who've been straightened up and flying right for 3 or 4 years, for a couple months now. And I question the whole process, but it seems to me one simple, non-controversial change that we could make would be to swap out the term site-specific for employer-specific, which would allow for multiple locations with one cooperative employer. and would like to request, I guess, our city attorney to draft that ordinance change. Is that how this is done? And hopefully we can at least get that simple change done and then maybe look at the big broader picture of why we're torturing people where Clark County is not.
I think it's an excellent idea, but we have a comment down here from Councilman Barlow.
Yes, I understand your position, Councilman Beers. I have to remember which Bob I'm talking to. The only reservation moving forward, if in fact you're going to direct staff to move in a direction, the only reservation I would have is the individuals that own businesses. They own multiple types of businesses. It could be very well child care facilities, and depending on what the background is of the individual, it could be something that we would have to watch, but I'll just wait to hear how this moves forward.
Thank you.
If in fact it does.
And that is true. We're not doing it now. Right. So anyway, best of luck to you, and please tell the Darlings I say hello. I know them very well. So I'm sure, and you have really created a sense of who you are now, and good luck.
Thank you very
Good
much.
luck. Thank you. Okay, we will now move on to item number 67. This is recommending committee. Bill eligible for adoption at this meeting. It's bill number 2012-37. This bill was tabled at the September 5th City Council meeting. Councilwoman Tarkanian requested it be brought back to council. Mr. Jerbick, could you please read the bill for the record?
I'll be happy to, Your Honor. Bill number 2012-37, First Amendment, an ordinance related to mobile food vendors, open-air vending, and transient sales lots, updating applicable licensing, zoning, and other regulations regarding such operations, and address their impacts on the streets and surrounding activities and properties, and provide related matters. Before we get into it, Your Honor, as you recall, when this was last before you on September 5th, there were two conflict questions regarding implicating state ethics laws. Because we don't, state law requires that we put it on every time it's discussed, I have to revisit both of those issues. So with your permission, I will reread what I put on the record on September 5th.
Thank you.
I have been asked to provide, or asked to advise whether or not the mayor or Councilman Beers has a need to disclose or abstain on this particular vote. There are two different fact patterns that cause me to give two different answers. Mayor Goodman is married to Oscar Goodman, whose first name appears on a restaurant at the Plaza Hotel. Oscar Goodman received a fee for the use of his name and has no ownership interest in the restaurant. Under his agreement with the restaurant, there is a possibility he could receive a percentage of the gross once the gross has exceeded a certain limit. That has yet to occur. However, it may be said that he has a remote pecuniary interest in the restaurant. Under state ethics laws, former Mayor Oscar Goodman's interest will be attributed to current Mayor Carolyn Goodman. The next question is whether or not this legislation would affect that pecuniary interest. It is difficult to imagine how this legislation would affect Oscar's restaurant any more or less than any other restaurant or any other business for that matter. Further, the number of vendors is not changed by this legislation, thus leading me to conclude that the number of mobile food vendors competitors is the same, further suggesting that existing brick-and-mortar restaurants may not be affected at all by this legislation. Because the benefit or detriment to the restaurant known as Oscar's is no greater than accruing to any other member of the general business profession or group affected by this matter, under NRS 281A.4204, I have advised Mayor Goodman that she may vote on this matter. Councilman Beers has a financial interest in a restaurant known as Mundo. All things being equal, I would have been inclined to give the same advice to Councilman Beers as was just given to the mayor. However, at the council meeting of September 5th of earlier this year, George Harris, who is also an owner-investor in Mundo, has testified that he opposes the ordinance. Because Mr. Harris and Councilman Beers may be described as business partners, thus creating a commitment in the councilman's private capacity to the interest of another who has expressed a direct interest in this pending legislation, I'm advising abstention. With that, Your Honor, if those facts are correct, I need you to say so.
I thought Oscar's was awful lengthy. My parents told me not to marry him. What a burden. Goodness.
I'll take that as a yes.
Thank you
Councilman
very
Beers?
much.
Do you agree with those
That's
facts?
what my parents told me about George Harris. Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir, Mr.
so,
Jerbick, that's what
Councilwoman, or let's
you.
hear from let's hear from Councilwoman, and because Flynn Fank's standing in front of you.
Hi.
You'd like to make a comment.
I just wanted to say why I brought this back. I brought it back because by not voting in this ordinance with the limits as to tents and chairs and all the other things with the open-air vendors. Right after we let this lapse, I had a not a tremendous, I would say significant increase in these open-air vendors that were putting up chairs, were putting up tarps, which were having maybe 2 or 3 such entities on one lot. And so I knew that I needed to move somehow in a direction to take care of that, and that's why I asked for the change. And Flynn, I know we've gone on. You can say what's happened since then.
I have a very brief presentation that I'd like to make to you. I also have a handout, if I could ask the city clerk to assist me in passing those out to council members. What I would like to do is, in our discussion on September 5th, we focused most of our attention on the issue of the separation distance between mobile food vendors and restaurants. However, as the councilwoman has stated, there are other significant parts of this proposed ordinance that we think will be beneficial not only to the city in terms of enforcing certain issues that we have, but also beneficial to those who operate those businesses in terms of some of the licensing requirements and so forth. Let me just distinguish, first of all, if I could use the overhead, that the ordinance addresses both mobile food vendors, which those are the ones in the trucks in the photos that I have there on my right. And the mobile food vendors primarily operate in city public rights-of-way, so they're mainly on the street. In certain occasions they are on private property, but primarily they operate from the street. And those are considered to be different from open-air vending, which is the photos that I have there on the left, such as the arepa stand that we have currently at the corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and Oki, or the hot dog trailers that we have located at the Home Depots or the Lowe's. Those are considered to be open-air vending, and that's because they occur on private property. And so that's primarily the distinction between the two, is the mobile food vendors operate in the public rights-of-way primarily, and then the open-air vendor is that activity which occurs on private property.
And if I might just say one thing, these are really good-looking open-air vendors compared to what we've been having in our lots. We've been having like a square with a tarp over it. But
one of the things that I wanted to point out is some of the information in the ordinance that we didn't talk about last time on September the 5th in terms of some of the operating requirements. Under the mobile food vendors, there were some other changes that we had proposed. Number one was specifically stating that mobile food vendors could not be in residential neighborhoods and requiring a separation distance from residential properties, also indicating that they could not have portable tables and chairs set up around them. We also proposed to change the license type to put them on par with brick and mortar restaurants so that they would have the same type of license, same type of fee structure in paying that license, and then also eliminating the work card requirements and no longer having them as a privileged license. In terms of the other language that we had in the ordinance relative to open-air vendors, one of the things that we did was we specifically stated that they're not permitted in the right-of-way, they cannot be located in parking spaces, required parking spaces on a property. We also had the language in there in terms of the separation distance from residential properties and the fact that they couldn't use tables and chairs. In discussing some of the issues that Councilwoman Tarkanian has encountered in her ward, and we would say is also common in the other wards, what she requested us to do was to look at possible additions to this ordinance in terms of the open-air vendors. And so there's a number of things. Let me just go through those briefly. Number one, we already have the language that talks about not being able to have chairs and tables. We've also noticed that there are certain operations that also use tents or tarps and further encroach upon the private property. And so she requested that we add some language relative to that. In addition, looking at the separation distance from residential properties, it is her recommendation that we increase that from 50 feet, which is what I believe we had in the original ordinance, up to 150 feet, which gives greater separation from residential. The third item is relative to the number of open-air vendors permitted on a property. We would specifically state that only one vendor per commercial property would be allowed. Now, we had to distinguish this from other plaza operations that we have. For example, Jackie Gone Plaza at the El Cortez, which has the Streets Festival. the plaza that we've approved at the former Downtown Transportation Center where they anticipate having multiple vendors. So we've distinguished those from the other open-air vendors so that those operations can still continue to operate as they're allowed. It's on our commercial corridors where only one would be permitted per commercial property. The next thing that the councilwoman asked us to look at was to have limitations on the hours.
Could I interrupt you for one
Certainly.
second, please? Remembering the meetings that we held, there was discussion of having area lots available where several vendors could be located. Is that gone?
No,
I mean, where they agreed that, yes, we'd love to always have this lot available and 4 of us could go in there or something.
No, that was still in the ordinance for the mobile food vendors.
Okay, thank you.
So we still have that
I'm
in
sorry to
place.
interrupt. Thank you.
No worries. Under the hours of operation, again, there was a concern of impacts to residential neighborhoods and properties, and so the councilman asked that we looked at restrictions on that. What we're proposing before you today is to limit the hours of operation for open-air vendors from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. where that property directly abuts residential properties or is directly adjacent to residential properties. And then the last issue that we had was the use of extension cords or water supply lines. We've had some instances where an open-air vendor has run a cord from the principal building on the site or a water hose or something along those lines. And so what we've crafted is language that would say that that's no longer permitted unless the cart is directly up against the building. For example, the hot dog carts at Lowe's or Home Depot are typically under the canopy right up against the building. And so that's not an issue. It's where it would create a hazard for those going through the parking lot, and it's also a little unsightly. And so those are the changes that we're proposing to add to the open-air vendors. One of the things that we would ask is, again, because this has a lot of information in the ordinance, is I'd like to take this discussion in 2 parts with the suffrage of the council. What I'd like to do is to talk about the specific amendments that the councilwoman has proposed and the general language that we have in the ordinance, and then to make a vote on that. And then secondly, what I would like to do is to discuss the separation distance from restaurant, to consider that as a separate item and to vote on that. And then I'll have Val Steed take us through that process of how we wrap that all up in the end. Again, just to summarize, I think there's some very important things in the body of this ordinance that would be helpful not only to us in terms of enforcing the ordinance, but also to the business community. And so I'd like to take those items separately. So with that, in your packets, I have a sheet identified as motion number 1. That would be the changes to the open-air vending regulations as proposed by the councilwoman. And I'd like to go ahead and talk about those items first, if we could.
Okay, thank you very much. And before we move forward with any of this, any council person who wishes to make a comment, but we did have 1, 2, 3 people who had indicated they would like to speak to this. And because this is very clear at this point, I will invite you up. It's not necessarily a lengthy discussion. If you would keep your time limited to 3 minutes, and if our clerk would do that and call you up one at a time, whoever had come up before. There was Tom Dennis, I believe, and Evan Louie, and Wes Isbut. So if you would just come up and, again, state your name for our record, and we will put the timer on for 3 minutes, please.
Wes
Thank you.
107 East Charleston Boulevard. This discussion is really about public and private lands. I don't think anyone has any issues with anything being set up on anyone's private land if they want to do it, and they're not breaking laws, God bless them. It all comes down to the public land. I have personally been denied by the City of Las Vegas to vend items on my own property that are then taken onto public land. I've been denied this, but the food trucks in this thing are allowed to do what I'm being denied. I have been denied to allow artists to have booths on public land, sidewalks, streets, and for decades this has been denied. But that same food truck can pull up and park and vend. The unequal playing field, the protectionism, the unfair advantage, the unfair competition allowed to a mobile vendor, specifically food, only food in comparison to any other industry, is appalling. How can they have a privilege that none of us have? We are arguing about distances and protectionism for restaurants. We are having the wrong argument. We have all agreed that this is something unique, that when they gather in places, it's a unique environment. We've all agreed that a pod or a designated area is the appropriate place to poach, and I can give you many examples of how poaching goes on special events, which we run through a variety of permits and plans, including traffic plans and Metro Police, to occupy public land, and that mobile vendor can pull up right in front of our special event that we've gone through all this procedure to get and vend legally. It's an unfair playing field. It's giving them an advantage over any other vendor, any other industry. Not fair. I asked the City Council to address the actual issue here. It is not about your distance, your separations. It's about what you can do on public land versus what you can't do on public land. If I want to park on the street, I pay the meter. That's fair. We all have an equal playing field. It is unconscionable to create a special rule. You create an area for these things, they're wonderful, people will come in droves for them. To allow them to go into residential neighborhoods or any other area is, I keep coming back to, an unequal playing field. It's basically un-American. I want to vend my T-shirts in that same area. I want to go run my bar. I have a license to do that in that same area. I want to do my dentistry or my photography or whatever industry you want to choose, right in that same spot. Why can't I? Why do they get the advantage over all of us? That's all I have to say.
Thank you, and I would, this is, while it's public comment, if you'll wait 1 second, could you speak to, Mr. Fagg, could you speak to the private and public issues of inviting on, the private can invite on to their private property a vendor, but the vendor, generally a truck vendor, doesn't go onto private property without the permission of the private owner, or is that incorrect?
They would need to have the permission of the property owner to locate on private property.
That answers that. Okay, so there we are. Okay.
Wonderful.
Thank you. And Councilman Hoffman.
There's one other thing, and Wes mixed up a couple of issues in his statement, because the most recent one with Wes has been the inability to serve or vend liquor in his outdoor area. Apparently what's happened, I've inquired on that, Wes, I guess it might be archaic or old in some way or another, but the prohibition relates to the fact that these special use permits are parcel specific, and your outdoor area is a different parcel of land. And
what we're referring to here is a different issue than that. I'm being denied for well over a decade. I ran a bar on the First Friday event on my property that faced Charleston. I have a liquor caterer license, we met all health permits, and we're issued this permit every month for a decade. I was recently denied that because it was felt that the patrons to that, who would then be on the sidewalk, public land, created a bottleneck or a jam. Well, that is no different than what happens for the mobile vendor. They vend from the parking spot onto the sidewalk. The people come up and line on the sidewalk. We are in the same boat. I'm being denied, they're being allowed.
Okay, if I might on that, that's liquor.
What you're referring to.
There's a mix here.
I just wanted to make sure, Your Honor, we didn't mix up two issues.
No, that's a separate issue that you're referring to.
It's a separate issue which I took up with Flynn, and he explained to me, which I think you ought to do. You know you ought to fix that.
Okay.
It's just a question of...
On that issue, I actually do believe that we listed all three parcels, but that's technicality we can talk about later.
And the other one was the liquor. So I just wanted to clarify, so you have that, it would have to be with your
I was told
permission.
specifically because of the bottleneck on the sidewalk from the patrons that that was not going to be allowed. And then, of course, we saw them put barricades and create areas into the street for that, and I'm still being denied.
Okay, well, I think we can take that up separately. I did hear you mention liquor, and so that might have been a difference. So let's continue on with the people, and we will get back with you. Thank you very much. And so now, let's see, Tom Dennis or Evan Louie? Evan Louie. I made you Yvonne, I'm sorry.
Evan Louie, that is. Just to comment on what he said earlier, I don't know any mobile food trucks that actually serve alcohol, but this is kind of a different subject. In addition to what you're saying about residential, we actually have, as I mentioned in our last discussion, is that we actually have both the residential license and the mobile food vending license, because we have to go to the residential parks and we get permits from our parks. We're applying with the city and county parks as well, because as you guys know, we have to get permission, we have to get board approval with we're actually partnering with National Youth Sports, which, as you guys know, is the largest association for youth sports here. So in essence, we also have an entire deployment of carts going out. So we actually fall into that other category of open-air vending. And I'm very familiar, we have different targeted areas we have for our deployment plan here, which will encompass the county and the city. So just in essence of what he said, I see there's a difference. He is a fixed location, and there's going to draw traffic for alcohol as well as it is for mobile food vending. So I just want to make the point that we are actually on both sides of it. I see his side of it, and I speak on behalf of the food trucks as well as his side as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Tom Dennis? There you are.
Well, now it's good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Yes, once again, I don't know if everybody understands the licensing issues that we do go through as a mobile food vendor. So we're not just the city of Las Vegas. We have the Clark County, we have Henderson, we have Northtown. Everywhere that we want to vend, we have to get a city license. Also, along with that is the work cards where it's required. We do get our health department permits that we have to have. If we want to put out an extra table or chairs, that's an extra permit or an extra whole itinerary event fee. As it stands local right now with the health department, if there's more than two trucks or more together, they consider that an event. And in order to have an event, you have to pay a fee for an event permit. At that time, the health department does come out and inspect. So every time there is a health permit pulled, we are inspected. So we are, as a mobile food vendor, we are inspected many more times than a regular restaurant is. So our keeping our Class A license is awesome. I mean, I've been inspected more than 3 times in a weekend because 3 different events on a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So we see the same inspector come each day. Along with the restrictions on distance from a restaurant, we also, we have a food network system that we just set up with all the trucks, trying to police our own to make sure that we're not encroaching on, a restaurant right there in front of their front door. We want to have some class when we're doing this, but, the 150 feet or more, that's just, keeping us completely out of some areas. And yes, the pods are nice if you're going to set up a pod, but as of right now, you can't take it away without having something else for us. And like I said, this is our livelihood too. I do admit, there's other issues that go on. There's a lot of people that run out there dirty that don't have license that do this. But like I said, we have a group that we're trying to keep together to police our own. And we're trying to work, we don't, if I owned a restaurant, I would think I would understand the same thing. I don't want to park right in front of my door. But most of our areas that we do, 99% of the vending I do is on private property that we're invited to. So yes, that does sometimes get within that 150-foot limit of a restaurant, but we do understand that that doesn't pertain to this ordinance. It's only when you're on the private property. I know I'm probably rambling. I got 100 things going in my head. But yes, just, limiting us to what we can do and can't do really affects our own business and our own livelihood. So please keep in mind that, a great distance really hurts us.
Thank you. And I would like to mention, which I found out because Councilwoman Tarkanian back at that meeting in September asked what were the dimensions of this room, and I have asked staff, and I know that from that corner and that camera over to that corner and that camera is 124 feet. Not 150, 124 feet, that whole distance. So knowing that we did convene 5 meetings of vendors and bricks and mortar, I am now, and Mr. Fagg, if you come back up, you want to separate this into 2 pieces, correct? And we don't know which, or maybe I am too
Yes,
young
I
here.
would like to
Which
separate
piece first?
into 2 pieces. The sheets that I passed out to you, I have motion number 1 first, which is primarily the changes to open-air vending based on the discussions that we've had with Councilwoman Tarkanian. That would be the one that I'd like to consider first. The second one is labeled motion number 2, and that's the issue of the distance separation of mobile food vendors from brick and mortar restaurants. And so I'd like to take that second if we could.
We are doing them separately, and I
Yes.
move to approve the motion number 1, which relates,
I'm so
To the-
sorry. Thank goodness for Val and our attorneys that keep us so honest up here. I did only ask those 3 to come up if they had a point, if you wouldn't mind, Councilwoman. Is there anybody else that wishes to make comment on this consideration?
I just want to clarify something with Mr. Fagg before
Okay.
we vote on anything.
And I also have a question
Okay, thank you.
after, Your Honor.
statement.
And do please state your name. Hi.
Deborah Heiser, spouse of Wes's. We own Bar Bistro. One of the problems that I see because we do have a property right across from us, and we have a food truck that comes in and, in my own words, poaches from every single event that we put on, and I think that's unfair. Now, they would still be within the 150 feet. We spend all of this money to do marketing and bring people down to our bistro, and he literally comes in, parks right across the street from us, from our entrance. And where the parking lot is, people literally have to pass his truck to come to our restaurant. And I just don't think anything like that is fair. So I mean, I'm in full favor of having a distance. I would like that distance to be greater. That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, wait, we have one more, please, if I may. And do state your name for the record.
Yes, Joanne Bronson. I'm
sorry, what was your first name?
Joanne.
Joanne. Hi.
Joanne Bronson, Senior Blues. I do own a mobile food truck. I'm fairly new in the business. I've had it for about 3 months. I do understand, I grew up in the restaurant business. I do understand how the restaurant owners feel about that. I do want to make a point, though. We do bring livelihood and business and people coming into whatever event we're at. That's why private businesses ask us to be there, because we are known to bring customers in. And from my experience, if there's food trucks out there, we're bringing people in, lots of them do want to go to a restaurant or an established restaurant, and there are restaurants that do support us. As far as the distance, I agree there should be a distance. It should be reasonable, though, because if the distance is greater than 150 feet, we're just going to be run out of downtown and many other areas. My question is, what stops a restaurant from opening next to another one pizza shop, opening a restaurant, opening up next to another? Sorry, I'm very nervous. I'm not very good at public speaking. Why would that be any different than a food truck trying to make a business? Being, 150 feet seems pretty reasonable to me. So I just would like council to consider that. Making it any greater would really run us out. And actually, I think Tom is correct. About 99% of my business is private events, whether it's with the city or we do a lot of fundraising. We do a lot of good for the community. We do a lot of school events where we give back to the schools. We do many benefits for great causes. So we're not
Thank you for that.
We're not just poachers out there.
Good. Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Thank you
Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. We did not get these in our backup. I know that the issue was being discussed, but we've had no time to really read or consider and look at these motions. Thank you, Flynn, for preparing them. But I was thinking that they were just sent over to us at 9 o'clock this morning. We'd already started our meeting. And I don't know why we didn't get them before. I just think it's one of those customary things. You take a look at something.
I would like to just say, however, that everything that's in the motions, we discussed, I think, rather thoroughly at our CMO briefings. And I just felt it was a good idea to put it all in writing so that we could see it, and so that I would then also make the motion correctly. For Brad.
Okay. More?
There might have been verbal discussions, and I won't disagree with you. I don't remember exactly what was said orally at the briefing that I had on Monday. Might have been different than what you heard on Tuesday. And so I'm in a bit of a quandary here. I haven't had a chance to read it, look at it in the context of the entire bill. So these kinds of things shouldn't be done when you have it in such a fashion of what would be a contentious issue. Excuse me, I really am losing it. So, that's my worry here. And also there is a parliamentary discussion here as to how you do it. Should motion 1 pass, does motion 2 become an amendment to the first motion before you vote on the entire bill, and so on? I'm sure that could be worked out. But why that particular order? Why not motion 2 versus first, as opposed to motion number 1?
I think council would be happy to answer that, Mr. Cherbak.
I can, and then you can, Councilman, to answer your last question first. These could be taken any order you want to take them. It just so happens the first motion happens to be motion number 1. I think the idea is to take this bill in portions, and so a vote on motion number 1 would just be a sign that a second amendment would include everything in motion number 1. If motion number 2 were to pass in either form, that would tell us that you have consensus on the distance separation. After both of those components are voted on, there would need to be a final vote on a second amendment that would include or not include motion number 1 if it passes, and include or not include motion number 2 if it passes. Is that clear as mud?
You could use this a little more.
Okay, we're saving a motion. Whoops, Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. This may help. Flynn, motion 1 deals with some housekeeping items also for vending, the mobile vending trucks as well. It also, the only distance requirement in here is 120 feet from residential areas in regards to the open air vending, correct? There's a significant difference here. Mobile vending vehicles and open air vending, correct?
Correct.
And I want to make sure that I'm voting specifically on the open air issues, because with open air vending and the food trucks, totally different issues, and certainly support Councilwoman Tarkanian in regards to that. I will say this, and for the Isbets, for them, because I want to say this, Wes, and to your lovely bride, there's a different customer that goes to a vending truck than goes to the bistro. I go to the bistro. I don't go to the truck because I don't want food off the truck. Not to offend any of the truck people out here, the food truck people, but I think it's a different customer. I am not going to be in support of motion number 2, Mayor and council members, because I don't think it's government's job to restrict entrepreneurship, if you will, to restrict, I lost my wording, it's not government's job to regulate competition in the industry. It's not our job. And I would be very hard-pressed to support any kind of distance separations from mobile vending trucks and restaurants. To me, it's a different customer. If I'm going to the and forgive me, the Roach Coach, I'm a construction worker. If I'm heading to Roach Coach, I'm heading to Roach Coach. If I'm going to the bistro, I'm going to the bistro because I want to sit down and have some great food at the restaurant. So, Mr. Fagg, I think you're clarified by your nods that motion 1 is on open air vendors. Motion 2 is on the distance separations. Should we insert 1 on the food trucks, correct?
Correct.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, one thing we all need to really get straight here. They are mobile vendors.
You forgot to say your
and then
name.
And then you have your...
Excuse me. You
my
forgot
name
to
is
announce
Anthony
who you
Hodgkin.
are, for the record. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. The brick and mortar, as you said, they pay pretty good sized taxes and whatever. And the mobile thing, they got to make a living too. But the way it look right here, you got to have some sort of separation for the good of everybody. It's not just a courtesy thing, it's just a natural fact. The brick and mortar can't move. They're not flexible. And so these other things, they can move all over the place and whatever. And sometimes you do have to have a boundary within to protect the brick and mortar. I'm sorry, brick and mortar needs some protection too. And they pay an awful lot of taxes. Yeah. But I want them both to have some territory, but hey, let's make this thing fair to everybody.
If I could, Your Honor,
they must stay within 100-some feet, period.
As a matter of parliamentary procedure, there's a motion on the floor. It's not appropriate for members of the public to comment on a motion on the floor. It's up to the council members to comment on the motion, debate the motion, and then vote on the motion.
Call for the question.
Okay, do we have a motion? Yes, Councilwoman Tarkanian was starting it. You may finish it. Go ahead, please.
I move to approve motion number 1 as is written and handed out to us.
Okay, there's a motion.
Mayor
Please.
Goodman?
Question?
Yes, we have some controversy from the legal end. I love this.
I can't believe it.
I'm adding no controversy. I'd just like to make sure that we understand that this motion includes a couple of aspects that pertain to mobile food vendors. The first aspect is a display of a license. Right now, you have to have a display a number, and this would indicate that you have to display a number if it's not the license number and the license number. It also pertains to mobile food vendors who are on an open sales lot to the extent of the issue of coverings, tables, chairs, and tents. The rest of motion number 1 pertains only to open-air vending on open sales lots.
I do believe. Thank you. If I might say to Councilman Ross, I would think that you would agree that we should have the numbers on the trucks. Safety for children, safety for other things like that.
Absolutely. I love the cleanup items on this first motion.
And you know, it is important for the health department, but I want to tell you something else. We have to understand that there are other agencies, and in this particular case, the health department, which is supposed to do some things they can't do it. They don't have enough personnel. We have open-air vendors that come out and without gloves are serving corn and stuff like that. And that's, the health department's supposed to handle it. So I tell the neighborhood associations, this is something where you need to call the health department, and the health department tells them, we do not have the manpower. So I think we have to watch this carefully and understand why you have to have some restrictions around this with the, okay, that's all. I made my motion.
Okay.
Someone moved for the question.
They did, and we are going to vote.
Mayor?
All in favor, please vote. I'm sorry? Councilman Barlow?
Yes, I had a question, ma'am.
Okay, there's a question.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I'll be swift, Mayor. I just want to, just a point of clarification as it relates to motion number 1, Brad and Flynn. There's 150 feet for the transient sales lots. How does that play out? It's
Residential.
item number B8 on motion number 1.
A, B.
150 feet from residential developments.
Yes. Residential.
I'm sorry, six.
Right, 150 feet from residential.
Right.
What that means is that if there is an open-air vendor on a commercial property, the open-air vendor needs to be located at least 150 feet away from the property line of the residential property. So, for example, if you have a commercial property where there's residential property immediately behind it, the open-air vendor would need to be located at the front of the lot, at least 150 feet away from the residential property.
Property line. Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman?
Thank you. Flynn, these are, they're not all transients, so it's open air. It could be people that have been established for a good number of years. We are rewriting the ordinance. I don't want to affect anybody that's currently in business. We have them, a number of them. What if we've got, for instance, the one down on Oki and Las Vegas Boulevard? Well, let's just take that one for example. It's there. Now, then, what happens if we change these rules here and it catches somebody who's in business and doing well? Are we going to grandfather them in, or are we going to say that they're okay as it is? I want to make sure we don't have a accidental catching unintended consequences.
Certainly.
Mr. Count, can I just say something? I really want to get some of those that are operating right now, and I don't care how much money they're making. We have vendors that are 2 to 3 on a single lot, unlicensed. Some of them are licensed, some of them are not licensed. They have tarps, and they have these extension cords all the way from the building out to the street. That's not safe for people. And that's where we have to draw the line. And if they can't just adjust to those safety issues and the tarp issue and the tent issue, then maybe we shouldn't have those businesses.
Well, I was just trying to get an answer from Flynn on this. I'm thinking there might be abusers of all the rules, Councilwoman Tarkanian. There could very well be abuses. She's off somewhere else. I am going to say, I want to make sure she hears me. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. Well, I know you multitask. I'm just saying that you're citing some abuses of some kind that ought to be regulated, maybe better, and probably are not allowed today under our existing code, maybe only from a lack of enforcement, are operating in that fashion. But I'm thinking of one specific one, which is popular and is one on a lot with a good relationship, you know, with the owner of the land underneath it. So tell me that that person isn't going to be affected by this in such a fashion that all of a sudden they got to spend $5,000 or $10,000 to comply with something which we've just passed without even having really had much chance to study.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, I'll go ahead and respond to that question. One of the reasons why you did receive this so late is in looking at the draft that the City Attorney's Office had proposed to us, we needed to make sure that we weren't going to impact existing businesses. I already mentioned a couple, the Downtown Transportation Center, Jackie Gone Plaza, and others. We wanted to make sure that the language that we were proposing before you today would not impact those businesses that were operating successfully. And so, again, that's one of the reasons why we did that. In terms of any zoning regulation that you do, where you have a business that has been permitted under a prior zoning regulation, it will be allowed to continue to operate. The concern is that we have quite a number of those businesses out there, as Councilwoman Tarkanian has pointed out, that currently do not operate within the boundaries of the ordinance, do not have a license. And it's really those who will be impacted most by this proposed ordinance, is those who are operating outside the bounds of the regulations.
That's fine with me, then. I can't disagree with that.
I understand. I could just say, I understand how you're looking into the business and protecting. I should have said that I was hoping to get rid of some of the non-legitimate businesses. But if it is, yeah, the renegades. But if it's the person who's followed through and has done that, I understand it, Council.
Okay. Good.
And you know what I'm not seeing, and I know back in August before we convened the 5 meetings, one of the pieces was there must be an evident health paper that they are licensed or whatever they are by the health department, visible right up front for everybody who's coming to buy, that food vendors, much like restaurants, have to have their health certificate visible.
Certainly, they still are required to have their health certificate.
Okay, so that's already in this
Yes.
piece, but further back.
Correct.
Okay. So any other comments, questions? There was a motion, a call for the question, so some of us have voted, the rest of us need to vote, please. If you have not, and then if you would post this, please. You didn't vote?
I didn't vote.
Your motion.
Goodness.
Okay, post, please. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And now on to item number 2. And I would like to restate on item number 2. This came at the behest of the bricks and mortar restaurants. What was asked was, it is not government's place to make rules and laws. It should be able to be mediated between the groups, which is why we convened 5 times with proper notification to anybody in the area that was of significance of having these restrictions involved, to come together without the city involvement or with the help of the city as the mediator, and to come to a consensus. And the majority came to that consensus. The majority. This was not an edict of the city. It was nothing. It was the convened group 5 times, coming to meetings, discussing and agreeing each to give a bit. And so the resolve, and I'm looking at Karen Duddleston, if that is correct, could you come up here and say your name and say that this was the resolve after 5 of these lengthy meetings where it came to mediated by both groups, not the city dictating.
Karen Duddleston, Business Licensing Manager, and I was at those meetings, as well as I know there were over 30. To have to go back and look if there were more than that, of both brick and mortar restaurants and many of the businesses downtown that invite the mobile food trucks onto their properties, as well as the mobile food trucks. And we discussed a variety of lengths. We set a variety of goals. The goal identified by the group was to get mobile food trucks away from the front doors. And at each one of those meetings, we discussed 150 feet. That was the proposal at the last meeting, and there was that appeared to everyone there to be the consensus of the group, and we went forward with that.
Okay. So with that, Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I don't know how long we've been working on this, a year maybe. It's been a while, and all the discussions involving this have gone from 1,600 feet to 1,200 feet to 800, 300, 150 down to 0. And, Councilman Ross had mentioned, he doesn't want to regulate this area. And I'm in that kind of that camp too, but when you look up the definition of regulate, it actually means to bring order to something. And from my standpoint, that's what we're just trying to do. We're trying to prevent what I want to call a food fight from happening out in the community. So the restaurants don't want food trucks parking in front of their restaurants, and I understand that. I wouldn't want them either. The food trucks want access to a lot of territory so they can make money and stay in business. I understand that. It seems like we have to provide some type of order in order to allow these two to work together, so there are not fights, so they are working together. And like the mayor said, we asked you to meet with all the constituents out there, the restaurants and the food trucks, and through a series of 5 meetings that the mayor attended, a couple of them, you all, I heard the restaurants say this was okay, I heard the food trucks say this was okay, I heard you say it was okay. 150 feet seemed to be okay for everybody. And the last time we visited this, we had a motion for 150, 0, there were like 10 motions involved, and we never came to a consensus. So what I would like to do is take one more shot at 150 feet and to see if the city council agrees to that. If they don't, then we're probably back to square one. So I'm going to make a motion to have a separation, an amendment to this, to have a separation of 150 feet between food trucks and restaurants.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And Mayor, I want to thank you for setting the record straight, because as I understand it, this wasn't an item that the City of Las Vegas brought to the mobile food trucks nor to the restaurants. This was an item that was brought to the City of Las Vegas doorstep because 2 entities were unable to come to some level of consensus in order to work out their differences. So therefore, we are here now in a position to play mediator, referee, to see if we can assist to bring the two to some level of a consensus through government. I agree with my colleague, Councilman Ross, 100% that it's not the government's job to provide levels of distance separations. However, where I slightly disagree is the fact that we didn't initiate it. And so for that, we have to bring some level of order to our city as it relates to 2 business entities at odds. And therefore, this mayor and council has to make a leadership and an executive decision. Now, will that make some of you happy? Yes. Will that make some of you mad? Yes. But you couldn't come to a consensus, so therefore you're leaving it up to government to make that decision for you. And that's what we're here to do in the first place. That's why we are the elected body, to make tough decisions. And so, Mayor Pro Tem, I was in support of the 300-foot distance separation the last time this item came before council, and I am willing to negotiate as well, because I too would like to see this item come to some level of resolve. And so for that, I will stand behind your recommendation of 150 feet.
Thank you very much, Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll state again that protecting the competition of one business over another is not the role of government. They have a constitutional right to go out and earn a living, and I think this is in direct reflection and violation of hindering their ability to earn a living based on that constitutionality. And I think that this stymies the entrepreneurial spirit. If they're making money, great. If the restaurants are making money, great. I wanted to make a comment to Wes that in regards to your liquor on the outside and serving and that whole 9 yards, that's another issue that I think the city should fix and help you fix that. I don't think that issue with you has to do with mobile vending trucks. I can see the nexus, but again, it is not our role to protect one business over another. It's not our role as government, and I think that it's just a principle issue with me. I understand all the problems, I understand the crowds, I understand parked in front of the door, get that, but I cannot support giving one business an advantage over another. I can't do it. Thank you, Mayor. I am not in support of your motion, Mayor Pro Tem.
All I can tell you is we have a great city council. We've been working through this now since August, and I am very proud, and certain of us are holding our firm beliefs, and that's wonderful. That's what we're about, is expressing ourselves. And so, there was a motion. I did vote. Everybody else should vote. And then please post, and let's see what happens. And the motion carries, and I thank you, and Karen and Flynn, thank you for this long endeavor. And I remind you all, there's no reason why, if down the road after 6 months or a year, you need to come back and we need to look at this again to help you work together to get this resolved. That's what's there. Thank you. Thank you very much. We will move on now.
Your Honor.
Wait. Down here.
Yeah, there's one more vote that has to be taken. You have voted on two components of this bill. You have voted to accept under motion number 1 those number of amendments that were put in the record by the director, and they are on file with the clerk. Under motion number 2, you have essentially voted to amend the First Amendment to page 4 LVMC 6.55090E to change the number 300 feet to 150 feet. With both of those in place, you now have what we'll call the Second Amendment to Bill number 2012-37 that takes in motion number 1 and motion number 2 and everything that was in the First Amendment, not disturbed by today's vote. If you will move to approve 2012-37 Second Amendment, we will incorporate your votes today into one neat ordinance.
That's so moved by me. And I could not repeat it, nor any of the numbers. You said them so quickly. So I'm moving with our council. Oh, wait. Our city clerk doesn't know what we're moving. We are amending. Do you want him to repeat it? Because I couldn't.
I'll get it off the tape.
Okay. Thank you. So there's a motion. Please vote, and then please post. Thank you very much. The motion carries. Thank you both again. And what we're going to do, because Mayor Pro Tem is so driven by food, I just want you to know he loves to eat, especially Greek food, for any of you in the restaurant or vending business. He has asked that we are going to go ahead and finish up the morning session. We're going to do that now. Then we're going to take a half-hour break because we do have an afternoon session. And believe it or not, it's 2 o'clock, and half of our staff has passed away from waiting for food. So we will move right along with this. Our next bill is number 68. This is bill number 2012-48. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2012-48, in order to amend the Unified Development Code to revise the standards that govern real estate signs, advertising, commercial property, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Oh, wow, that was quick. Not even a minute. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post.
I did pass. It says I did.
She has a blank screen, actually.
Yes.
Okay, we will move. Oh, post, please.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I don't mean to cross.
Motion carries. On to item number 69, bill number 2012-49. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2012-49, in order to amend the Unified Development Code to correct errors made in ordinance number 6210 regarding the treatment of outdoor storage uses in restaurants and provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
There's a motion. Please vote. And please post.
Well, yes.
Okay. Post. It's still trying to work on your last motion, 3.0. And that motion carries. We'll move on to item number 70, Bill number 2012-50. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2012-50, an ordinance to repeal and replace LVMC Chapter 13.12 pertaining to planned streets and highways and provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
And there's a motion. Please vote.
I have to vote again orally, yes.
And please post. The motion carries. We're on to number 71, and this is Bill number 2012-52. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you.
Councilman, Bill number 2012-52, an ordinance to adopt a map pertaining to the downtown Centennial Plan was intended to have been adopted by ordinance number 6208 and providing for other related matters.
Move for approval.
There's a motion. And be careful. And please vote.
Same aye.
And another aye from Councilwoman Tarkanian. Please post.
Thanks anyways.
That motion carries. Agenda item number 72. Items 72 and 73, Bills 2012-28 and Bill 201251 are eligible for adoption at a later meeting. We now move on to new bills. We are on to item 74. Items 74 and 75, Bills 2012-53 and 201254 will be heard at recommending meeting on Tuesday, November 6th. The new bills, those specific new bills are assigned to Councilman Barlow, Anthony, and Coffin. And we will not be having closed session, or we will be, but we are breaking for whoops.
I've got to read the new ones.
New bills. I forget that every time. Go ahead, please.
Take a moment, Your Honor. Bill number 2012-53, an ordinance relating to secondhand dealers and dealers of scrap metal, revising LVMC Chapter 6.74 to update the city's secondhand dealer regulations generally to conform with them to the provisions of state law and providing for related matters. And finally, Bill number 2012-54, an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code to authorize applications of related documents to be submitted electronically and provide for related matters.
Wow. Okay. Now, we will recess for half an hour. Is that all right? Anybody got a problem?
No closed session.
No closed session. We'll be back in 1/2 hour. We will be back here at 2:35. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to reconvene. And so, thank heavens for Mayor Pro Tem, who keeps me on the right numbers. Okay. We are beginning with 77, is that correct? Whoops.
67.
And we have a comment, please, from our Attorney Jervik. Yes, sir.
I could, Your Honor. This will only take a moment. If we could go back on the record on item number 67, that's bill number 2012-37. That was the mobile food vendor ordinance. During the meeting, I was of the opinion or of the belief that a clerk had a written copy of what was called motion number 1. I found out while it was read into the record and it was discussed, you did not have a physical written copy. During the break, I provided a written copy, so I want the record to reflect that the clerk has a copy of motion number 1, which will be incorporated into the bill's second amendment. And with
Does
said,
that mean
unless
you
there are
want
any
us
questions-
to bring, we have to vote on bringing
No.
back?
No, I just wanted to put that on the record, make sure that it was clear that there is a copy on file with the clerk, and that's it.
Do you in fact have that, Ms. Clerk? Fine. So we're okay then?
We are. And
Thank you. Now we will go on to item number 77. For possible action from the afternoon session, the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, or withdrawn or held in abeyance for future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman Anthony?
Mayor, we're hearing every item this afternoon.
Oh, how nice. Thank you very much. We don't need to vote on that then, because we are hearing every item. Okay, and now we will, oh my favorite part. This is items number 78 through 82 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. This is number, I'm going to read them all. Excuse me, number 78, EOT 46050, applicant Walgreen Company, owner ASRV General WL LLC et al. For possible action on a request for an extension of time of special use permit SUP 38239 for a 74 square foot accessory packaged liquor off sale use within an existing 15,120 square foot retail establishment at 900 North Rancho Drive, C-1, limited commercial zone. This is in Councilman Barlow's Ward 5. Number 79 is EOT 46475, nonconforming, applicant owner LMP LLC. For possible action on a request for an extension of time for a nonconforming tavern at 1966 North Rainbow Boulevard, C1, limited commercial zone. And this again is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Number 80, EOT 46607, nonconforming, applicant owner LMP LLC. For possible action on a request for an extension of time for a nonconforming, non-restricted gaming establishment at 1966 North Rainbow Boulevard, C-1, limited commercial zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. 81 EOT 46721, non-conforming use, applicant owner Lotus Retail Investment LLC. For possible action on a request for an extension of time for a non-conforming tavern at 1750 South Rainbow Boulevard, Suite 6 and 7 and 8, C-1, limited commercial zone, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. And the last one, 82 RQR 46122, applicant Lamar Central Outdoor LLC, owner Integral Partners Park Place Center, Las Vegas LLC, for possible action or required review of an approved special use permit U-0101-95 for an existing 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign oriented toward Interstate 15 at a height of 30 feet above the elevated freeway, and a second 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign oriented towards the Desert Inn Road superarterial at a height of 55 feet above grade at 3200 South Rancho Drive, M Industrial Zone, also in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. All items are recommended for approval by staff, and the Planning Commission recommends approval on 78. Items 79 through 82 are public hearings, which I now declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on these items? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearings. Councilman Anthony, do you have a motion to approve item 7? Can we take these in a lump?
Yes.
We can.
Mayor?
Okay, yes.
I have a
Councilman.
question for staff.
Okay, please.
On item 78, 79, and 80, what is the extension, the time? I'm having a hard time finding that. I can't find it under the conditions. Amount of time for the extension.
Madam Mayor, through you, on item number 78, 79, and 80, the extension of time is for a period of 1 year on all 3 of those.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions?
Madam,
Yes, Councilwoman?
could we just pull item 82, please? I know I'm late, but
Okay.
I would appreciate it.
That's fine. So on the one motion, one vote, 78, 79, 80, 81, Councilman,
I'll make a motion to approve 78 through 81.
thank you very much. There's a motion, please vote. And please post. Thank you, that carries. Councilwoman, on item number 82, RQR 46122.
I would like to move to deny this just because I don't feel we've had the interaction we should have had with an applicant as required. And I can understand if others might want to vote for it, but this is the way I feel for representing Ward 1.
Do you want to deny it or obey it to give time for conversation?
I'll obey it to give time for conversation.
Actually, Madam Mayor, if I could jump in here. Councilwoman, the items where we have not had contact with the applicant is actually items number 99 and 100.
Oh, then I want you to know that I take that all back. I got my numbers mixed up. Thank you.
I'm sorry about that. Thank you.
And I take away
So we
anything
will
about
make a motion to
non-contacting
approve.
us.
Mistake.
So I just withdraw my motion, and I just would
Move to accept.
move to accept
On 82.
on 82.
Okay, there's a motion to accept item 82, approve. Please vote. And please post. Thank you very much, that carries. And what were the numbers, Flynn, that we're looking at that,
Items number 99 and 100.
thank you. Okay. So this one is yours, 99. Okay, items 83 and 84. VAR 45918 for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a projecting sign on a property containing a freestanding sign where such is not allowed. A projecting sign to project 8 feet from a building where 6 feet is the maximum allowed. 3 projecting signs to be 59 square feet, 105 square feet, and 51 square feet where 32 square feet is the maximum allowed. A roof sign to be 300 square feet and 22 feet above the roof line, where 150 square feet in the area and 8 feet in height are the maximum allowed, and to allow the wall sign to cover 20.4% of the surface area of the north elevation of the east tower, 42% of the surface area of the north elevation of the west tower, and 37% of the surface area of the south elevation of the west tower, where 20% is the maximum allowed for each elevation. This is in C-2, general commercial, and doesn't say a zone. Why does it not say? Is this in anybody's ward? Whose ward is this in, please? Okay, and this is in Ward 5. And then number 84, MSP 45919 for possible action or request for a master sign plan for an existing, hotel casino -C2 general commercial zone, also in Ward 5. Thank you. The applicant is CIM Las Vegas LLC, and the owner is 220 North 4th Street, LV LLC et al. for 3.73 acres at 206 North 3rd Street, 221 North 3rd Street, and 220 North 4th Street. Both items are abeyance items. The Planning Commission recommends approval of both items, and staff recommends denial of both items. These are items that are in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow, or public hearing, which I now declare open. Is the owner now present?
Yes, Todd Kessler, 300 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89101, for the applicant. Well, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I know that Mr. Shore was here earlier today talking about the downtown grant, and he's going to be coming back here shortly to finish up some discussions as it relates maybe to the specifics of the signage package. As you're aware, this is a master sign plan for the casino. This is the former Lady Luck, which is now going to be reopened in September of this year as the downtown grant. It's a very exciting project. It's one of the many projects that are going to be occurring in the third quarter of 2013. As you know, that's when the City Hall, Old City Hall, is projected to have Zappos move in as well, so its timing is going to be perfect. We are here today to ask for approval of all of the signs that were put forth. There was some discussion, just to give you some history, at the Planning Commission in regards to two specific signs. Those were signs number 17 and 18, and those signs were obeyed at that time at the Planning Commission. And in essence, what happened is we had some stakeholder meetings that were going to occur for the tall wall signage ordinance that was being proposed. And in that time, I've attended some of those stakeholder meetings with Mr. Fagg and staff, and we've come to an agreement to disagree. There was a lot of stakeholders at that meeting that really didn't have much stake involved in it, in my opinion. But in reality, you know, we are basically asking for some wall signs that are over the 20% threshold. And these signs are all going to be on-premise signs. I want to make sure that everyone is aware of that. There is no off-premise relation to those. Mr. Shore will come here and confirm that for you as well. We have, you know, this is a contentious issue. It's a big issue. It needs to be discussed, and there's no doubt that I know that staff and some councilmen are working on a new ordinance, and I haven't seen that ordinance yet, but we're here today without that ordinance, and so we must go forward. And so I brought with you a picture that's here in the center that shows the two first signs that are going to go up. As you know, yes, as you know, we are under construction, active construction, and in the meanwhile, to begin what they call teasers or initial branding of the hotel, we brought some signs that show what they will be. There is Seth on the left side. No. You know, this is a big issue, and I understand that. And just so you're all aware, there's been some other master sign plans in downtown where other property owners have been given variances to the 20% threshold. The two signs that are of issue here, one is 42%, and one is 37%. Another property owner in downtown was granted over 90%. So I'm just giving you an idea. And the one funny thing about these signs is they're actually the same size. The 42% and 37% are both the same exact size square footage. It just happens to be that the elevation that they are on is a little different, and that's how come it mathematically works out that way. I know Seth wanted to talk a little bit, so I see him at the podium here, and I'll give it to him.
I'd like to ask you a question before Seth starts, and welcome back. You probably were late for lunch. Are these are going to be advertising either pieces inside the hotel or, correct?
That's correct. Actually, the images that we see, these are actually the images that we are ready to go to print with. So the King to DT3 and Queen to DT3 is part of my breath. I'm glad that I work downtown. I was able to, I felt like I was in an OJ commercial with the airport. So these are actually the images, which is a marketing campaign that we've been working on for the past 6 months to get people interested in Downtown Third and ultimately the Downtown Grand.
I'm sorry you're so out of breath, and I was so anxious to make a question that I forgot to ask you to say your name for the record.
Seth Shore.
You know, it's so wonderful that we are all paying attention all the time. I mean, it's wonderful.
Got to keep it official.
The other question is, are these changeable signs? Do you see in the future you're going to change them out with some frequency or no frequency?
So, Mayor, that's a great question. Unfortunately, they're so expensive to change that we most likely couldn't afford to change them more than twice a year. It could be $50,000 just to change the signs. It's very expensive to do, so definitely not frequently, but certainly once a year we would hope to refresh the campaign.
Okay, Councilman Anthony.
So you're the king of DT3? Is that right?
No.
That's not you up there?
That's not. No, I left my white suit at home. But,
oh, okay. I thought you said that was Seth up there. And who's the queen? Okay, so they're just models up there.
That's right. Okay. Well, in all seriousness, they're very representative of the fact that we're going after a mature but cool audience. The Downtown Grand isn't a place for kids. And we think, I don't know if you've ever seen the Dos Equis commercial, The World's Most Interesting Man, but that was actually our archetype for the king of 2DT3.
Councilman Ross, you had a question.
Yeah, actually, just a couple of statements to make, both for our benefit and their benefit, and think for Flynn and his staff, because he and I have had these discussions. We talked about the Downtown Grand this morning. Well, it was this afternoon, actually, in this morning session. But this brings up a topic of branding. Lady Luck gone, Downtown Grand in, and you need to brand that. And I think that is significant as we continue down this pathway of the larger advertising spaces on the side of our buildings. So I'm positively impacted by this. Mr. Kessler, you said something that is significant, on-premise, off-premise. These advertisements on the side of the buildings will be for your primary business.
That's correct.
And I'm using the word primary and branding on purpose because I think we're going to see those words later on in regards to the way the city does business as we approach this new ordinance that we're working on, Mr. Kessler. So I just wanted to make that point. And then council members, mayor and council, I also want to share with you something very personal about Mr. Kessler. He does not own a car. He lives downtown, he shops downtown, he eats downtown, and he works downtown. And I say that because the culture is changing downtown. And you're a perfect example of that, Todd, and I think you know that. So, Mr. Short, do you own a car? Yes,
I own a car only because my kids are in the burbs, but I do have an electric bike, which takes me from my meetings downtown.
That changes everything, and that satisfies everything. But I just want to point that out because, Mr. Kessler, you shared that with me the other day, and that kind of sends a message.
Yeah. And thank you, Councilman Ross, for pointing that out. One of the things that's important to us today is while it's important to brand this property to our future clientele, what's critical for me today is for the Valley to see this sign so they know we're actually under construction and going through recruiting. While we will all know that this project's been in its current state for so long, people might still be skeptical. They're not going to drive by it every day. And that, to me, is a giant sign saying we're opening, we're hiring. And hiring 800 people, while it's a great thing, is a very difficult challenge. So this helps me with that quite a bit.
If I may, is that it, Councilman? I don't want to interrupt you if there's question. Are you having similar signage facing east and similar signage facing south and similar?
So there are... this is the King to DT3 and Queen to DT3. We also have the Rook to DT3 and the Knight to DT3, which were both shot inside of Mob Bar and Triple George.
But on the outside, the exterior of the buildings, these two buildings, are there other signage like that facing to 4th Street, facing on the south side, facing south, or facing to the west?
There's a total of 6 wall signs. Two are facing south, which are the ones you see here today. There are 2 that face north. There is 1 that faces east, and that's on the east tower. There's 2 towers. That's the one on the right in this picture. And there's 1 that faces west that's on the west tower.
Okay.
So we do have north, south, east, and west.
And so about this all same size and
Similar
feeling.
size, but the only 2 signs that are in a variance request are the north and south side signs on the west tower. So the King to DT3 is the south-facing sign on the west tower, and then the north-facing sign on the west tower is the other one that's the variance request.
Okay, thank you. Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, Seth and Todd. As you all very well know, there's a lot of people watching, a lot of people listening as it relates to this item, because there's an ordinance in draft form somewhere that a lot of stakeholders who is interested in this particular conversation has been participating to craft what's considered on-premise and what you can do on-premise. I even understand that the county commission placed their ordinance on hold to see how, in fact, the city of Las Vegas will address this item and what we come up with, so that they will follow suit. And so with the number of parties and stakeholders involved, we want to make sure that as a council, we approach this very delicately, because there are major concerns, whether it be from the billboard industry, the sign industry, and of course your industry, for those who are non-restricted and restricted. And so therefore, moving forward, I want to know from you, Seth, your intention for the long haul as it relates to your request to have the signs on each side of the building, the north, south, east, and west, not only from a branding standpoint, but potentially from a income generating standpoint as far as advertising or the possibility of advertising at a future date. Can you speak to that?
Absolutely. It's our intent to follow the law. We realize that today, branding our property is what's being proposed, and frankly, what's most important to us today, and that we take that very seriously, and that is our intent.
The intent, repeat it once again, because I want to be very clear as far as what I'm hearing, as far as your intent.
Our intent is to advertise the Downtown Grand and the businesses at Downtown Third for branding purposes, to brand the property for the whole valley to see.
So as far as the naming of the Downtown Grand, not, for example, other ancillary uses as far as products inside of your
That's correct.
property.
So whether it's to advertise our Triple George or Beer Garden or our own properties that are specifically a part of the Downtown Grand, that is our intent, to advertise those parts of our property.
Okay. I'm sorry?
Could I ask a question, if you wouldn't mind? Why did staff deny? Is that simply on code?
Yes, it was staff's reading of the code. In terms of the variance request, which is needed for the square footage of the signs, it doesn't meet the strict criteria for the approval of a variance, and so that was the basis for our recommendation of denial. And it was really the large format signs that put them over the top. The rest of the signage included in the package conforms to the city's requirements.
And so would that happen again? Let's assume, and I don't even know if they'd have to come before City Council, they want to add another sign of the same magnitude. If this were to be agreed upon and recommended by Councilman Barlow and accepted, does that sort of grandfather in for other signage coming that they want to put up somewhere else on the building?
The signage on the property would be governed by the master sign plan that you all approve or deny today. So any future signage needs to be in conformance with the proposed master sign plan.
Thank you.
Flynn, is that to include the variance?
That does include the variance if the
that will
variance is
fall within-
approved.
If the variance is approved as well. Okay. Now, I can share this with you, and I hold no qualms about saying this, because I've said it time and time again. I love what the D has done as far as the brand of the silk screen or wrap or the signage on the D. I love what you all are bringing forward, moving forward. And I know this may be another chapter for another conversation. And I shared this with the mayor and council previously as well, is content into the future. I want to stay abreast and stay involved in those conversations moving forward, because content is what really concerns me as it relates to the beauty and the aesthetic look of downtown. But I won't go too far into that, but I do want to just basically make that a part of the record as it relates to my concern. But as long as I can receive your commitment, Seth, that it's everything that you do will be about the brand and the quality look and the aesthetic feel and touch that will attract families, adults, tourists into the downtown that they can be proud of, versus, you know, things that are not so conducive to the look and feel of what we're trying to create here as a city. I am in support of moving forward with this item and the request, as well as the variances. I do know that there are a number of people, Mayor, possibly in the audience that may, who have been a part of the stakeholder meetings, have some questions or comments that they would like to place on the record as well. So I would like to hold back my recommendation until we have opened up for public comment.
So I will at this point open up the public hearing portion and invite anybody who wishes to come forward. Please state your name and any comments, questions you might have.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Lazovich, 8345 West Sunset Road, here today on behalf of Lamar. We are part of that stakeholders group that has been referenced during this meeting today, and I'd like to stand before you and thank Mr. Shore for coming forward and putting his intent on the record. That's very helpful to us. This is the first time we have seen the rendering that was on your screen that evidenced the intent to brand their property. And certainly we think that's a great idea. We've said nothing but positive things about the D and the branding of that property. So we very much appreciate that. We appreciate Mr. Barlow and Mr. Ross's comments about the intent behind the type of signage that will be on signs this large. I think you have to really consider what that is, because on some level it does change the face of the community, but as long as it's done well and it's done for the purpose of the property, I think that it can really enhance the downtown as the D has done. So with that, we very much appreciate it. We are part of the stakeholder group. We're proud to be part of it. We are a long-time business here in this valley, and we hope to bring you something that makes sense for everybody if, in fact, this council determines that they want to move forward with some type of ordinance dealing with super graphics. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Good afternoon. Patrick Smith, representing Clear Channel Outdoor. I'd just like to echo Ms. Lazovich's comments and Lamar. We're part of the stakeholder group. We've been part of several stakeholder groups now for 2.5 years as one of the larger out-of-home advertising corporations in the Valley, if not in America. We appreciate the open and transparent process that the stakeholder group and Director Fagg has offered us. We look forward to the ordinance, and I appreciate Councilman Ross's comments about what we'd like to see in that future ordinance. Thank you to Councilman Councilman Barlow for your questions today, and we appreciate Mr. Shore's openness about his project. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward. Okay, hearing none. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. And once again, what's taking place down here with the DT3 is amazing. I mean, it's a long time coming, Mayor, and I believe that it's going to be something that everyone in downtown will be able to embrace. And I look forward to Seth and Todd, you all continuing to remain a part of the working group, because I'm pretty sure as this ordinance continues to unfold and catch wind, we want to make sure that everyone's input, and to include the billboard industry, everyone's input is there and having a seat at the table and not being invited at the 11th hour, so that everyone is on the same page moving forward as we move this ordinance forward. If in fact it does come forward, I don't know. Because I don't know where it's at in the system, if it's in fact even in a system at this point, because one minute I hear that it's on, another minute I hear that it's off. So I don't know where it is, but I do know that folks are still talking about it, so apparently there's still some level of interest as it relates to the content of what is on premise and how that use should be utilized so that everyone across the industry is at some satisfactory level. So at this point, I would like to turn a little bit of time over because I believe that condition number 1 on item number 83 needs to be stricken from the condition. Is that accurate, Flynn?
Councilman, Madam Mayor, through you, if you don't mind. Yes, condition number 1 on item number 83, and then also condition number 1 on item number 84 would need to be stricken if you're going to approve the master sign plan as submitted.
Okay, then what I would like to do, Mayor, just to keep the record clean, is take each item
Correct. I think that's what we have to do. And I would, in response to the discussion, it is ongoing. And I think it's, again, trying to get everybody's input as to signage and what the, and it's, so it's taking into consideration the business owners and hotel owners, but that is ongoing. So moving forward with this, if you would then go ahead and make a motion with the conditions on item number 83, please.
Yes, and before I make the motion, I do want to thank the representatives from Lamar Advertising for meeting with me and providing their input as it relates to their concerns and them having the ability to have a seat at the table and have those discussions. And so I want to thank them for meeting with me as well. So on item number 83, I would like to move for approval with item number 1 on the condition to be removed, subject to all conditions. That would be my motion.
Do you agree with that?
Yes, as to both
Okay.
83 and 84. removal
Thank
of
you
number
very
1.
much. Okay, everyone, there's a motion, please.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
as we're making this
Councilwoman.
vote, I just want to say I agree very strongly with Councilman Barlow on what he said about watching the content and the aesthetics of it. I know that he'll be watching very carefully, so I feel secure in that. But I do think that is something that can be done to benefit what you're doing tremendously, and would also be something that would blend it appropriately if it's handled that way. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion 83 carries. Councilman
Yes.
Barlow.
Yes, Mayor. On item number 84, I would like to move for approval with the exception of striking condition number 1 on the condition, and I will move for approval with that exception.
And that was already agreed to, so there's a motion. Please vote, and please post. That motion carries too. We're so excited. Just move it up faster, faster. It's too
Thank
long
you.
away.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations. Okay, we will move on to item 85, SUP 45916, abeyance item. This is public hearing. Applicant, TMX Finance owner, Tyler Family Trust, for possible action or request for a special use permit for an auto title loan use with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from another financial institution, specified use where 1,000 feet is required at 3900 West Sahara Avenue. This is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's Ward 1. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. This is a public hearing, so I would declare it open. Now, are you the applicant or the representative thereof? Okay, do you want to go first, and then we'll hear public comment?
All right.
Thank
Maren
you.
Perry, 100 City Parkway, Suite 1750, representing the applicant TitleMax. TitleMax entered the Las Vegas market in 2011 when they bought cashback auto title loans after coming in and remodeling. NDOT came and said they needed the store, so they are now having to move. They have looked around and found the site that we're inquiring about today at 3900 West Sahara. You may notice, or you may recognize it as a former Jiffy Lube. It's just west of Carl's Jr. And TitleMax proposes to undertake a major renovation. They'll close in the floor so that you can't do oil changes anymore and turn it into a more traditional office space. As you know, it can be very difficult to find a location within a specific geographic area that meets all of the separation requirements. And in this case, the site meets the 1,500 square footage requirement, the 200-foot residential separation requirement, and it does not meet the 1,000-foot separation requirement from a similar use. Based on the map that is in staff's report, it looks like the similar use is about 200 feet away from the proposed Tidal Max, and we believe the circumstances justify a waiver. My understanding is that the reasons for the conditions of the special use permit are first, to stop the proliferation of auto title lenders. This is a one-for-one in Ward 1. The other store will close. This one will take its place and will transfer the employees. Also, when my clients found this site, they didn't know that there was another location within the distance separation, because this site actually is a money transfer business. You can go and cash your paycheck, and then they can transfer money to other accounts. They don't make loans. They've told us they don't make loans, so there will not be a cluster of these more non-traditional lenders. If given the opportunity, Tidal Max intends to significantly upgrade this property. The building will be overhauled on the inside and out, but it will remain white with accent colors of blue and red, and I will put this right there. There's a rendering of what this will look like. There are quite a few other Tidal Max. When Tidal Max came in, they purchased some chains. They remodeled them all, got rid of some of the green and yellow locations, and have put in kind of a white with the blue and red. There will be significant landscaping installed. You can see, if I remove this, on the landscaping plan. Under the circumstances, this particular store, or this particular former Jiffy Lube, is on its own parcel, so the applicant wouldn't have any rights to do anything with the full shopping center, but they are going to landscape everywhere they can that doesn't require access to Sahara or cross-access to the rest of the shopping center. This should create an extended length of attractive development that'll carry on what the Carl's Jr. has already done. This is an abeyance item because at the councilwoman's request, we did abey it for 60 days so that we could reach out to the neighbors. We had a neighborhood meeting. We sent invitations to everyone within the notification radius, and we invited everyone and encouraged them to come to the Carl's Jr. next door to walk over and take a site visit. At the meeting, we had 9 people, 4 representatives of Tidal Max, 2 representatives from my office, 2 city staff members, and the councilwoman. That was it. It was actually a very interesting meeting. We all met, and as we waited for neighbors to come so that we could answer questions, we happened to meet right underneath a plaque that described how the very first Carl's Jr. opened by owners who got funding to open that location with an auto title loan.
No.
So we actually took some pictures, but I didn't get a chance to get it developed to bring it to you, but it was interesting. We also sent some people out into the neighborhood because we didn't get people coming to us. Everyone we talked to indicated that they didn't have a problem, while there were some people who felt a little nervous signing a petition. We do have a petition with 9 signatures on it that I'm happy to provide to whoever would like it. No one told us they didn't like it. We went and visited the neighboring businesses, and they said they just want to see this empty store cleaned up and have someone who is responsible to take care of it, because apparently the people holding the current lease aren't. So we want to do that. I have representatives of the applicant here if anyone has any questions, or I'll answer whatever I can, but we would respectfully request that you follow the Planning Commission's unanimous recommendation of approval.
Thank you. Nice report, and lovely to have some landscaping. This is public hearing. Anyone who wishes to come up and talk on this particular item? Hearing none. Councilwoman. Anybody on council questions? Okay.
She's already addressed the situation that we're not adding an auto title loan into the ward. What we're doing is just moving one from one place to another. So I did have a couple of calls telling me we weren't supposed to add many more title loans, and I explained that to them. And it's not exactly the same type of situation as you explained also. The other group does not give loans.
And the third thing is, you really don't even know the other one exists practically. That map you had shows how you go up a corner and then it's way back. It's way back. And then with the landscaping that you're putting in, that puts in a better situation for aesthetic looks there too. We had the neighborhood meeting where really nobody came but us. We ended up eating supper there at the McDonald's. And the applicant had some people walk the neighborhood. The businesses were contacted. We have really sort of an ugly-looking structure there, and the plans show that it would be a much better-looking structure going in this direction. I have had very little contact from anybody that objected to it, and I believe that I move to approve.
Thank you.
Except, remember, keep it looking really aesthetic, nice. That's a deal we made, right?
It is, and that is the goal, the company's goal as across the valley. And everyone we've talked to, any official, has always said, "Oh, Title Max, you took out that one ugly store and made the one in my area nice." So we've had good feedback on them as a company, and we test it without continuing.
And Flynn, did we have conditions about any of the landscaping? Is it in the conditions?
The applicant is held to the site plan that has been submitted as
Right.
part of this application.
So I move to approve with all conditions.
Thank you very much. As a motion, please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Good luck. Okay, I have been advised that as we go on to item 80, wrong, it's 86, 87. So, right, 86, 87, and 98 are joined, so that's what we're into. Item 86, SUP 45948 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 56,000 square foot tavern limited establishment. Numbers 87 SDR 45945 for possible action on a request for a site development plan for proposed commercial development and plaza with waivers on downtown Centennial Plan, site plan, and architectural design standards. And number 98 VAR variance 46295 for possible action on a request for variance to allow an 8-foot tall front yard fence where 5 feet is the maximum height allowed. The applicant is Shipping Containers LLC and the owner is 707 Fremont LLC on property located on 1.29 acres at 707 Fremont Street, C-2 General Commercial Zone. Items 86 and 87 are abeyance items. The Planning Commission recommends approval of all 3 items, and staff recommends denial of all 3 items. These items are in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow and are public hearings, which I now declare open. Yes, the applicant is present. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on these items? Please come forward as well. And applicant, we let you begin.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. My name is Andrew Donner with the company RGG. Councilman Barlow, I'm actually the guy that exacerbated that eyesore out your old office window down there at the Lady Luck. Having a hand in getting Seth Shore to come downtown and bringing CIM to Las Vegas and being involved with that project for so long, I can tell you that it is so gratifying to see that it's moving forward, and I tip my hat to everyone. It's a long process, and so many people see the end result and don't really appreciate the process. So it's a lot of work from a lot of hard people, and Seth's done a great job. Before we begin today, we brought a video that we'd like to play. And if we could play that video.
just may interrupt you just real quick, Andrew. I just share with Coffin, I may have to reconsider redrawing the lines of redistricting, because he's receiving all of my cool projects.
I know that.
All of my cool projects.
Councilman,
I'm sorry, Andrew.
I was thinking the same thing.
I'm working so hard, and he walks
Lying down
away.
from some
He
of them.
walks away with the kit and caboodle.
Well, Councilman, thank you. That's a real compliment. Over the last few weeks, I've gotten to share with the majority of you kind of our vision and what we're doing downtown and our master plan. And Councilman Ross, I heard you, I don't know if it was earlier this morning or earlier this afternoon, but I heard you ask to have someone come back from Downtown Project, and whether it's myself or someone that's more appropriate, at your discretion, Mayor and council members, certainly happy to come back, explain to you all that we're doing in Downtown Project, the various allocations of capital, the companies that have moved downtown, the small businesses that are opening, and the schools and the community programs that are being realized. So I'll leave that to your discretion.
Mayor, if I may. And thank you, Mr. Donner, for that. And yes, expect to be contacted by Bill Arndt and our Economic and Urban Development Department to do that, but also bring with you jobs and that number with you too, because it's staggering in regards to what you guys are doing. And I want, you can meet with us individually, and that's awesome, but I want all of Las Vegas and Southern Nevada to know what you guys are doing and how invested you are in the dynamic nature of what's happening downtown. And Mr. Kessler, I hope I didn't embarrass you by the car thing, but I wanted to point that out because it's changing. The culture's changing. Our downtown is changing. The businesses downtown are changing. You are helping to create those jobs. You're helping to create that diversity in our economy. And I'm just so passionate about that. I want you to tell the world about it. So thank you for that.
Happy to do it. But, today is the first of many projects. And I often got asked, why shipping containers? Why cubes? Why in the world in this economy would you build something that costs 20, 25% more than brick and mortar? And it's very, very simple. This project will be talked about more than almost any project downtown for the next 2 or 3 years. And for us, it's all about building into momentum. And the momentum on getting as many serendipitous collisions that we can get in the quickest amount of time. Not less than 20 people over the last 8-9 months have worked on this project. People inside the community, people outside the community. Names that you're familiar with, like Michael and Jennifer Cornwait, and companies like Mappos out of New York. The location where it's going is a story in itself that I won't take your time. You've had a long agenda today, but a very long time in order to acquire this site. It was in a challenging area on 7th Street between Fremont and Carson. It was an old motel that had been neglected. The acquisition was made, the motel was demolished, and we immediately went into activation of developing the site in order to maintain the momentum. The park will have a mixture and will feature everything from fashion studios, classrooms, food vendors, local retail, incubator space, play and event space. And again, the entire purpose is to accelerate serendipitous collisions, culture, and learning within the community. It's a place for locals and families and new and old citizens of Las Vegas to come frequent. In the design is a deliberate degree of flexibility. Why? We want activities to be able to develop organically. There will be a full-time programming director and soon to be announced a well-recognized operator from Las Vegas. And what you will see there is you will see everything from art, music, movies, markets, speaking events, comedies, specific programming for Art Week or Fashion Week, Music Week, film festivals, art festivals, and really the possibilities are endless. In developing the site, being downtown for so long, both the perception and the reality of security and safety were very important to us. So we specifically designed the project inward because we wanted to have a single point of entry for people to enter and easily monitored for safety and for security. Yet at the same time, because of this project, have flexibility that when other developments come to fruition by ourselves or other developers,
and the area starts changing, which is now starting to accelerate, that exterior skins can be taken off and activate street retail to the outside as well. The centerpiece of the design is a free play space that incorporates, for children, a climbing wall, a sandbox, water spray elements. And having been here for a long time, I can't remember a project that had as much focus and as much concentration on children as this project has. We're reusing shipping containers, extreme cubes, decommissioned railroad cars, mobile structures, and a 45-foot immersion dome. And the immersion dome will be similar to a planetarium that I think that you'll find a lot of our kids in the educational system here in Nevada, here locally, will end up using. There will be plantings and misters, great outdoor space. What I want you to understand as a whole, the company downtown project, which is referred to as DTP, is really a startup city. And the way I look at it is, it's really a story. Today is chapter 1. And as we come forward in the next few months, in year and 2 and 3 years, and as the chapters start to unfold, I know that the world will be fascinated with where this story goes. I thank you for giving myself the time today to speak with you. My partner and colleague Todd Kessler is here with me. We have Jennifer Roberts from Lionel Sawyer if there's any licensing questions, and we have Todd McBrayer from Breslin Builders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is public comment, so please come on up and say your name.
This sounds like jobs. So, hey, that's a good thing.
Please state your name as you come up. Thank you.
Sam Zier, 518 Fremont. Obviously, a beautiful video, beautiful project. Congratulations to Mr. Donor and Kessler. I'm a business owner in the at 518 Fremont, and I was here in front of you a while ago, back in January, I believe, when you granted or when Zappos purchased the city. With a concern, my concern is I'm a business owner, been there for 20 years. Myself is the really only left business owner, or one of the few left in that area. I've met with Councilman Barlow on several occasions. I've sent him a couple of letters, or faxed him a couple of letters previously, as well as for this project here. Obviously, as we saw from the video, the project is beautiful. It's changing downtown, and that's lovely. Nobody stands against that, and nobody can. However, the project is a very, very substantial and major project. You see, and being such a major project in this area really requires looking at this project very carefully and making any decisions that have to be made have to be carefully considering any unforeseen impact that such a project can make. For instance, all the reasons or all the impacted reasons are really clearly stated in the staff report. Staff have done a review and have made a clear recommendation. Of course, all the reasons are there in the staff report, but one of the main concerns that I have is that this project, as the staff report have mentioned, if it would have been in any other area, it would have required 250 parking spaces, 254, an access of 250 parking spaces. Now here's the situation. There is public parking all around. There is some private, of course, El Cortez, and maybe a couple other places. All these places on busy nights, on nights that are like first Friday, second Saturday, whatever, or in any events, there is a huge problem presently in parking downtown in that area. 4 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, when the Fremont East area was remodeled, Fremont was remodeled, there was parking spaces in front of our businesses. All that was taken out and replaced with public loading, public, 10-minute parking. Of course, the very limited parking that there is tens of businesses that relies on it. One of them is mine. Cab drivers, they come in for a quick thing or that. They have clients with them, visitors, or for themselves. A lot of residents in the area are walkers.
So your concern really is about
well,
the
there is
parking and where
right
it's
in
going to
front
be.
of my place, and I'm
Okay.
concerned that 250 spots for a
Okay.
major project like this, it's just going to overwhelm without finding a solution or a situation for that. We have a problem right now. Every first Friday, you listen to the news, to
Thank
the
you.
media, they'll tell you.
I think your point is well made, and I'm going to ask our staff, Mr. Fagg first, to address the parking situation, and then, of course, Mr. Donner.
May I
Or-
just make a final comment? I do request that my letters to Councilman Barlow be made part of the record.
You can give
and
them
that
right
they-
here to the clerk.
Yeah, and also there was a fax from the Downtowner Motel to Councilman Barlow. Oh, if you can make a copy.
Thank you. Mr. Fagg,
Thank
if
you.
you could respond first, and then we'll, Mr. Donner for sure.
Certainly. The project is located within the boundaries of the Downtown Centennial Plan. In the Downtown Centennial Plan, we don't automatically apply parking requirements, but look at these situations on a case-by-case basis. One of our concerns as we first saw this project was not so much the lack of parking per se, but rather the staff that's going to be here working in the facility. I think that was our primary concern, is where are they going to park. We requested that the applicant address that in their justification, which they have. They've made arrangements for the staff of this project in terms of where they're parked. In terms of the public parking for this project, we have over 1,500 spaces in the area where the public can park and can then walk to the project. We see in the downtown area that this project is located directly on the BRT line that services Fremont Street and the Boulder Highway, and then it is also within close proximity to the other BRT line that we have running in the downtown area. As we look at projects within the downtown area, one of the things that we do want to do is to encourage urban projects that also support transit efforts that we have in the area. And so what we hope to see is that more and more patrons will be taking transit or walking to these types of locations in the downtown area rather than driving single occupant vehicles.
Thank you. And Mr. Donner, or do you want to respond or make some comment? Thank you.
Is this on? There we go.
Yes.
You know, it's a philosophical discussion on where we want to go in this city. And what I mean by that is I think Mr. Fagg articulated exactly, is that when you're looking at doing urban type of projects, we are looking for people not to have cars. We are looking for alternative transportation. We are looking to increase the bike community. And, I mean, in specific to this project, we have various parcels, including abutting this parcel, that are in different control of downtown project. So there's plenty of private parking that we've got for employees if we needed to use that for employees. The reality is most of the employees and the people involved with downtown project, we live downtown. I'm a perfect example. I lived here with my wife and children for many years in the suburbs. I live in 2 residences between here and California. When I'm here, I live downtown. I don't have a car. I walk to work. I walk to the restaurants. I walk to the places to eat. So philosophically, we are proponents of building projects and encouraging people to find alternative sources of parking. And it should be known, if you take an inventory of downtown, of the various parking garages that you currently have that are totally underutilized, you're overparked as it is. So that's my response.
And I think, too, as this proceeds, I mean, certainly it's bringing an intensity of people into the area, which will be good for business, but I think this is something, because you do have a single private business, let it settle, let's see how it goes, and if in fact there really is a problem that's arising, because talking about this, and as people become more located in the downtown project area or in other areas in walking distance, you may find that actually your problem isn't as bad as you thought it would be. And perhaps at that time, too, as you see it, this is something, nothing's in stone forever, and we can always address items as they come. But you've made notice, certainly with the city clerk, you've certainly voiced your concern now, and I think Mr. Donner and certainly staff has taken notice to it. So I do thank you, and I think it's, were I in your shoes, I'd be concerned too.
Just one question to the gentleman in planning. He mentioned that there is 1,500 parking spaces, public parking. That's in what range? Because I only see about 100 in our area.
That would be...
And where are these 1,500?
Madam Mayor, through you, that would be within a 3-block radius of the site.
3 blocks, 1,500? Including any buildings or that I'm not aware of?
Again, going 3 blocks out from 7th Street.
Street level, or is there like parking structures?
There are parking structures at Las Vegas Boulevard and Fremont Street.
You're talking about the Fremont Experience parking structure.
I'm talking about the red parking garage and the Neonopolis parking garage.
Okay, and so there are, and we'll be happy to give you a map of those, I'm sure, as they're available. Councilman Beers wanted to make a comment, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. What's the nature of your business?
Market and convenience food store. We general market. We service the area, a lot of retirees, a lot of cab drivers, etc. We presently, right now, the way it is, the area is changing. The whole thing is changing, no problem. It's doing some progress, but for us, it's taken away some of the seniors, some of the local, and replacing it with some tourists, no question about it. But a major projects, as the city continues adding, like there is 5 additional businesses going in right now, there have to be planning. Every parking spot that's there right now has been spoken for. You read the paper, you bring the traffic officer here, and he'll tell you that every Friday he was on the news, on the media, that whenever there is Friday nights or Saturdays, there is an issue with parking, including all the parking spots that the planner have just mentioned. So by adding all these businesses, there have to be additional planning. That's all I'm saying. I'm not against it.
Thank you.
I'm not against the project.
And we do hear you.
I'm saying let's have some more planning.
Thank you. We're working on this, and Brandy Stanley's been on for a year first before she had to start looking very seriously. She had to make an assessment of what there is and what's available, what's city, what's private. So it is, everything that's planned down here always takes into consideration parking. So no, this will come, I am sure. And if you need a map, I'm sure Mr. Fagg can make it available. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward. Okay, Councilman? The first gentleman with the first container that ever came to Las Vegas. This is Dr. Arnold Stark, who brought the very first container.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Arnold Stock, 2701 Alta Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada. Speaking actually on behalf of the owners of the parcels at Fremont and Eastern, Mary Bartzis Enterprises. And we think this is a fantastic project. It takes the shipping container technology and blends it with several other technologies. And I think that I want to congratulate Mr. Donner. I'll just say a few brief things about this. This is the essence of downtowns. This is just starts to scratch the surface of what I think that they're about to bring here, and other developers too. And they're pioneers on a street that when I came to work for this city in 1992, you could have shot a cannon down Fremont Street. It was a place that really was ripe for redevelopment. And with both Mayor Goodman's and this council and councils preceding this, it takes pioneers, it takes investors. This developer is investing tens of millions of dollars on this site alone, let alone what else they're doing to our downtown. And so we welcome it. It really starts to take that step down Fremont Street, which is the toughest part of redevelopment in downtown right now, is the Fremont Street East Corridor, because we sort of fall off the map after the El Cortez. And so we're very excited about it. We've just made a joint venture with a major developer at the corner of Fremont and Eastern, so we look forward to helping closing that in, and we totally support this. Anything we can do, if you need us to come and speak for it, we totally support it. And the last thing I'll say is I'm a big advocate of shipping containers. I've been experimenting with the prototypes. Unfortunately, I don't have the funds that this developer has, but we actually pioneered that and brought that here. It's been done elsewhere in the world very, very effectively, and we built our prototype right over here on Charleston, and built our first house actually in Port-au-Prince, Haiti, and we plan on using this technology in the future for housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arnold. And I would ask you, I hope one of the people that you're talking to down there is somebody that's finally going to bring us a grocery store of some size.
We hope to make that announcement soon.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you. We love competition. Thank you. Councilwoman.
I just wanted to add here, Flynn, I know that in the past, probably 4 or 5 years ago, questions came up as we were beginning to move into the downtown project about parking. And concerns were voiced at that time. And we felt we were going to be able to handle it with what we had. Now, however, more and more concerns are being voiced about parking, and I'm just wondering if maybe we could have a report as soon as Brandy can do that for us, to let us know where we are and how much parking is available. This is something that's hindering people coming downtown that want to come downtown, so because they do have cars, see, they live further out. So if you could do that, I would greatly appreciate it, and that might help give information to the gentleman who came here and spoke about the problem. The last thing I wanted to say is this, that Councilman Ross and I had the opportunity to go over and look at, with Mr. Donner, and look at these plans, and it's thunder striking. It's just absolutely one of the most outstanding projects I've seen, if you have parking. But it's really wonderful. And I just can't begin to tell you, and I hope all of you will be able to go down there and see this, begin to tell you that we're on the cutting edge there. We're on the cutting edge. Little old Las Vegas, you know, that they always make fun of in the newspapers and everything. Now they're writing such wonderful things about it, and they haven't even seen all of this yet. So I really appreciate all you've done. I know we all respect it, and we're very happy to have it there. Thank you
very much.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else from the public who wishes to make comment or ask something? Well, hearing none then, let's go on, and I forgot, we've been discussing this, it's so exciting. Councilman Barr, oh wait, excuse me, Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Mayor. I really can't add much to the conversation, other than that yesterday was the 48th anniversary of Petula Clark recording downtown. And I think that our body should note that. It's a cool song.
I hope you make record of that, that somewhere in this facility, that conversation will be marked.
We will.
I do want to ask you one thing, because I know that modular buildings have a fire life of 3 minutes. And so knowing I don't know anything other than having had a shipping container on our property out in Summerlin, what are they over sprinkled? What are you doing on, you know, electrical wire, fire, or whatever?
Todd Kessler, 300 North South Ladies Boulevard. They are fully sprinkled. This is a unique product. Typically they are not, but given the magnitude of this project, given the focus on children and such, this is a fully sprinkled product.
Okay, so on the containers, I've seen them and they look stacked. The ones that are running horizontally, are they abutted? And, so I'm looking only, and it would be Chief Myers, who
Sure.
obviously his group that will come out and,
We took fire, life, and safety at the utmost concern when we
Okay.
designed and developed this project. We met with fire in the early stages. What's really great about this product, and Andrew hasn't mentioned it yet, is this most of this project is made locally. This is made by Extreme Manufacturing, or a division of Ahern, on MLK and Alta.
Oh, yeah.
And so there is a significant, a multi-million-dollar contract with Ahern on this project. So these things will be actually fabricated less than a mile away.
but that's a very important statement because you're using local people and a local
Absolutely.
business additionally to this fabulous project.
Local workers, local contractors, and local vendors.
Wonderful. It's wonderful. Okay.
Mayor, I'm glad you mentioned that because I was going to remind them that when they originally brought this item, where were you going to get those containers from?
Well, our first generation of this project, we were just simply doing only shipping containers. We didn't
That's
have any
correct.
cubes. We actually took a tour of the cube factory with Councilman Barlow. I was blown away. I brought my design team, and we were all blown away. And here we are today with what I say is just an incredible project.
But where were you looking at originally to bring in the containers?
Sure. I mean, they would typically come from the ports of Long Beach. They would come here. We'd fabricate them here on site.
Right.
But they were out of state.
Right. And the reason I bring that up is because not too many people know. It's almost like a hidden secret as far as what Ahern is doing at the corner of Martin Luther King and Bonanza. The Extreme Manufacturing is one amazing place. He builds the largest heavy equipment in the world right at that corner, and the cubes are a part of that because the majority of his cubes are sold to some big dig in Alaska, some drilling corporation in Alaska. And the ability to really flex these cubes to make them livable, to make them office space, to make them restrooms, concession stands, the flexibility of these cubes that he has designed at the corner of Martin Luther King and Bonanza is just totally amazing. So I was really excited to introduce you all to Mr. Ahern and also his project that he has going on, and having the ability to utilize locals is a great testament to who you all are as businessmen in the community as far as using local vendors for a project such as this. And it's an amazing project as far as what you've shown us here and shown the community as far as the rendering, the video rendering that you shared earlier. And, once again, revitalizing and really bringing some true entertainment, excitement, and other options to the downtown is what we've been striving for many, many years. And we can actually see that each and every month it's something new. Mayor, you're having to cut a ribbon almost, every other day, practically. And so that is something that I'm really excited about. And thank you also very much for bringing, such great projects like this. Very different, because I wasn't sold originally. And when I saw it, I was like, oh, no, absolutely not. And the more I was able to study it, research it, the more you shared, sending me emails and directing me to other cities that where the concepts were, and then showing me the renderings, I was like, okay, this is something that I think is going to be special. So thank you for being patient and allowing me time to really grow into seeing the bigger picture, however, more so the bigger vision from the tour that you provided me at the Ogden as far as what downtown is yet to come is just totally special. And I'm just really glad to be the representative of this area to receive such a project before I pass it off to my colleague to my left. So having said that, we'll do them one at a time. On item number 86, I would move for approval of this item subject to all conditions. And Flynn, we are good with the conditions?
Yes, we are.
Okay, having said that, that is my motion, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. There's a motion, please vote. And please post. And item number 87, please, Councilman.
Yes, on item number 87, Mayor, before I move forward, I do want to mention item number 98 is also a part of this package.
Yes,
And I was
that's
wondering if you were going to
I
take
read
all three
that.
of them.
I did read that.
Okay, then I missed it, then I apologize. On item number 87, I would like to move to follow staff's well, not staff's, but move for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
Okay, there's a motion, and please vote. And then on to 98. would
And
be-
on item number 98,
Wait, if I may, excuse me.
I'm
could
sorry.
you- we have to post.
Okay,
And
thank you.
technology works very slowly here.
Thank you.
It's coming. There it is, please, 98.
Okay, and on item number 98, variance 46295, I would move for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
Please vote. There is a motion there. And please post. Absolutely beautiful.
Yep, congratulations,
Congratulations.
guys.
We look forward to it. Great times ahead, and
Thank
look
you.
for your next creation.
It'll be coming very soon.
Good.
And we will be looking at the parking for the gentleman who's leaving now.
Without question.
It was nice that he came, sir.
Okay.
I just want you to know it was nice that you came. It was good public
And we
input
heard
you
you.
gave to. We heard you, and we were looking at that and doing a study to see if we need to improve, and if we do, improve. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will now move on to items 88, 89, 90, and 91. 88 GPA 45940 for possible action on a request to amend the planned streets and highways map and Schedule 13-1A to modify map 2C of the transportation and streets and highways element of the Las Vegas 202 master plan to remove the frontage street alignment between Sky Point Drive and Elkhorn Road and to design Sky Point Drive as a frontage street. Special design, town center arterial from Tule Springs Road to the south end of the subject site. Number 89, MOD 45944 for possible action on a request for a major modification of the town center land use plan, amend the special land use designation from SC-TC, Service Commercial Town Center, to XS-TC, Suburban Mixed Use Town Center, to remove the Town Center Loop Road alignment between Sky Point Drive and Elkhorn Road, and to realign the Town Center arterial alignment from within the subject site and extend it along Sky Point Drive to the south end of the subject site. Number 90, SUP 45941 for possible action with a request for a special use permit for a private school, primary and secondary, with direct access egress from a town center primary arterial. And number 91, SDR 45943 for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 280 unit multifamily residential development, a 139,250 square foot private school, primary and secondary campus, and an associated encroachment agreement into the public right-of-way. The applicant is Investor Equity Homes, LLC et al., and the owner, Rancho Drive, Tule Springs Road Limited Partnership. The project's located on 24.45 acres at the south corner of Elkhorn Road and Sky Point Drive. The Planning Commission recommends approval on all items, and staff recommends denial on all items. These are items in Ward 6, Councilman Ross, and her public hearing, which I now declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes. Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. My name is Bob Gronauer, 8345 West Sunset Road. I'm here representing the applicants in this matter. One of the applicants is Somerset Academy, and the other applicant is Investor Equity Homes. If I could get your attention to the overhead, please. The first thing I'd like to do is give you a general location of our property. As Your Honor, as you mentioned, it is located up here in Town Center. Showing you the piece of property located in this area. It's approximately 25 acres. It's located generally off of US 95 in Elkhorn, and we have the frontage road located here to the west. The property itself today is currently master planned for service commercial uses. Service commercial uses only allow for retail commercial uses on the property itself. As I go through the application itself, I'll explain to you why the service commercial is not appropriate. It's more appropriate for the mixed-use development that we're proposing. The mixed use that we're proposing here today is going to be two components of uses. One of the uses is going to be for a charter school, which is going to be for the southern portion, about 12-plus acres on the property, and the northern 12-plus acres will be for a multifamily development. We feel that this proposal here is more suited in this area up in Town Center due to the fact, number one, you already have two major shopping centers a little bit further down to the south in this area located down here where you have the Smiths and Target Center, and if you go a little bit further to the north up on Farm and Grand Teton, you have the Albertson Shopping Center there. This 25 acres, we believe it just makes perfect sense here to come in with this type of mixed use. The applications that are before you, I'm going to just touch on fairly quickly. First one on a general plan amendment. As I'm showing you on the overhead here, you can see this dotted line. Years ago, when Town Center was adopted here in the guidelines and development standards, there was a proposed road that was that's planned to go through our property here, which goes from Sky Point up to Elkhorn Road. Over the last several months, we've been working very closely with your Public Works Department, your Traffic Department, along with Bart Anderson to address this issue. In order for us to develop this mixed-use development, we had to look at removing this road or relocating this loop access road within Town Center. And as I could show you here on the overhead, we've come down to the conclusion to justify the removal of this road is, number one, the current traffic patterns out there use the traffic pattern typically off of Sky Point, and they come up on Cimarron to the north to get to Elkhorn and over across the US 95, which in a sense is the de facto loop road access that has been mentioned in your staff report here. Number two, by your traffic engineer in the Department of Public Works, they asked us to work with the RTC to come up with the traffic module or model for this area. And the future traffic patterns for this area is actually programmed to be less than what we see today. And that's because your traffic department has done a great job on planning roads out here. So because of that, staff at your Public Works Department was fine with us relocating this access road, because what we're going to do here is there's a condition number 14 within your Public Works conditions that states that we would be required to build a portal, which is essentially monument signage out along Cimarron in this area, in Cimarron and Deer Springs, and near the intersection of Cimarron and Elkhorn, depicting that this is going to be the loop access road that takes you up and above Elkhorn onto the other side of US 95. So that being said, we believe we provided enough justification for the approval of the road itself. The major modification, as I mentioned earlier, is we're changing it from a service commercial to a mixed use designation here. We feel it's appropriate. There's more than enough commercial out here. And matter of fact, the commercial shopping centers that are in existence, they do have some vacancies out here. We don't believe another 25-acre commercial center would be appropriate and would be suitable in this area. Finally, with respect to the site development plan review, one of the things I want to show you is how, if I could get your attention to the overhead again, the layout of the school and the multifamily development is going to be proposed. As you can see on the bottom portion, which is the southern portion of our property here, we're proposing to have 3 different levels of the school itself. We're going to have an elementary, we're going to have a middle school, and a high school located on the property. As far as the access itself, we do have a private road that goes from Elkhorn, as I'm showing you up on the top there on the overhead, and the private access road goes down to the southern portion of the property where we'll have access out into 2 other access points that we have out on Sky Point. This addresses, as far as going through some of our neighborhood meetings and addressing some of the traffic circulation patterns, we wanted to explain to the neighbors out here the way we'd be bringing in traffic or letting traffic ingress and egress from the property itself. The property as being properly designed, we actually are exceeding a lot of the code requirements with respect to the open space and landscaping. Your open space requirements require us to have about 20% of open space on the property itself. We're coming in with 33% of open space for the entire project for the mixed use of what we're proposing here. That's approximately 140,000 plus square feet of property here that's going to be dedicated to open space. More importantly, during the meetings that we've had with the neighbors out here along the east property line, so I'm showing you right here, we took some specific care in trying to address this because this is a transition area where you have some of the existing single-family homes, which is located to the east of us. And one of the things we wanted to do is take specific care, as I already mentioned, into addressing a nice transitional buffer in this area. And as you can see, one of the things that we've done here is with the buildings itself, if it's a multifamily development to the north or the schools to the south, we move those buildings as far away as possible from the existing single-family home development. But more importantly, what I'd like to show you is the design along the east property line. If we could zoom out, please. I've broken these up into two separate sections. The exhibit on your left is the northern portion of the multifamily development, and I wanted to go through some specific detail here, going from the entranceway on Elkhorn going southbound on a property along the east property line, as I'm showing you in here. First of all, your code requires us to come in with 6 feet width in landscaping and 1 row of trees, 36-inch box trees. What we're doing here all along this property line here, especially along the multifamily, we have a minimum in the smaller area here down to the south, as I'm pointing out here on the overhead, we have a minimum of 10 feet, which obviously exceeds the code. But what we're also doing is we're doubling the amount of trees. We're doing 2 rows of 36-inch box trees in this area, which at the end of the day, we are doubling the amount of trees that are required for this specific area. But more importantly, along the buffering along this area, we provided a 40-foot private access road. And then, although code does not require, in this area here, we're adding another row of trees and landscaping, which is not required. We believe by the time we build everything in this area, at least for the northern part of our project here, when it comes in to be developed, the amount of landscaping and the buffering that we have is more than adequate, since it exceeds code requirements to the properties to the east to give them an adequate buffer. Now, the property going south on our property on the school site itself, what I just showed you on the overhead there, now that is 20 feet in width, which is double, 3 times the size of what the width is supposed to be. We are also doing 2 rows of landscaping in this area of trees, so we would have double the amount of trees of 36-inch box trees. So at the end of the day, going along the eastern perimeter of our property that's adjacent to the single-family residences in this area, you're going to have a very nice, dense type of landscaping buffer in this area. So it's one of the things I wanted to point out where that goes into consideration where we're providing all this extra open space and landscaping in this area for the project itself. The last thing that I do want to point out for you is the phasing schedule itself, because when you hear that we're proposing a 25-acre development, the first thing that a lot of people think that tomorrow you're going to see 25 acres fully developed. This project, like any other project, 25 acres is a lot to develop. I have a phasing schedule here. I'll go through it fairly quickly. As you can see on the southern portion of our property where phase 1 is located, hopefully the game plan here is the kickoff is today, which is a very critical date for us to get the approval for the entitlements. The game plan is to have the school open for the elementary and a portion of the middle school for the next school season, which is 2013. Phase 2 is somewhere in 2014 or 2015. Phase 3 and Phase 4 is going to be going down probably about a 5-year timeline within that time period. So for the record, just wanted, because we had these conversations with the neighbors and everybody just thought that we're just going to plop down a school and have an elementary, you're going to have a middle and a high school all at once. It's going to take time going through the process with the economy and just figuring out where the demand is. As I mentioned, I used the word demand. I know there's neighbors here who want to speak in support. There may be some people who still have some concerns. But this is one of these types of uses, the apartments along with the school, which is a very needed use out here. You do have other schools, but the charter school, Somerset, is located here in the valley. They have a handful of schools already open. This would be one of the first full facilities that they would be constructing that has a full, at some point in time, a elementary, middle, and high school component. As a matter of fact, there's a very big demand out here in the Northwest. I've been working with the school for the last 2 years and trying to find a location in the Northwest, and here we found one in Town Center. A lot of the people that live up in this area that go to a charter school actually go down to the city of North Las Vegas off of Centennial and Commerce in that area, and they travel very far, obviously, just to get their kids to those type of schools, to the schools such as this charter school. So if anything, it's going to help the constituents out in this area who already send their kids to that type of school, that you're going to have this opening hopefully next year is for the school year of 2013.
Bob, if I could ask, how is that funded? Are you fully funded for Phase 1?
Yes, actually. Yes, we have, my clients are here and we're ready to go for Phase 1. Yes, we've wanted to start building a couple months ago, but we've been dealing with some of the development issues as you go through the development process. So we're ready to pull building permits if we could. Excuse me?
On Phase 1, not
Yes,
Phase 1 and 2.
Yes,
just
Phase 1,
one.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
And then so in closing, what I like to do is working with Public Works, I know there's 2 conditions. If you're inclined to approve this today, there's a Public Works condition number 16 that needs to be revised that we've already worked with your Public Works on. And on condition 14, just a clarification, your staff has asked us as part of the portal design to make sure we have some landscaping there. In talking with your staff, I want to make it clear that we're not going to provide any irrigation to the site itself. We're going to be working out all those other issues. Your staff is fine with that, but I wanted to make sure I got that on the record. But that being said, I can answer any questions that you may have now or answer questions after some people are here to make some comments.
Councilman Ross, all right with you? We go into public hearing on this first? So anyone who wishes to be heard as part of the public hearing on this item or on these items, 88, 89, 90, and 91. If you would come forward, please state your name and make your comments.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Christy Fleischer. I live at 7832 Brookfield Cove Avenue. I'm doubly pleased about this project for a number of reasons. I love Somerset Academies first and foremost. That area has been a vacant lot for a long time. It's an eyesore to those of us who live out there. We absolutely have enough commercial. The thought of bringing a charter school to that area is just wonderful. I'm not totally familiar, but I don't feel that we need the road. I do travel around there. I've attended all the meetings. I feel like they have done an excellent job at rerouting the traffic. Sky Point is not as busy a thoroughfare. I really just see this as a positive step in our community. I would like to add that we did have a bunch more parents here, but as we are moms and dads, we did have to leave to pick up our kiddos. So I would just like that to go on record, that in addition to those of us that were able to stay, we did have a large group to let you know how much we are behind this project.
Thank you very much. Anyone adding something different? Because time is moving along. We're at 4:15 and we still have many items.
Hi.
Please, hi.
I am Lydia Murphy. I live at 8036 Rodigan Avenue, and I have children at Somerset that are older, middle school, and this is something that they are thrilled to have, the idea of the high school that is smaller, not so overwhelming when they think about the regular high schools. Plus it'd be walking distance from my home, so less gas. This is a wonderful way to reclaim this area. I travel it a lot.
Thank you.
And it is, like they said, the Tule Springs, that Dare Springs area is not as traveled as the Elkhorn, but I do think this will be valuable
Thank
in
you.
that area.
Thank you very much. We don't need your address, just your name is fine. Thank you.
My name is Karen Condos. I live very close to the proposed site and am ecstatic that that we have this opportunity. I also go to the North Las Vegas campus, which takes about 25 minutes, and we carpool at this time. But it would be so much nicer if we could ride our bikes or walk to our neighborhood school. There's a high demand and a lot of people on the waiting list in North Las Vegas, and about a third of those people will want to be coming into our area, and then plus once they move over, I'm sure that it will fill up very quickly with the high demand that we have in the area, and I'm just really excited to be a part of Somerset at this point and hope to have it so much closer to home.
Do parents pay tuition at the charter school, or is that public
It is
dollar sport?
It's public, so you actually you have to put your name in and apply under a lottery system. So if you're not currently enrolled, then those that would come in to the school would get that opportunity through a lottery. I actually was with this this school before it even went to North Las Vegas, when it was proposed to be near Arborview High School, and so it was supposed to be in our area over 2 years ago, and I've stuck with it because I really feel strongly that this is the best opportunity for my children.
Great, thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Jessica Keel, and I just wanted to say I've lived out in the Northwest for 17 years. And when I was going to high school, there was even no schools out in that area except, I think, Cheyenne at the time. And I think it would be great for the community, and it's definitely easier access since I have a son who just started kindergarten, and he already loves Somerset, and it would be a great opportunity for him to keep going to the school as long as he can.
Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate it. Anyone else wishing to speak forward?
Anthony Hart, all I got to say is schools, that's a good thing, because we need all the education the kids can get going forward. Thank you.
Bob, I'd like to ask a question here. With Somerset getting public school dollars for the charter school, how are the buildings being built? Who's funding that?
Yes, the way the charter school works is you get funding per pupil.
Correct.
Okay, so that's where that money comes in. But you have a private company that comes in and builds those facilities, and they manage it. Yes.
But, I mean, the physical cost of the structures, does that come out of the tuition dollars that the Clark County School District allocates per person? I look at the beautiful building.
I don't believe so, and I have my client coming down here.
Great. And if you'd state your name for us and your affiliation, please.
My name's Bob Howell. I'm with Academica. We're the charter school management company. And the way it works is that 15% of the revenues you get from the state goes to pay a lease payment. That's how charter schools.
So it's on a lease, the building?
It is. They'll sign a long-term lease with the developer, and that does come from the dollars that you get from the state. That's
Great.
correct.
Thanks so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
So, Councilman, anyone else wishing to be heard on this? Then I will close the public hearing, and Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor and Mr. Gronauer, and to your clients, all of you. Thank you for being very cooperative in meeting with the neighbors surrounding this area, because you know how I operate, Mr. Gronauer, and have since I was elected in 2005. When a developer brings a project to the city of Las Vegas, certainly in the Northwest, the first thing I ask them to do is go have a neighborhood meeting. So this is meeting in the middle, realistically, because you had a much larger population planned for the school, so you've backed off on that. Mr. Gronauer, you pointed out a couple of things that are quite significant that I asked you to do and the development to do, and it is buffer those homes to the east. That is so crucial and so important. A couple of things I want to point out, too, and I think I have to do this first. I must disclose my 5-year-old grandson, Landon, attends Somerset Academy, but that has not hindered my ability to vote or make a decision in regards to this project. I also want to recognize the 14 letters of opposition the city has received in regards to this project, and the hundreds and hundreds of emails in support of this project. And I'm not kidding. I hear some folks laughing out there. Literally, my email box was full every single day for a solid week, and that tells me how important this project is. The buffer's important. I want to point out, I have to read this into the record. I did receive a letter in opposition by Don McCulloch Farrer, who lives at 6868 Sky Point Drive, in a unit in the multi-family complex protesting this project, and she makes mention of my commitment as a councilman, my pledge to protect the quality of life for families in Ward 6. And I want to say this, that's exactly what this is about, protecting the quality of life, and certainly when it comes to our children's education. This project is on a frontage road that parallels U.S. Highway 95 that one day will be Interstate 11, hopefully if we can get things pointed in the right direction in the years to come. And I think that's significant to point out. Ms. Farrer lives in a multi-family housing complex, and she doesn't like the zoning, and I'm going to agree with one of the moms who mentioned we have lots of retail, lots of commercial around there. We do. I'm waiting for Metro Pizza to get their doors open, for crying out loud. Traffic issues. You, Mr. Gronauer, and your client have agreed to actually widen that area right there on Sky Point because of the traffic, to address those issues. And that's when I say having those neighborhood meetings are so crucial, because you hear what the neighbors have to say, you hear what their issues are, and you work it out and you meet in the middle. I like the one in regards to malicious mischief caused by young people. That happens all over our city, all over our county, all over the state, and all over our country, and I wish we could put some kind of control on that. But I think this is going to be different for Somerset Academy. I honestly do. This is not a regular public school. These moms and dads are picking kids up and dropping kids off, and this is a school you want your kid in. There's a waiting list, am I correct?
There's a significant waiting list.
My daughter just texted me and said, Dad, you have to approve this because I want to get my boys on the waiting list. So, Jay, thank you for that. But I think that's significant to point out because of the challenges we're having with our educational system. Councilman?
You shouldn't have said that. Now you're conflicted out.
I'm not conflicted out. She's a constituent as well and has a right to her opinion.
But are you offering her anything more than others are getting in the same area? I think you're conflicted out.
Another thing that Mrs. Fair pointed out is the multifamily housing development. I find that ironic because in this letter of opposition, she lives in a multifamily housing project about a quarter mile from this. So I think that's significant, but I will place this into the record as well at her request. I'm excited about this. This is an infill piece. The developer, Academia, I believe is the organization, has committed to have this, at least the first phase for the elementary school kids up by the school year 2013. And that's quite important. That takes place, and I appreciate that commitment. I want to talk and address the multifamily issue on a frontage road on US 95. This is where you want multifamily. This is where you want the higher, more intense uses, not in the middle of neighborhoods, not in the middle of the communities in the Northwest, but on the frontage roads, next to the highway, next to the major commercial areas. That's where these kind of uses need to go. So I wanted to point all those out in regards to this, and I think those are the end of my comments, Mayor. And I'm going to ask...
right there, we have a comment coming
Thank you.
from Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd move for approval.
Okay.
Could I ask a question, please? I wanted to ask you...
For number 88, 89, and 90, Madam Mayor, then I'll...
Oh, I thought you were doing...
One at a time.
Sorry.
Okay.
No, you go ahead. Well, he's going to make a motion.
I'm trying to make my ears multi.
I just wanted to ask a question. Who is sponsoring this charter school? Every charter school has a sponsor, you know, it's an association or a business or a nonprofit group. Who is the entity? What is the entity sponsoring this?
School district and the Department of Education. It's public, all.
All right.
Private entity.
It's a state charter authority that is sponsoring this.
Have they sponsored other schools similarly?
Yes.
Now, I know we have charter schools.
Yes.
All the same.
Well, but I know when I was on the school board that we had an entity that was in charge of the charter school. It wasn't the public school district. That's why you have more freedom to do curriculum in charter schools.
You have two ways of getting charters here in the state of Nevada. One is Clark County School Board, and then the State Department of Education created an alternative method through the State Charter School Authority. This charter was granted by the State Charter School Authority.
this
And
is
there
a
are several granted that way. And most charter schools these days are being granted by the authority and not by the district.
And now they have a new body that is the authority that's just been created to validate curriculum and license.
But you're right, when you were on the school board, they did grant some charters, and some of those charter schools are still in existence, 4 or 5.
But what they've done now is recently they've started where the state can grant it. How long has that been going on?
That's been going on for about 3 years now.
3 years. So
Yeah.
3 years, the state can now grant it. Now, if the state grants it then, do they provide the building?
No, they never have. Whether it was the school district or the state, charter schools either look to lease facilities facilities from third
That's what I
parties.
felt. So who is building this school building?
This is being built by a private developer.
And leasing back to the school.
Oh, and leasing back to the charter school, which is sponsored by the state?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You got it.
I just didn't understand
No.
that. Thank you very much.
Okay, there's a motion, Councilman Beers. We're going to take them one at a time. Number 88 first.
Thank you, Your Honor. Number 88, recommend or move for approval.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote, and please post.
Oh, my gosh.
Are you for it?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes.
And just out of an abundance of caution, Mayor, I've
Legal
advised...
counsel's discretion to be as cautious as possible. I'm abstaining on this.
Okay, thank you. No, after reading the letter and the comments, yes, I agree. Okay, Councilman Beers, number 89, please.
Move for approval, Your Honor.
88 has been posted with an abstention by Councilman Ross. We're moving on to 89. There's a motion to approve number 89, but it's not coming up. There it is. Please cast your vote. Are the people next to you voting?
Have you voted already?
Okay. Please post. They're just faster than we think they are. And that also passes. Thank you very much. Councilman Beers, number 90.
Move for approval, Your Honor.
Thank you. So motion, please vote, and please post. And please post. And finally, on item number 91, Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would move for amendment with an amendment that I think Flynn is prepared to read.
Defer to Mr. Anderson on that condition.
From this angle, it appeared that you were the same person.
We often are. Thank you very much, and Mayor, through you, condition number 16 of item number 91, SDR 45943, should read as follows. Construct half-street improvements between the two proposed driveways on Elkhorn Road per Town Center development standards adjacent to this site. No construction of new improvements on the Elkhorn Road overpass and the Elkhorn Road bridge embankment is required. Construct full-width street improvements to the satisfaction of the city engineer on Sky Point Drive, including the required multi-use non-equestrian trail to Town Center's development standards adjacent to this site per Title 19.04.120.b. Where legally able, extend widened paving north to prevent a sawtooth roadway on the east side of Tule Springs Road and install pavement transitions on Sky Point Drive to the south. All roadway designs shall meet the approval of the city traffic engineer. Construction may be phased in accordance with the phasing plan date stamped 8/20/12.
And we concur.
Okay, so was that a motion, Councilman Beers?
Well, it was an attempted motion, Your Honor.
Okay, would you
I
like to try
attempted to
attempt
move
to?
to amend item number 91 with the language that was just read by our planners.
And agreed to.
And
Yes.
approve that amended version of agenda item 91.
I think we're on board. Okay, there's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Thank you very much. Motion
Thank you very
carries.
much.
Good luck. Go forward and charge on. Okay, so we now are moving on to items numbered 92, 93, 94. And let me just see, this is also in Councilman Ross's ward. 92 GPA 46373 for possible action on a request to amend the multi-use transportation trails element of the 2020 master plan to relocate the alignment of a planned multi-use transportation trail between Grand Teton Drive and Oso Blanco Road along the planned Fort Apache Road alignment, number 93, MOD 46292, for possible action on a request from a major modification of the town center land use plan to amend the special land use designation from EC-TC, Employment Center Mixed Use-Town Center, to MLTC, medium-low residential town center, remove a proposed town center primary arterial street alignment Fort Apache Road between Grand Teton and Oso Blanco Road, number 94 SDR 46293, applicant, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for proposed 183-lot residential subdivision with a waiver of the town center residential street standards and an associated encroachment into the public rights-of-way. The applicant is Dr. Horton, Inc., and the owner Fort Grand LLC. Project is located on 31.8 acres in the northeast corner of Grand Teton Drive and Teepee Lane. The Planning Commission recommends approval on all items, and the staff recommends approval on items 92 and 93 and denial on 94. These items are in Ward 6, Councilman Ross, and are public hearings which I declare open. Is the applicant present? Same applicant.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. I'm Bob Gronauer, 8345 West Sunset Road. I'm here representing D.R. Horton in this matter. They are looking to build single-family homes up here in Town Center. This is located in an area that's already planned for employment center, which allows up to 25 units to the acre. We are coming in proposing to build approximately 5.75 dwelling units to the acre. It's going to be a single and two-story development. Your staff has recommended approval, and Planning Commission actually has recommended approval of all applications. There was a concern about the public street design. What I have up on the overhead here quickly is we're proposing a 4-foot amenity zone, 4-foot sidewalk area. This picture is taken in Town Center up in probably, I want to say it's located more to the southwest of Town Center. There's about 1,000 plus homes that's been developed by Part E that has this type of street section. This is a similar street section that we're proposing within our development. The only difference is in this picture as rolled curb, we're going to be doing L curb. That being said, the Planning Commission recommended unanimous approval, and I'd ask you to follow their recommendations.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on these items? Hearing none, Councilman Ross. Any questions from council? Someone? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
And Mr. Gronauer, thank you very much for working with me and my staff also, including Mr. Flagstaff, in regards to this. This parcel was originally zoned for an employment center.
Yes.
And I've been asked in the past, about our town center standards and these major modifications and how come we allow them. A lot of that is economy driven. A lot of that is the private sector driven. We as a city years and years ago had this great big idea and master plan for the Northwest and how the planners wanted to see it roll out, but that just wasn't happening. And in some instances, in this area specifically, this parcel was planned to be an employment center. Mr. Fagg, the past planning director, Margaret Wheeler, I held out significantly on this parcel for that because we wanted another employment center. In the previous council member who served Ward 6 made some changes based on the private sector, based on home builders and the need for homes or commercial or single or multifamily, whatever the need is. We as a city have to be cognizant of that and be flexible enough to make those adjustments. So I said to Mr. Fagg about this parcel, Mr. Gronauer, you know that, about,
Yes.
are we going to hold this out to continue to be that employment center? that we had dreamed of one day.
I was there when you told me no 8 years ago.
That's right, you were, because I told you no 8 years ago.
I've been on this property quite a bit.
Yeah,
yes.
and so, after some time, Mr. Fagg and I sat down to discuss this, looking at the surrounding area, those are all homes in there. And right now, home builders are back. And significantly, D.R. Horton is back, and they're picking up parcels to build homes. And that's a good thing, because when rooftops are going up, that helps our surrounding businesses. That means people are finding work, people are getting jobs, people are spending money. And it's easier now to get into a new home than it is in a foreclosure or a short sale. So they understand that as well. So that being said, Your Honor, I'm ready to make motions on all three of these items. On agenda item number 92, Your Honor and Council, I would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
Thank you very much. Councilman, did you have a comment?
I had a comment. I did want to ask Representative if D.R. Horton has other property along Oso Blanca Road. Do they have other property parcels along there?
Yeah, they have other developments up in Town Center. They have a variety of different products for each property.
Okay.
I know, and I was just talking to the councilman about this yesterday, is they have entered in contract for property just to the south, which is known as a Tiggy family property. So they're out here along with other single-family developers. I represent them, basically all of them. And everybody's looking for dirt right now to develop single-family homes, as the councilman has mentioned. Inventory short due to the foreclosure issue, SB 284. And everybody's looking for property to develop. There's a demand.
I'm going to support the motion by the councilman. I was just going to say that I've been looking at this eyesore for a long time. Whoever developed the area mixed up the names, and it's a horrible name. Oso Blanca doesn't work.
Oh, I
are you familiar with this? You've got masculine and feminine gender in there, and there's no such thing as an Oso Blanca, because it's like a linguistic term for polar bear, which really could be Oso Blanco or Oso Polar, but in fact, Oso Blanca doesn't exist in the Spanish language. And just thinking that if your landowner doesn't mind, someday somebody's going to have to change that name, because it's a real embarrassment to anybody that speaks Spanish, which is probably, to a lot of folks, and out there, a lot of folks.
Would it match if it's Portuguese?
Anyway, that was a thought. I'd mention that to you as, I think Councilman Ross should adopt that as a cause to take away this offense to the Latino community in Southern Nevada.
But
that's his business,
just a
not
Western
mine.
High School graduate that made up the name.
See, and I thought he cared about all the homes that we're doing right there. I didn't pick up it was a street name. I apologize.
Oh, that's okay. It's not your fault. It's whoever built the place. But anyway, I just was thinking, Councilman Ross will probably take the issue up and run with it. But in the meantime,
thank you, Councilman.
The Spanish people in the community, Latino people community, are begging for relief. Thank you.
And Mayor, on agenda item, I made my motion on number 92. We're just waiting to post.
All right, there is a motion.
No, it's not Portuguese. It's Spanish.
5 of us have voted, so please cast your vote if you haven't.
You got to hold it down.
And then
spit on
post, please.
it. Spit on it and hold on.
I vote yea, it won't move.
Okay, she goes call.
I voted. It's not my fault.
Your microphone's still on, Councilman.
Well, it's a good thing I didn't swear. Thank you.
No, it was
Okay.
off, Count.
No, his.
Oh, yes.
Okay, moving on to 93.
Thank you, Mayor. And on agenda item 93, I would move to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. This motion, please vote. And then please post. She's saying yes.
I say yea.
Yay.
Yes.
And please post. And finally, 94.
And on agenda item 94, I would also move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval. And Mr. Fagg, do we need to add anything to any of these?
No, the conditions are fine as is.
Okay, there is. That's my motion, Mayor.
Thank you. This motion, please vote. And please post. Yes, yes, yes? Are you voting yes?
Yes.
Yes.
But let me ask you, why can't I?
Okay, and now we will move on to That carries. Items number 95, 96,
Thank you very
and
much. Have a
97.
good day.
Thank you
Take care.
very much, Mr. Gronauer. Okay, number 95, and these are three together. MOD 46280 for possible action on a request for a major modification at Town Center Land Use Plan to amend the special land use designation from X-TC Suburban Mixed Use Town Center to GCTC General Commercial Town Center. Number 96 SUP 46275 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for an auto body paint and body repair shop with a waiver to allow outside storage of wrecked or disabled vehicles. And number 97 SDR 46278 for possible action on a request for a site development review for an auto body paint and body repair shop with a waiver to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer along the north perimeter where a minimum 8-foot buffer is required. The applicant is Collision Authority, care of Southwest Homes, and the owner is Centennial 95 Limited Partnership. The project is located on 5.36 acres at 7280 West Azure Drive. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on all items. These items are in Ward 6 with Councilman Ross and are public hearings which I now declare open. Is the applicant or his or her representative present?
Yes, hello. Good afternoon. My name is Joe Gorder from RHS Management, 2810 West Charleston Boulevard, here on behalf of Collision Authority. In generally speaking, I want to keep it brief. There are two buildings that are proposed. One's a 40,000 square foot auto body repair facility. The second is a small 6,000 square foot pad that actually creates a buffer that is being located to the east side. Generally speaking, we have three applications in front of you. The first one is for a modification to change from suburban mixed use to general commercial. To give a little insight, there's two existing auto dealerships that exist to the west of this property. They're both zoned general commercial already. To the east of us is an existing retail shopping center that's also zoned general commercial. Behind this property is a Nevada Power substation. There's also a mini storage. Across the street there is a tire store. We felt that this use with the surrounding general commercial type of activity that's already existing in the area, kind of being surrounded all the way around, that we felt that the change to general commercial is warranted. Under general commercial use, a auto body repair shop is permitted with a special use permit. As you're aware, the standards require for a special use permit outline specific things to allow that type of use in the commercial zone. We meet the intentions of all of those. I think the staff has indicated such. I think Planning Commission has as well. Lastly, we have a site development plan review. We meet all the standards except for one, which is the waiver along the north property line. The waiver is due to, there's already a landscape buffer that was created by NV Energy. They actually wrote a letter of support indicating the support of our project and the waiver, and as I indicated, staff has approved that waiver as well, or supported, I should say. Just to conclude, the Collision Authority, the operator here, has other sites around town. They're very reputable. I actually spoke to my insurance company, and they just had the best things to say about them. This is going to be a state-of-the-art building. The paint booth that they use, it's like a $350,000 investment. It's some of the highly certified EPA type that you can have. Any nuisances that some people think of this as an industrial type of use, couldn't be further from the truth. I believe when you drive by this facility once it's operated, you won't even know that what they do in this building. Everything's self-contained. Everything's done in the inside of the building, and with that, I'm going to answer any questions.
This is a public hearing which is open. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward and state your name.
My name is Anthony Hart. I know it's a long day. All I want to say, Councilman Ross, this has been a great day for you boys over the top. I haven't seen so many Rosses in my life. You sure that's your right name? Hello.
Oh, goodness. Yes, ma'am, please come forward, state your name.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Lynn Fensterbaker. I live at 6075 Starlight Drive.
show you a little bit more better representation of the area and provide a little bit of history about this area. Make it a little easier for the cameraman. I don't know how many of you recall, but years ago, the neighborhood, the neighbors in this area, the city and the county, this was county land.
Mayor, if I may, Lynn, can you hold off, please? Can staff zoom into that, please? Better than that?
I think you need to push it up a little bit.
Push it up a little bit? Will do.
There you go.
Keep zooming, keep zooming, keep zooming. That's good. Thank you. Sorry, Lynn.
That's all right. Thank you, Councilman Ross. What happened years ago when this was switched from county to city, everybody negotiated for the town center with certain restrictions. There was going to be no alcohol, no fueling stations and items like this. It was to be light commercial and professional office. And that's what it has been until recently. And our community has opposed special use permits for the sale of alcohol. That has gone in. And we worked on that twice. And we also have worked to compromise on a number of items. And I think my bearing here. Okay, in this corner right here, we compromised with an application for a C-store, and that is slowly going in. And we also compromised on professional offices abutting the rear of our properties. And we've just seen a continual erosion of the original agreement and expansion of what type of uses are going to happen in this neighborhood. And as you can see to the north and a little bit east, we have a rural neighborhood preservation area. And the original thought was to preserve and have a buffer around the area that would stay rural estates. I happen to live along with the neighbors I'm representing today in this tiny county island that still is preserving a rural habitat within the city and surrounding city area. When we met at the neighborhood meeting, we suggested to Collision Authority that we have nothing against them personally, but we really didn't want to see this type of land use change within the area. We preferred to see it stay general commercial, light commercial, and suggested that they establish themselves on the west side of the property of, I-95. What they failed to disclose to us at that meeting is they already have an existing auto body shop west of I-95 within a mile of the proposed site, and the red star indicates that area. And I took a look at all of the other Collision Authority properties, and as you can see, all of these are pretty much in industrial, heavy commercial, with the exception of one that's going into a undeveloped area along the 215. Our concern is if this is approved, it's going to lead to other applications coming in that will further erode this area and be a detriment to the rural nature of the community. And so we would respectfully request that you consider declining this and protecting our rural neighborhood.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to be heard? I will close the public hearing, and Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Lynn. You know I've worked very hard to protect your rural neighborhood and have for years and will continue to do so. Your area has changed, and I'm not going to lie to you in regards to what the city had dreamt of years ago. When you talk about liquor uses there, that tavern went in long before I became city councilman. That storage unit went in there long before I became city councilman. And I've got to tell you this, I just visited the grand opening of the new music store, or the music lessons, I think it's giving music lessons now, in that shopping center, and that's quite significant. And on purpose, I went to every one of those store owners in that shopping center to ask them how business was. And they said, things are looking up. My doctor's in that shopping center. And I asked them that because I want to get a feel of what's going on. You recognize there's already 2 car dealerships up the street. You recognize all the professional office buildings that are starting to fill up. I mean, there's very few vacancies in there right now. You're right, the C-store people are dragging their feet. It's taken them a long time to do what they're doing. And I'm not happy about that, but I have little control
But
over
they
that.
still have a for sale for lease sign up, so they're
Yeah.
looking to sell that at a profit.
Well, and I want you to keep in mind, it is difficult allowing someone who owns dirt to do something they want to do. You know, they've had neighborhood meetings. You know that. I think you attended the neighborhood meeting, didn't you, in regards to this project?
I beg your pardon?
Did you attend the neighborhood meeting in regards
Yes,
to this
I
project?
did.
Yeah.
And that's where I said that they failed to disclose they have an existing auto body shop within a mile of this.
They didn't fail to disclose anything. They were working out of the car dealership up the road that had closed because they didn't have the proper licensing. Now they're back open. Dodge, I think not Dodge, Jim Marsh has a auto body shop up Centennial Parkway as well for his business. But nonetheless, if we stuck to that plan, and I'll go back to the previous items we had in regards to major modifications to our plans. If we held tight and held fast to all that, we'd have no development. I'd still have a great big empty parcel out there off of Oso Blanca that we're going to hold out for an employment center. This use fits, whether it's light commercial, whether it's commercial, mixed use, what have you. There have been several applicants that have come to me about this parcel specifically to build something on it. I have that shopping center and those store owners saying, Councilman, when is something going to be built there to help our businesses grow? Mr. Lee wants to put a discount liquor store in there. You know, Mr. Lee won't build that because I put so many restrictions on him. It would be nice to have that thing built there just to create some economy, to create some
I doubt that it would get
jobs.
that much because there's an existing close store.
But that's
Lee's
not
Discount
us,
Store.
for us to decide.
Yeah.
This is the public-private, I mean, this is the private sector driving this. So your comments are on the record, and I appreciate that.
Okay,
And-
and I'll just make one parting comment. When the future applications come for this council to decide, I'd like you to seriously consider whether you want to protect the rural county areas or not, and
Lynn?
whether you want to see something with green areas or you want something like this in that neighborhood.
Lynn, if it was up to me, I would annex your county island in a heartbeat, and all of the other county islands that exist in Ward 6, because we're a city now. We're not a county. That's my thought on that, okay? Just so you know where I am. So you were in the city. I continue to protect those rural areas. You happen to be on the border. You're not in the middle of a rural preservation area. You're on the border of Tenaya. You recall, and you mentioned it, the commercial, not the commercial, the
Professional
office professional, right along on Tenaya. I'm not sure I wanted that there. The developer promised to make it look very rural in his design. Remember those conversations?
Oh, yeah.
It never happened. It never came. But someone's going to come back one day and say, I want to build XYZ on that parcel. And what do you think I'm going to do? They're going to come back and talk to you. They're going to probably do the same thing we made them do the last time to get their entitlements. So it's difficult to blend this in. I've seen the collision authority's operation. They are clean. They are up against the back of a Nevada Power NV Energy yard. It's right up against the back of 215. It's right next to 2 car dealerships. It's very difficult for me to say no to this, so we can get something developed there and create some kind of economy and more hustle and bustle. The Shields who live on the corner, my dear friends, Chuck and Gail Shields, they're in opposition to this as well.
Yes,
but
I
it's
know.
hard for me to say no. But even they are trying to sell their property for professional office use, and I think that's a good thing. But it's creeping in to the rural areas. So it's very difficult, especially when you have a planning commission that says, yeah, this looks good too. It's very difficult to get to this level and say, no, you can't do that. We want to see those infill pieces. I want to see those parcels west of the convenience store filled in with something. So it's creating some economy over there.
I'm just hoping this auto body shop, which I can tell right now you're all going to approve, I'm just hoping this does not set a precedence for like businesses to come in closer to the rural neighborhood.
I'll tell you.
That would be my request.
Let me make a comment to that, Lynn. Nothing is going to go beyond on the east side of Tenaya, other than what we've already approved in regards to that
I'm
office
referring
professional.
just west of Tenaya.
West. I wouldn't be supporting this if it was somebody else. After I've seen their operation and how clean it is and how quiet it is and how conducive it is to this area, that's why I'm in support of it. If it was somebody else wanting to do this, that was creating some kind of industrial-type atmosphere, industrial-type use, or tons and tons of traffic, I wouldn't be supporting it.
Well, thank you, I appreciate that.
One applicant wanted to put a movie theater, a drive-in movie theater. I kid you not. How would you like that? I'm just telling you some of the things that have come to me. One was a 4-story convalescent care center, which
I know, we worked on.
Yeah, well, I thought that one was kind of a great idea, but it never happened. You know, but if it wasn't for the operations that I've seen these folks do, it'd be a different story. They run a clean operation, very professional operation. I'd be very hard-pressed not to support this, so I appreciate your comments.
Okay, well, I'll hope for good neighbors.
Okay.
Thank you.
With that, Mayor, agenda item 95, I would move to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval subject to all conditions.
Thank you. This motion, please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Councilman?
Agenda item 96, the special use permit, I would move to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval.
There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Good luck to you.
And number 97, Mayor?
Yes, please.
Also would move to follow Planning Commission's and staff's recommendation for approval subject to all conditions on the site plan.
There's a motion. Please vote. Thank you. And that carries as well. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. We certainly commiserate with your neighbor out there, though. Yes. Okay, we're moving on to item number 99, and this is the one, Councilwoman, that you were wanting to speak to. RQR 405612, public hearing, applicant Las Vegas Billboards, owner Jonathan Park, LLC, for possible action on a request for a required review of an approved special use permit, SUP 4811, for an existing 40-foot tall, 12-foot by 24-foot off-premise sign at 3319 Meade Avenue in Councilwoman Tarkanian's Ward 1. The staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing which I declare open. Is the applicant present? All right. Anybody wishing to make comment on this before Councilwoman
My
speaks?
name Hardy, Mr. Tartini. Have a good day. That Ross had a long day. Hello.
Okay. Hello, you can turn on your mic.
Yes, I'd like to have Flynn make a little explanation of the motion that I'm going to make. I'm the one who's making it, but for the reasons he's going to explain.
Madam Mayor, through you, this is a somewhat unusual situation that you have before you. We have required reviews of billboards on all the billboards that we have in the city of Las Vegas. As part of the process, what we require is that the applicant files a required review application, pays the application and notification fees, and then we present it to City Council, do a site visit, review the billboard, make sure that everything is in order, and make a recommendation accordingly. On this item and the following item, number 100, both of these billboards are owned by a company called Las Vegas Billboards. We sent the notice to them asking them to submit their application, didn't get a response, sent another notice to them, called them, sent emails to them, didn't get a response. Consequently, because the required review period was up and it was due for review by City Council, we went ahead and placed these items on the agenda. We have a condition of approval that states that the applicant owes us for the notification and application fees, and those need to be paid within 10 days of council taking action on this item. We also have a condition in both this one and in number 100 that states that if they fail to pay the required fees, the billboard may be removed. And we sent the copy of the conditions of approval to the applicant. We also sent them the letter stating that today was the hearing. They finally got in touch with us and stated that their company is currently in bankruptcy and that they would not be sending anyone to the hearing today. That issue aside, we did make a site visit of the billboards. You'll notice that they are well maintained. Not any issues with the maintenance of the billboards. Conditions in the area have not changed. For that reason, we had recommended approval. However, again, they did not respond to the notice to submit their application. The city is due the fees for the application and the noticing. And so consequently, if council feels it appropriate, you can make a motion to deny, as the applicant has not done what they are required to do.
Councilman Ross?
I just have a question, Brian Flynn. If we deny and they have to take it down, are we responsible for is there any penalty to the city? Because I know some.
That's a question I don't know, Councilman. We did look this up in the bankruptcy records. They are listed as they have filed for bankruptcy. The case has been going, I think, since February. So this is one of their major assets. So I don't know exactly what the state of the lawsuit or the bankruptcy is right now. So normally in the bankruptcy, all the actions are stayed pending the court's dissolution of the bankruptcy. So, Councilman, if you wouldn't mind, or Mayor, maybe hold this for a couple weeks, let us take a look at the bankruptcy records a little closer to determine whether or not a stay has been issued by the court. Because once you deny this would allow us to take it down.
Yeah.
Because once we deny what?
Once we disallow this to continue, we can take it down, and this is one of their major assets, which one of the creditors
But we
may
don't
be
have to
seeking.
take it down. We can't, we may take it down. We
Right.
don't have to take it down, right?
Right.
My concern is once it gets into the bankruptcy, we don't know where they go with it. And believe me, they go a lot of places, so we don't know. And that's why I moved for denial. I thought that would give us more flexibility when it came time. I'd rather have us make the decision in a bankruptcy court as to where this might go.
The problem is with the denial, that would mean that we'd have to have some method to bring it back alive, and I'm not sure how we would do that unless they filed for another SUP to reconstitute the billboard back at that particular location. So I'm not sure what effect that would have. This is the first impression that we've
But there wouldn't
had
be
with-
anything wrong with someone applying for a new SUP. Because it could be them, it could be somebody else. It might be that we could financially obtain more, I don't know, for the property and everything.
Well, there's so many unknowns,
on that.
so that's why I maybe asked
Let me get
to hold it for a couple weeks just so we can explore this a little bit more.
Councilman Coffin, you had a question, and Councilman Mayor Pro Tem.
Just a
Next.
thought, Your Honor, if you do not approve or deny and it kills it, you will be denying the creditors a chance to get money out of this estate. I do not know anything about it. I don't know the people involved, but there's probably a significant amount of income coming in. As it's been stated, it's an asset. It's an income-producing asset, would be my guess. And those creditors who are owed money by this company probably will be shortchanged if they don't have some source of money. So
Well,
keep
that's
that in mind there.
It's just at this point, I'm not sure exactly what effect your denial of this action or this item would have on the actual bankruptcy, if at all. So maybe Flynn can, like I said, I normally when we deny a review, that means that the billboards, we have the ability to take the billboard down if we want. But that also means that the SUP has expunged to that point too.
Correct. If I can just follow up on what Mr. Scott has stated. The denial of the required reviews does not mean that we automatically take the billboards down. What we would need to do is, once we have the denial from City Council, we would then place an item on a future City Council agenda to discuss the revocation of the special use permit for the billboards based on the denial of the required review. And so that's the process that we would follow in doing that.
Or would we be better off obeying it so that legal could research it, which keeps it alive?
I think Mr. Scott and I would both feel comfortable with holding the item in abeyance so that we can do some research on the legal issues associated with the bankruptcy so that we can give you the best action to take in this particular situation.
So that keeps it alive.
Well,
We have may I
doggone.
ask, we have a question over here from Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Okay, yeah, I think you answered some of my questions, but what's the normal, when we do a review of a billboard, what are we normally reviewing? I mean, why are we reviewing a billboard?
We are typically reviewing the condition of the billboard in terms of it being maintained physically. And then secondly, we also look at conditions in the area. For example, we have a number of billboards that are located on vacant properties or adjacent to parcels that are zoned for residential uses, that at some future point in time, the billboard may no longer be appropriate. And so that's really the purpose of the required review, is to, number one, look at the physical condition of the property, and then secondly, to look at conditions in the area and is the use still appropriate.
But as far as the billboard's concerned, it's in good shape, there's nothing wrong with it, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, it just seems this is like in the middle of a bankruptcy, somebody's going to eventually own this billboard and through the bankruptcy process, and they should be allowed to make money off of it if it's in good condition. So I think if we deny it, it's going to cause problems down the road for eventually somebody who owns this that should be making some money. So,
And Council, I was going to also indicate that there may be a land lease that's owned by this Jonathan Park LLC, which I think owns the underlying property on which this billboard sits. So, Flynn, we may want to try and contact them to determine if they're being paid, because if they're not, they may be a creditor in the bankruptcy that may eventually take over this billboard.
Well, you convinced me. I didn't get to vote to remove a billboard, but
Councilman.
couldn't set history here, but yes, no, you have convinced me. I think that's absolutely right. I just wanted to make sure that we maintained our control and not a court. So I will move to obey till the next meeting. Will that be enough time? To November 7th. I move to obey to November 7th.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. That item is obeyed to November 7th. Thank you very much. And we will now move on to item 100, RQR 45613, public hearing, applicant Las Vegas Billboards, LLC, owner Jonathan Park, LLC, for possible action on a request for required review of an approved special use permit SUP 4812 for an existing 40-foot tall, 12-foot by 24-foot off-premise sign at 3542 Sirius Avenue. This is also in your ward, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant, it's the same applicant? I would doubt they are here. And anyone wishing to speak on this, please come forward. So hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. And Councilwoman Tarkanian, it sounds like a repetition.
Well, it does, but in this case, I entered this meeting today, or this week, I started this week, feeling I'd feel very comfortable voting, moving for approval on this. However, since then, I've received many dissenting thoughts from people who live in the area. I wanted to have a traffic study done there, because it seems, first of all, one of the complaints was that you're doing commercial in residential, but this is not commercial, this is civic, right? Or have we changed the names?
Councilwoman Tarkanian, if I could just stop you for a moment. Item 100 is the second billboard that we probably need to hold. You're already on to item number 101, and I'll be more than happy to respond.
I'm sorry, you know that one's been on my mind all day. I've been getting up and down and researching all day, and so it's been on my mind. Well, then I would obey also, and that's why the mayor said repetition, and that's why I should have listened more carefully to what you were saying.
So your motion is to obey this item
to
2?
obey to November 7th.
Okay. We have a motion. Please vote, and please post.
Now, I've already started on the other one.
You'll be well prepared as we go forward. That motion carries. Now we're on to items 101 and 102. 101, SUP 45488, possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed church house of worship. 102, SDR 45489, possible action on a request for a site development plan for a proposed 4.576 square foot church house of worship. The applicant is Lakes Congregation of Jehovah's Witnesses. The owner is Robert F. and Linda M. Moyer Trust. The project's located 2.09 acres at the northeast corner of Buffalo and El Parque. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on both items. These items are in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian, and are public hearings which I now declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Ray Falcon, representing the applicant for the Lakes Congregation of Jehovah's Witnesses Kingdom Hall project. As noted, this parcel is on the northeast corner of Buffalo and El Parque. And just wanted to start out by saying that we've done everything that the Planning Commission requested of us. We had 2 neighborhood meetings. We also, in addition to that, 2 of us sat down face-to-face with some property owners on the east side of adjacent to this property to be able to hear their concerns. And we've been able to compile some of those concerns and how we would like to address it, and I'm going to go into that in a second. But first of all, I just wanted to point out on the overhead a couple of items. I'm not sure. Does this work? Okay. This slide, I wanted to start out with our floor plan. Just so you know, this is very similar to the 12 other Kingdom Halls in the Valley. And the idea to show you the floor plan is just to show you the main usage of this building. Obviously, the main usage is the auditorium used for public discourses. Our meetings are for the general public, and they're also just meetings for Bible education, and that's the main purpose. There will never be a daycare and no other secular educational use for a building like this, Kingdom Halls. Now, getting into the site itself, as you can see, Buffalo is here to the west, El Parque to the south. This would be right on the corner. Now, when it comes to the building, we did everything possible to try to put it away from the existing residences. So we put it as far as we can to the west, 160 feet away from our eastern wall, 200 feet away from our southern property line, all in the idea of maintaining a maximum distance away from the residences. When it comes to our building itself, as you can see, our buildings, and once again, just like all of our 12 Kingdom Halls in the Valley, they're very simple designs, but they're very attractive, and they're residential in scale. It's a 1-story building. It's a little less than 5,000 square feet. So because of its appearance and also the scale of it, we believe it's adequate for the area in general. Now, I just want to state that it is our primary concern to be good neighbors. So that is why we had a neighborhood meeting held on July 2nd to hear what the neighbors were saying about their concerns. Through that meeting, and also through some comments at the Planning Commission meeting held on July 10th, we were able to compile 5 key points that we heard were major concerns of the neighbors, and I wanted to go over those at this time and to see how we were going to address them. Number 1, off-site parking concern. Number 2, concern about our east side screen wall and the trees as well as that we were going to put in that landscape buffer. Number 3, what our intentions are when it comes to site drainage. Number 4, the lighting of the parking lot. And number 5, the site access. So when it comes to parking, per city code for this size building and for its usage, 48 parking stalls are required. But as you can see, our intent is to put more than double what's required, 110 parking stalls. The whole intent to put more than required, obviously, is to mitigate or minimize any need to use the residential streets adjacent to this property. That was the intent, and that's what we would like to do. When it comes to the buffer zone, on the east side where the current residential units are at, the single-family units, code requires 15 feet. We've expanded that, we've exceeded that, but we have a 24-foot buffer on the east side of the property. And within this buffer, there was concern by those residents to the east what type of tree we're going to put. We had proposed a pine, but they wanted something else. So in those sit-down meetings that we had with them, they came up with a tree they would like, and they came up with the Japanese blueberry. Here's a picture of that tree in its mature state. It's a beautiful tree, and also provides a very good noise and sound buffer and also a nice visual buffer on our east side of a property. So we will comply with this. We have no problem with that. We're putting in the 24-inch box, but we know that eventually the mature tree is going to be a great aesthetic and pleasing. Now, when it comes to that buffer zone to the east, that 24 feet, you can see that another item of concern was the property wall. Generally, we would have put in our own property wall adjacent to theirs, but there was a concern that that would create a trash collector between those two walls. So in talking with those property owners in particular, they wanted to see if we could raise that existing wall. So we're more than happy to do that with their permission. We're going to raise it 2 feet to allow for an 8-foot maximum height wall on that eastern property line. And we agree that's going to be a much cleaner look for the property on the east side. Once again, that's the wall I'm considering right here, the east side wall, extending at 2 feet in height. Now, briefly, when it comes to drainage, although a technical drainage study is not required until after we acquire the use permit, we get approval of it, we did have a couple of engineers look at the site, have a site visit, and we came up with an idea of what the lay of the land is right now. Right now, drainage goes towards the south and then to the east. But to minimize how much runoff comes out of El Parque, we would like to create a grade break in the parking lot so as to effectively maybe divide that site runoff in two and allow the water to divide between Buffalo and El Parque. And also, as you can see, our robust landscape area is also a great area to be able to absorb a lot of that existing runoff or rain runoff. When it comes to lighting, we have decided to go with a much shorter street or parking light, better yet, parking light lighting. 17.5 feet would be its maximum height. And along the wall where we have the residences, we will put in some cutoff shields on these lights where required to minimize any light diffusion into the neighboring properties. Plus that 24-foot buffer and those trees will also mitigate that as well. Now, when it comes to site access, we know that this is a very, a concern of some neighbors is traffic generation. There's no doubt that our facility will bring in some traffic to this corner. But what I wanted to note and quote is, per the planning department's findings, I quote, "Site access and circulation do not negatively impact adjacent roadways or neighborhood traffic. The parking lot has a streamlined design that will minimize circulation conflicts." And we agree with that because the fact that Buffalo is a 100-foot right-of-way, arterial, and El Parque is a 60-foot collector. So that is why they believe that this will not have a major negative impact when it comes to traffic because these roads and widths are made to handle it. Now, this is also showing our ingress and egress. Our primary ingress and egress will be off of Buffalo Drive. There's an existing curb cut there that we'll maintain to be able to have primary access, and our secondary access point will be off of El Parque. So, in conclusion, as you have seen, we have also provided support of some property owners. Some letters have been provided to you, and also we've met and in many ways exceeded what the planning and zoning requirements are for this facility, and we believe this project is compatible to the area and its usage, and we would like to ask the council to follow the Planning Commission's recommendations to approve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Would anyone like to come forward at this time? Please come and state your name and your comments.
My name's Hodges, and it's a church. And I'm supposed to be a bipartisan type person, so I can't speak how I really feel for the church part. But anyway, it's a church. And so church is a good thing. So if you can pass it for the greater good, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again, Mayor and Council. Arnold Stock, 2701 Alta Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada. I represent Barsis Enterprises, who owns a corner site immediately north of this site and the owner of this property. And it's been a very interesting process, I think, with the neighbors and with the applicant for this use. I personally lived next to a church for 8 years in Summerlin, immediately on the property line. And it does have, it's a very quiet use. If the traffic's controlled properly, which it generally is, and I think that the owners of this, the applicant of this development, have gone to great lengths to meet with the neighbors. I've been at all those meetings. They've had 2 neighborhood meetings, 2 planning commission meetings. I've sat with a chairperson of the planning commission and had the opportunity to brief her on it. And from a standpoint of being the neighbor to the north, they've provided a very good landscape buffer. I've sat with the neighbors that are on each, that are at each parcel adjoining this property. They've raised the wall of the property. They put shade-bearing trees there, and I think that it's will be a good complement to the neighborhood. The neighbors, some of the neighbors, have very, very good points about concerns about this and the other site being a gas station or a commercial center, and I assured them that I don't believe there's any developer that would first of all, the site doesn't warrant a commercial development. The demographics, the traffic, it does, but the traffic does not warrant any type of retail development or any high use on Oki and Buffalo. It'll never be a gas station. It'll never be a convenience store. And so this type of use, I believe, is much better than other types of uses that could have gone in here. The Barces plan on doing a similar, not a religious use, but a quiet use on the corner. They don't currently have a development for it, planned for it. But I certainly think that in the many conversations I've had with the immediate neighbors, I think they have a level of comfort with this project. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward. Hearing none, I'll close that portion, and Councilwoman Tarkanian.
First, I wanted to state that I think you have been exceptional in how you've addressed the problems the neighbors have presented. You've been courteous, you've been efficient, you've acted quickly. You really have been an exceptional group coming before. Secondly, because the concern I have is in the last couple of days, I have received a bunch of comments negative to having the project, and I needed to ask a couple of questions. First, if I could ask Flynn, one of the people, or a couple of them, who sent in concerns stated that they did not want to have a commercial use in a residential area. My response would be that this is not commercial use, this is civic, but you changed names some, on the zoning, so I want to be sure that I'm right. I mean, this is not commercial use, this is civic use, and throughout our entire city, we have civic use in residential areas. So I just want to make sure that I'm accurate, I want it on the record so it can be heard.
Councilwoman Tarkanian, you are correct that churches are considered to be civic uses. They are not considered to be commercial uses, and that's standard in planning practices across the country, so that you will see churches in residential neighborhoods. Secondly, just to add to that, you'll notice that there is not a rezoning of the property that's requested. This property is going to stay RE residential estates. Church is allowed in residential districts by a special use permit, and so even if the church were to go away at some point in time, it cannot be used for a commercial use.
Right.
Okay.
And I wanted that very solidly on the record. The only concern I have then is that there are these questions about the traffic. And I know that we don't do traffic studies till after something's approved, which I always thought was backwards, because you sort of need to know before you approve how much the traffic's going to affect. And I just need to know, now you stated that it does not negatively impact the neighborhood. But these people who live there do have a concern for some very good reasons, We put in that Social Security building, which brought a lot of traffic, which was a highly emotional, passionate group of meetings that we had on that. And they're right, is in the comments that are coming to me, that Jones has deteriorated, and they're right. We've tried to stop that, but it's still deteriorating because we went commercial there. But this is not commercial, this is civic, and so the only concern is, can they handle? Now, you're saying, we've been told it's 48 that's required, 96 that you're going to have, right?
110.
Yeah.
110.
110, so you're more than double. And I have to ask you that, Flynn, and get it on the record really solidly. Will this in any way negatively impact? Because I will tell you, other comments that came to me about the Catholic Church that's on Tenaya and Sahara, I believe, the St. Joseph's, they do cause traffic problems, and a lot of commitments were made, and a lot of them have not been kept. And the church built a parking lot. And comments came to me, people are not using it, and they're right. They're not using it. I've been out there many times with problems, and so they're parking in front of residences. Was that looked into when you said it didn't have any impact? Was that looked into, that they might not use a parking lot? But this parking lot is very close to the church, and it should not fill up. Whereas the other one, the church doesn't have as much parking at St. Joseph's, and in order to get there, you'd have to cross the street, and I guess some people don't want to cross the street. They'd rather park in front of someone's yard.
Councilwoman Tarkanian, you're correct. The situation at St. Joseph's is a little bit different than what we see here at this particular location, in that all of the parking is provided directly on site and is directly accessible to the building. Also to take into consideration is the square footage difference in St. Joseph's versus what is being proposed here. We have a church that's approximately 4,500 square feet in area versus St. Joseph's, which is a much larger facility. In terms of the traffic, you're correct that we don't require a traffic impact study immediately up front, but Mr. Anderson can answer some questions about the work that Public Works has done relative to looking at the traffic that would be generated by this facility.
Always glad to hear from Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. Mayor, through you, the traffic engineering section always does kind of a summary analysis for site development plans that come before you. And when they look at the official traffic industry numbers for a use such as this, they estimate that there would be a total of 115 trips per day to this facility, which works out to 7 trips during the peak hour. 7 trips at any one time are probably not going to overload the traffic network in this neighborhood. So the traffic engineer does not assess this as being a problem.
So even though they might be having church services, or they might be having community services where their entire congregation would be there, they still would not overload?
Well, there might be occasions of short periods of time where there are more than the normal amount of traffic there. That's usually associated with churches of any sort. But this one's a fairly small one. 4,500 square feet is actually kind of small. And so the traffic engineer assesses this as a very minor impact.
Okay, I thank you very much for that. I'm going to move to approve. And I'm moving, but I will call up all those people who sent in. I will call and explain to them and meet with them personally if I need to. But I wanted this very clearly vetted in an open meeting so those who are watching could view this. And I think with 2 meetings and the sincere, hard efforts you've made, and the fact that, we want to get building done. We want to get jobs here, right, Councilman Ross? So, but mainly, I don't think it will interfere that much. I live 2 blocks away from a church that's larger than this church, and I think it has almost the same parking that you have there, and we don't have too much problem there. So I think, as I said, move to approve.
Councilman coughing.
I don't
You're
mind.
still coughing.
Thank you. Call me anything. Jehovah's Witnesses like to sing. I understand it's part of the faith, and the thing is, you're in a residential area, so I didn't know if you've made provision for making sure that the sound stays inside the building. Jehovah's Witnesses have never been shy about their opinions of others' religions, and I do not know about the tenor of the music. I assume it's not the same sort of thing that appears in the tracts, but it does create friction with people. So then if the buildings are constructed in such a fashion that the music will stay confined within the building, that shouldn't be a problem, but is that a fact?
we are pretty confident that that's a fact. This is going to be very similar to our other Kingdom Halls. Our music is very low-tone, piano music. We aren't so boisterous about it, but we haven't had any complaints or any problems in any other Kingdom Hall because of noise issues that we are aware of. The building will have its typical insulation, and that has been adequate up to this point.
Okay, well, it's so close to homes, you know, it's a different kind of
Yeah,
arrangement.
and we've tried to have those setbacks because of that as well, trying to be mindful of that.
Thank you.
Excuse me, that was item 101. There was a motion made, so please vote and please post. Motion carries, and on to item number 102. Councilwoman, item 102 is the second piece.
I move to approve on that one also.
Move to approve on that one also, please. There's a motion, please vote. And please post. And that motion carries. Please give our best to Linda and Bob, and congratulations.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks for all the help you did in providing the information, and the residents that contacted me, many of them said how pleased they were with the efforts you made.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Welcome to the neighborhood. And item number 103, SUP 46241, special use permit, public hearing. Applicant Rachel's Kitchen, owner LVB Ogden Marketing LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed beer wine cooler on sale establishment within a proposed 2,791 square foot restaurant at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, a portion of Suite 190 C2 General Commercial Zone. This is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. And the Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. And this is a public hearing, which I declare open. And is the applicant present? And please state your name.
Yes, thank you. Karen Richardson. I am here representing my design firm, who is the architect for the tenant improvement for Rachel's Kitchen. And I'm also wearing a second hat today. I'm a partner in the franchise for this location. So I'm here to say that we accept the conditions, and we are anxious to get started.
Wonderful. I hope we'll all eat here. Public comment, please. We have coming forward. Thank you.
Well, this is a good one. Planning and staff both agree approval, so sounds good to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Yes, comment? Trouble's coming. Councilman Beers.
Oh, no trouble, Your Honor. I was just making sure we have lunch and breakfast.
We have breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
And dinner. Okay.
7 to 7, Monday through Saturday to begin, and then we'll determine what the traffic will be like on Sundays.
And what kind of food?
We call it California casual. We have everything from scrambled eggs and bacon on the breakfast menu to even a light breakfast with egg whites. We do sandwiches, chicken, turkey, tuna. We do hamburgers.
Yeah, there'll be no room.
And pasta.
They didn't outlaw bacon in California?
Nope.
Not yet?
Unfortunately, they didn't.
Excellent. Okay.
Are you going to be delivering?
We are definitely going to be delivering. In fact, we just put our order in for 2 electric bicycles.
Wonderful.
So we're going to be a little bit green.
Wonderful. Do we want to volunteer for biking and delivering? Councilman
I would
Ross.
volunteer Councilman Ross.
Okay. And you're on, Councilman Ross. Go for it.
Thank you, Councilman Beers. Well, I want to follow up on his comments. Now's the time to talk about your restaurant and how great it's going to be. We know where it's going to be located. You may want to share that with the public and anyone watching tonight's program, because this is significant. You're going to be packed all the time. So tell us the exact location of this and how significant that's going to be.
Sure, thank you. We're actually located on the ground floor of the Ogden, which is at the corner of Ogden and Las Vegas Boulevard, and we face Las Vegas Boulevard. So our sign is going to have a little bit of neon and bling to it. We are the first restaurant that will be on the ground floor of the Ogden, so we're really excited about that. Next door to the Gone Plaza, which, as you talked about earlier today, has the Street Eats the second Saturday of every month. So we're anxious to be down there when that activity is going on.
How many do you seat?
We seat about 70 people. We're going to employ between 12 and 14, depending on the revenue that we hope to generate. And we're serving beer and wine. So
Wonderful.
So we're anxious for that as well.
Sure, breakfast, but your stomach doesn't know. Wonderful. Okay, anyone else wishing to be heard? I'll close the public hearing, and Councilman Barlow is not here, so Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. And since the cat's out of the bag, and the Councilman Barlow did say that some parts of the Fremont area are coming into Ward 3, and he's going to miss the Ogden. I will love it, and I will eat breakfast there. So therefore, I would like to move, unless there are conditions that we do not have stated into the record.
No, the conditions are ready to move forward.
Very well, then I will now move for approval as stated.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Oh, wait.
And that's just as I vote, how soon this will be opening?
We are hoping we're going to be open before the end of the year, and that depends a little bit on when the building department issues our building permit.
We'll talk to those guys.
That end of the dais has a lot of juice.
All right.
All right, there's a motion. Please vote, and please post. You're not on? There you went. Congratulations, you're in business.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We look forward to having you, knowing you're elsewhere around town. And this is item SUP 46246, public hearing. Applicant Money Tree Inc., owner Rainbow Vista LLC et al., for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed auto title loan use in conjunction with an existing financial institution specified with waivers to allow distance separations of 65 feet from a residentially zoned property where 200 feet is required, 155 feet from an existing similar use where 1,000 feet is required, 24-hour operations where hours of operations from 8 to 11 p.m. are allowed, that's 8 a.m. to 11 p.m., and window signage with text and neon where such is not permitted at 6700 West Charleston Boulevard, Suite A, C1, Limited Commercial Zone, Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. It is a public hearing, which I declare open. And you poor thing, I'm surprised you haven't just disappeared into the chair. You've been here all day long.
I could use this.
And your name, please, and who you represent.
Jennifer Roberts, Lionel Sawyer and Collins, 300 South 4th Street, appearing on behalf of the applicant Money Tree. And this is an application for a special use permit with waivers to allow the existing business to add a new product, the auto title loan use, which has been offered by other Money Tree locations throughout Las Vegas and Clark County. The location has been in business since 1999 and is located at the major commercial corridor of Rainbow and Charleston. Because it's adding a new service, and I would add that it's not adding a new location or a larger location, it's just adding a new product. Distance waivers are required. I would note that there is already a competing business that was just recently approved to add auto title loan. There is a residential nearby, but it's separated by Lorenzi Street and other commercial use. The competing business that's nearby is separated by Charleston and Rainbow, so it's not an oversaturation of the use in that area. The reason for the waiver of the hours is because this has been in existence even before financial institution specified required a special use permit. It is a 24-hour operation. So instead of turning away certain customers for for one product but allowing it for their current business, we are asking for a waiver to be able to allow the product concurrent with their existing business hours of 24 hours. The signage has been grandfathered, so there is signage that is in existence at the property that is, doesn't fall within the restrictions. And so we're asking that that signage be allowed to be continued. We're not asking, we voluntarily offered a condition on our own application. We're not looking to add flashing lights and more neon signs. We would like to, continue to be able to have text signs, but also to continue the existing signs with neon, and I don't think there's any flashing lights, it's just neon. So that's why the other waiver is being requested, is to allow the continued signage and to allow the signage that is permitted under its existing operations. And so Planning Commission did approve it, and we ask that you would follow their recommendation. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. This is a public hearing declared open. Anyone wish to speak on this item, please come to the microphone. Council, you're having too much fun, the two of you down there. Did you hear that all? We're talking money tree. Oh, okay. Do you have any questions? Prepared. To my left, Councilwoman, this is in your area.
The problem we have is that because you are grandfathered in, where you have 65 feet from a residential area instead of 200 feet, which is 300% more feet than other companies such as yours, and because you have 24 hours of operation, where they don't have that at all. They stop at 11, as you know. And the window signage you have, they can't have either. I feel that this is unfair advantage to those in that area who are in a similar business. So I move to deny this. I follow planning department's recommendation to deny.
Planning department, okay.
Not, yeah.
It was, let's see, staff recommended denial, planning recommended approval. So there is a motion.
Councilwoman, may I ask if there's a concern about the hours or some of the signage? The existing signage is grandfathered. That's something that we would be happy to work with you on. Again, this is just adding a new product versus...
And I don't mind that part of it. Okay. I truly don't. And perhaps maybe we could obey this and we could work with Flynn and see if something might... Because you understand the neon signs and everything, it's quite a bit more than the others have. I could pull back that motion if I might and move instead to... hold this in another, what do you think we'd need, Flynn?
We only have one meeting in November, so we would need to meet rather quickly to be able to come back at the November 7th meeting. So if you have the time to do that, we can put this off for 2 weeks.
Well, we'll either put it off for 2 weeks or we could go to December 5th. Does the timing matter to you? You wouldn't have as much time to be able to schedule a meeting and fit in with his schedule.
If I'm out next week for business, but if you can meet the following week, I'm flexible.
I think we better, I must tell you, just knowing how these things go,
Sure.
I think December
Okay.
5th would be better. So I move to obey. Can I retract? I don't have to. Okay, retract the motion and move to obey until December 5th.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion to obey this item to December 5th. Please vote. And please post.
Thank you.
See.
And we are posting, and that carries. See you on December 5th. And now we will move on to item 105. SUP 46297, public hearing, applicant Phantom Entertainment LLC, owner FAEC Holding, Warula LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed liquor establishment, tavern, and nightclub with waivers to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a similar use, a 1,240-foot distance separation from a church, and a 1,340-foot distance separation from a school where 1,500 feet is required for each at 450 East Fremont, Suite 370. This is in Councilman Barlow's Ward 5, and today Councilman Coffin is on this. This is a Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. And this is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant present or a representative?
Yes. Mayor, members of the council, Jim DeFiore, 8550 West Charleston Boulevard, representing the applicant today. Kelly Murphy is, excuse me, the owner-operator of Drink and Drag, which is existing now in Neonopolis, and he is the owner-operator of Crave Massive coming downtown. He recently mentioned that the reason he's coming downtown is because he liked the energy of the downtown. And after hearing some of the projects coming forward with Mr. Donner and others, it's very evident that the energy is very popular, and Las Vegas and downtown is going to be a very big place if it already hasn't been that way. The Crave Massive is going to be the world's largest gay nightclub in the world. It is going to be 80,000 square feet. It's going to occupy the pre-existing Mann Theaters on the 3rd floor of Neonopolis. It will have 5 primary dance floors, 2 private lounges, 3 theaters that will offer performing arts, movies, and comedy club. It will employ over 250 people. It's going to have an estimated 10,000 customers per week for 21 and over. And the hours of operation are looking at to be Wednesday through Saturday and Sunday when Monday is a holiday. And the theaters may be open 7 days a week. I think that's yet to be determined. This is going to be a big boost to the downtown, and we certainly appreciate the council's consideration for following the Planning Commission's approval of this special use permit.
I'd like you to know that the people that are here that you're representing have been mummified sitting here. They don't move. Nothing moves. So this is a public hearing. I declare it open. Anybody brave enough to come forward after this late hour? No,
My
he's
name
not.
is Hodge.
This
Can we
is
hurry up and
exercise.
finish?
Thank you. All right. So anyone else? Yes, sir.
Sure, certainly. Michael Schertz, representing Frank Todd at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard. Here representing my client, who is a member of the 5th Ward. He lives at the Ogden, and he has some concerns about this project, not in and of itself, but the timing of when it may receive this entitlement. It's a profound entitlement, and as the gentleman stated, they are building the world's largest gay nightclub, which is not your corner store. This is a very large project, and my client is concerned. He feels that because of the scope and the size of this project, that perhaps maybe the permit is a bit premature. And specifically, I believe the licensing is only at the temporary licensing stage, and because of the scope and the size, perhaps maybe it should be more proper to hold off on permitting this project until a permit license is in place.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate your comments. Councilman Coffin.
I'll be happy to take it. I think Councilwoman Tarkanian was delegated by the councilman, but I will be happy to take it. I don't know if Flynn has some comments on, because I'd like to hear about this, the objection. It's a soft objection.
Madam Mayor, through you, relative to the question about licensing, the applicant cannot be issued a license until the special use permit is approved. So this action has to take place today before we can issue a business license for the applicant.
Then the egg has to come first.
Correct.
And so therefore,
We're going to move.
rather than laying one, we'll just give birth.
Okay.
And I've seen this project. I've been briefed on it. This will not be part of Ward 3 in the future. It will still stay part of Ward 5. However, I think it's too bad in a way that so much time has passed, because this would have generated a lot of buzz in this room when it was full. And all the big verbs have been used today. So, you know, we're out of those after 9 hours. So therefore, I will move for approval because I think it's going to be a fine project.
105. So you have moved
Yes,
to approve?
to approve.
Okay, there's a motion to approve on item 105. There are comments, Councilman Beers?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. DeFiore, if you'd make sure that Mr. Murphy, I don't know that he got here in time to hear that yesterday was the 48th anniversary of the recording of Downtown by Petula Clark, which I think is something we should all make note of and celebrate annually.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote. And please post. And motion carries. Now, I'm hopeful that everything has been complied with to get you moving along, so you will make your New Year's Eve date. Could you come to the microphone if you can still walk? You're under a certain age if you can get up after all that sitting. And you have to say your name as well, please.
Kelly Murphy.
Okay, and so everything's in place so we can move forward with everything we're supposed to be moving forward with at the city?
Yeah, we got a planning approval today, right, for the plans?
They went to express plans check last week, and there were a couple of outstanding issues that your architect has since turned in revisions.
Yeah, I got a $80,000 bill today, so.
For the city?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh, you're approved again and again.
We have to talk
and
about
again.
that.
But
Sewer
is everything
charges.
in order? Mr. Fact, is that
Yes, we are progressing towards their deadline. We do need to have the construction of the project finished by about December the 15th, which will give us enough time to do the final inspections and issue the certificate of occupancy for New Year's Eve.
Okay, thank you. And Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Mayor, through you, Mr. Murphy, you are not getting off this easy.
And what? Oh.
You are not getting off this easy. You need to talk about your project with the same excitement and power that you came and talked to me about how cool this is and how awesome this is. And just for the gentleman in the front row who commented about size and scope, this is a tenant improvement space. I mean, the shell's built. And this may be the catalyst that really lights a fire in Neonopolis. I mean, we've seen that thing just sit empty for so long.
It's made Joshi rich.
Yeah, true.
Well, today, obviously, you wrote a check for us today. But Mayor, with your permission, Mr.
Yes.
Murphy, will you, tell us about this project?
Well, I apologize for not having the passion, Councilman. I don't see the trophy
Well,
behind
it's only
you
5
this time,
minutes
so
to
it's kind
6.
of
It's all
throwing
right.
me off a little bit.
And you visited him in the morning when it's normal.
No,
Well,
he had
not
this
for you.
trophy behind him that was
Okay.
kind of placed for Politician of the Year or something.
Yes.
So I would rather just go home and eat, so there's
It
not
is
much
great.
to say, right? What do you want to know? Yeah, can I make a motion to go home?
Didn't we already vote? Okay, time to go eat dinner.
Yeah. it's
Did
going
we
big.
post? We voted? Did we
Yeah,
post?
done.
You're
Thanks.
on.
I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. Thanks.
Feed your partners there, too. Good luck to you. We look forward to this. So thank you very much. And we will move on to item number 106. I would instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings in dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements. Done. Number 107, citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject's on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is going to be allowed, will be limited to 2 minutes. Are there any members of the agenda who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Please state your
Thank
name.
you, Ms. Mayor. I'm going to be really brief because it's been a long day for you, and you won't be back until after the election anyway.
Thank you.
This is a letter to whom I have 3 presidents on there, and all 3 of them was assassinated. You don't want to hear that, I know. That's okay. But this is very important. I showed that before. It said front page of history, and it is. Ohio had 8 presidents, and the last 8 presidents that was elected in the United States took Ohio when they got elected, whatever. Well, I'm just saying it seems like the number 8 seems to be kind of lucky, and then it's also bad luck for Ohio. two of the presidents that was assassinated in our country was assassinated from Ohio, and then Lincoln was from Illinois, and Kennedy was from Massachusetts, and that's it. And let us all have a good holiday. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we will move on to the last item, and that is council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject's on the agenda and scheduled for action. Any member who wishes, I'm going to start off with this one first time quickly, and I am going to say everyone is invited to join Councilman Bob Coffin and me at Coffee with the Mayor this coming Monday, October 22nd. We'll be in Ward 3 at El Tenampa Restaurant at the corner of Eastern and Bonanza from 8 a.m. to 9:30. Please come by and say hello. We're delighted to announce also the opening of the Neon Museum on Tuesday, October 23rd. This exciting new attraction provides a window into Las Vegas's glamorous history and love affair with neon. Public tours begin Saturday, October 27th. So for more action, please check out the website at neonmuseum.org. Saturday, October 27th, I will be participating in the Walk to End Alzheimer's at the Fashion Show Mall for the 14th year in a row. Registration begins at 7 a.m. with the walk beginning at 9 a.m. I also invite you to join me and our councilman and Councilman Coffin, Councilman Anthony, everyone, in welcoming the 2012 Mayor's Cup Soccer Tournament to our great city October 26th through 28th. I salute all of these outstanding young athletes, their coaches, parents, supporters, as they compete in a fabulous showcase. And our next City Council meeting will be held on Wednesday, October 7th, here in City Council chambers beginning at 9 a.m. And I thank you all for your lengthy attention today. And I will now turn immediately to my left to Councilwoman. Any announcements?
An announcement that on October 20th, Ward 1 will have a Keep America Beautiful Day, concentrating on keeping Las Vegas beautiful. This project will be along the Meadows walkable community within the ward. We will have Clark High School students, we will have the Keep Las Vegas Beautiful team and the school district police working together to remove graffiti, doing painting on hydrants and curbs. And this will take place at 9 a.m. at Hyde Park Middle School, 700 Hinson Street, near the corner of Valley View in Charleston. And volunteers are needed for 9 to 11. Thank you. Hope you'll come and join us.
Thank you very much. And moving on to my right, Councilman Ross. Oh, no, you're the end, because that's the most important piece of all. Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have a long list of events here in Ward 2, but in deference
well,
to...
you know, we'll hold off while we don't have to approve it. We're going to be excused.
Well, in deference to the fact that I can't imagine anyone watching their channel this long without Jerry Lewis going to the tote board once an hour. I think I'll dispense with that. Remind everyone that I'll be at the annual meeting of the Summerlin North Community Association in 30 minutes. November 1st, I will be at the annual meeting of the Summerlin West Community Association. And let's not forget that the first weekend of November is the Art Walk up at the Trails Village Shopping Center across from the Summerlin Library. It's always a good time.
I have one question for you. What are you dressing as on Halloween?
I'm probably going to be dressed as the guy handing out candy at the door.
That sounds good to me.
It's probably.
All right, we all will do that. And Councilman Ross, you're on board.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be brief. We'll do the fun stuff first and then the important stuff last. This is our last movie in the park for the season, so be afraid, be extremely afraid. It's Scooby-Doo, Friday, October 19th, 7 p.m. at, of course, the Centennial Hills Amphitheater. It is a free event. Our good neighborhood friends and neighborhood partners, Alexis, sponsoring this movie. So bring your family out, bring your blankets out and your folding chairs and have a great time. The weather is just perfect now, and before it gets too cool in the evening. Last movie in the park, we had about 800 people in the amphitheater. It was amazing. Now, on a more serious note, of course, we continue our partnership with the Nevada Child Seekers. We do have a missing young man, Giovanni Asaguera. He's a 15-year-old, 5'8", 160 pounds. He was last seen September 27th. Giovanni was last seen in the area of 20th and Ogden off Bruce Street. Giovanni was last seen wearing a black baseball cap, black shirt, brown khaki shorts, and black socks with black Vans. He may be carrying a bag with his personal belongings. He does have a tattoo on his lower neck that says his last name, Oseguera. Anyone having any information about this young man, please, please, please contact Nevada Child Seekers 458-7009, or of course the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department at 828-3111. Thank you, Mayor. And I want to make one more comment, if I may. Councilwoman Tarkanian will appreciate this. Tonight and today's council meeting is reminiscent of the year 2007. This may be a good thing in regards to our economy and things coming back here at the city of Las Vegas on a positive note. So I always look at the glasses half full, not half empty. So I thank the marshals and Ben Spillman from the RJ sticking around with us this long tonight. Thank you.
Yes, I think that's right.
I really do thank staff as well who've been sitting here lengthily, and do thank our marshals. Absolutely. Thank you very much. And Election Day, don't forget to vote. Everybody vote. We will not ask you to tell us who you're voting for at this moment.
We're not going to have another council meeting before this.
Right, that's true. And so with that, we are adjourned until November 7th. And thank you all for staying the course.